Chapter 2451. Mirage City Noir. In that nightmare, he lived in a dying world where grotesque monsters were real, people possessed supernatural abilities, and humanity was on the verge of being snuffed out by the encroaching darkness. The world was one vast battlefield, and every day, countless lives were lost in the bloody battle for survival. Sonny himself was one of the strongest people in that world, having clawed his way to the pinnacle of power through mud, blood, heartbreak, and thorns of betrayal. He was buckling under the crushing weight of responsibility and carrying the cruel burden of his own past sins. He also had a smoking hot, stunning, drop-dead gorgeous girlfriend. Sonny could somewhat accept the existence of monsters and superpowers, but that last detail had really clued him into the fact that it was all a dream. He was woken up by the blaring sounds of the alarm. "Wake up, Sonny! Wake up, Sonny! Wake up, Sonny!" Shit! Grabbing his phone, he fumbled to turn the alarm off and then sat up, looking around with groggy, bloodshot eyes. His room was dark and messy, full of stale air and empty bottles. The TV was on, showing a colorful commercial for Valor Group's new extravagant mall. The young CEO was cutting the red ribbon in front of a cheering crowd, his easy smile blinding the camera. Sonny stared at the TV for a while, deep darkness nestling in his eyes, then tossed his phone at it. The screen shattered, and a net of cracks distorted the smiling face on it, making it seem as if he was staring at a broken mirror. Sonny was suddenly wide awake. No! Shit! He jumped off the bed, sending several empty bottles rolling across the floor, and hurried to the TV. The screen of his phone was cracked, as well, but luckily, it was still in working condition. Sonny checked the time and the date, then let out a relieved sigh and slowly stood up. Still reeling from the damn nightmare, Sonny muttered a few curses and walked to the window. Opening the shutters, he grimaced from the light and looked outside. The dim lilac radiance of the early dawn washed over his pale body, his toned muscles, a scattering of scars decorating it like badges of dishonor, and a frightening tattoo of a black serpent coiling around his arms and torso. Not exactly what one would expect from a decorated police officer, but Sonny had lived a tumultuous life before finding the straight path. Outside the window, the city was obscured by a curtain of rain. Cars were rushing to outrun the morning traffic, leaving trails of scarlet glow in their wake. Here and there, red neon crosses stood out against the twilight sky like beacons for lost souls, and all around them, countless shops and restaurants were opening their doors like temples to greed and gluttony. Above it all, glass skyscrapers stood like towering cathedrals. There, in the bowels of conglomerate offices, dwelled the real power. The streets were grimy, the apartment buildings were decrepit, and the people were worn down, confined to the narrow pavements by the traffic while walking to their destinations with glassy eyes. Something about it all seemed strangely off, as if the world of his nightmares was much more real. There are no barriers surrounding the city. It was such a strange thought, and yet, Sonny could not get rid of the feeling that there were supposed to be enormous air filtration barriers on the horizon. But what for? I must have really lost it. In any case, the sun was rising above Mirage City. It was time to face a new day. Today, Sonny made a reluctant effort to look presentable. He took a shower, shaved, and found the least wrinkled clothes he had. Black jeans, a grey t-shirt, and an inconspicuous jacket, the clothes hid his sharp edge, but there must have still been something in his gaze, because a drunk loitering at the back of the building reeled back from just one glance. Sonny watched him stagger away with a cold, somber expression. The man seemed like a genuine drunk, but one never knew, it paid to be careful. Once the swaying figure disappeared around the corner, Sonny climbed into his old, battered car and put the key into the ignition. As he drove along the city streets, he could not help but think of the dark, desolate coastal highway of the Antarctic Center. No, that had happened in another nightmare. This was reality, so why was he thinking about such dreadful things? The radio was playing a catchy tune, reminding him that, apart from having a smoking hot girlfriend, he was also friends with a genuine pop star in those dreams. On top of that, he owned a thriving business, lived in a castle, was watching over a lovable little sister, and played the flute. What the actual hell? Dreams were truly a bizarre place. Sonny was not really a person with a rich imagination, though. How did his subconscious even imagine all these things? Shaking his head, he stopped at a traffic light and struggled against the paranoid feeling that every driver on the road was staring at him. Some time later, Sonny reached his destination. It was a prestigious psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of the city. Locking his car, he walked across a small park to the entrance and showed his pass to the security guard. Many affluent people received treatment in this seemingly idyllic hospital, so security was really tight here. The beautiful building was no different from a fortress, really, and there were many places inside where regular people like himself weren't allowed. As for Sonny himself, he was not an affluent person. However, he was a civil servant in a situation that put the higher-ups in an awkward position, so they sent him here for mandatory psychiatric counseling. That had been months ago. And today, God's willing, was going to be his last session. If everything went well, he was going to be reinstated and returned to work. And just in time, Sonny had a feeling that the bastard he had been pursuing for so long was going to strike again, soon. As Sonny was let inside, he caught himself on having used the word gods, plural, and frowned. Get a grip, damn it. He could not mess up today. Soon, he found himself sitting in a comfortable chair and facing his therapist. His therapist was some kind of big deal in the shrink world despite being relatively young. She was quiet and extremely professional, so despite the mandatory nature of their relationship, Sonny did not dislike her a lot. The woman just sort of sat there silently while he talked about whatever was on his mind most of the time, so there was little to dislike. Well, there was one thing. His therapist really had no business being so goddamn beautiful. It was surreal, really, how breathtaking she was, not to mention distracting. Her skin was pure white alabaster, her eyes were like two onyx gems, and her features were almost inhumanly flawless. It was as though she had not been born, but actually cut from stone by a mad sculptor. As a result, what should have been beautiful looked a bit eerie, instead, haunting, even. Her usual lack of emotion only made the overall impression more disturbing. Meeting her indifferent gaze, Sonny forced out a smile. "Good morning, Doc." She looked at him evenly. And then smiled softly. The smile transformed her face, making it utterly tantalizing, almost painful to look at. It was like looking at something holy, a living saint, maybe. "Good morning, Detective. Would you like a coffee?" For some reason, Sonny felt a sense of profound wrongness when he heard the hauntingly beautiful therapist talk. Also, for some reason, he felt compelled to answer her question honestly. Sonny shrugged. Sure. Why not? Like every other calamity in his life, this catastrophe started with the smile of a beautiful woman and a cup of coffee. Chapter 2452. Red Pool. So, where do I start? As she opened her notebook to silently take notes, Sonny sighed. I don't get those recurrent nightmares often, anymore. He still saw them every time he slept, but he rarely slept, so that could hardly be called often. The world is sort of annoying, but I don't get irrationally angry either. It feels like I have a firmer grasp on myself. He had smashed his TV just this morning, but that anger was perfectly reasonable. There were many good reasons to hate the Valiant Group and its CEO. I don't think I really felt paranoid about something since our last session. So, I guess that is an improvement. He had considered the best way to kill the supposed drunk in case the man attacked him earlier this morning, but that was not paranoia. That was just experience, and Sonny would be a fool not to pay attention to strangers around him. Sonny continued spouting confident half-truths to give the therapist the impression that he was a stable, well-functioning member of society. Someone whom she should give a clean bill of health and never see again. He wasn't sure if his act was fooling the taciturn beauty, but she did not question his account even once. He was not sure if she believed him or simply didn't care. After a while, Sonny found himself simply recounting his thoughts to her without much pretense. I am bored. I am restless. I want to get back to work. I tried doing things that normal people do in their free time, like going on a picnic or taking a walk in the park. But it has been raining the whole damn month. Staying inside is infuriating because of all the bullshit on the news, and I can't really go to a bar, can I? You told me not to mix sleeping pills with alcohol. I feel like I'm missing something that I never had. So, he hesitated for a few moments and then asked, "Can't you just pass me, Doc? We both know that I am only here to comply with what the judge said. And the judge only sent me here to comply with people paying for his vacation home." Of course, Sonny had failed to disclose a few important facts about himself to his beautiful shrink. For example, the fact that he sometimes felt like his nightmares were the actual reality. Or that he sometimes believed himself to be the only real person in the world. Or that he sometimes hallucinated foreign sights, sounds, and sensations, as if he possessed multiple bodies. That was probably because he often spaced out for a few seconds because of the insomnia, falling into bouts of micro-sleep. Little stuff like that. The therapist looked at him with her usual aloof expression. "Do you think you are mentally fit to resume work, detective?" Sonny laughed, hiding the literal shivers her sonorous, enthralling voice sent running down his spine. It was probably a good thing that his therapist did not speak a lot. Her voice was just as dangerous as her looks, if not more bewitching. He shook his head. "Me, mentally fit? God, no. But who the hell is, anyway? I mean, with the way the world is, wouldn't it be stranger if I was perfectly fine? I'd definitely turn around and run if I ever met a person who seemed happy, healthy, and completely sane." She studied him for a while, then nodded and closed her notebook. "All right, detective. To be honest, I am not a fan of mandatory counseling myself. Despite the circumstances, however, you did show considerable progress in these few months we have been seeing each other. So, I am ready to report that you are fit to resume service, on one condition." Sonny raised an eyebrow, surprised. This was probably the most he had heard her talk ever since they met. "What's that?" The therapist studied him for a while, then said in her usual aloof tone, "I want you to continue therapy even after you are reinstated. In fact, I insist that you do. You are my patient, and I dislike the idea of leaving things unfinished. I abhor it." Sonny chuckled. "So either I continue to see you, or I can't go back to work. How is that different from mandatory counseling?" She shrugged. "You can refuse." He remained silent for a few moments, then scoffed. "I am sorry, Doc, but you seem to be overlooking something. These sessions were being billed to the Mirage City Police Department. If we continue to see each other after my mandatory therapy is over, though, I'll have to pay for the sessions myself. And I am very sorry to say this, but you are way out of my price range. A peasant like him would not even be let near this exclusive hospital in normal circumstances, let alone receive treatment here." His therapist gave him an impassive look, then sighed and reached into her pocket. Producing a beautifully embossed business card, she offered it to him with a graceful gesture. "This is my personal number. We can work something out." Sonny received the card with a stunned expression and looked down at it. "Saint? No way, that's her actual name." The saintly therapist was actually called Saint. Learning that fact, Sonny really felt crazy for a moment. Plus, she was giving him her number. Pushing silly thoughts out of his head, Sonny looked at the aloof beauty and cleared his throat. "Well, all right. I'll call you when things settle down a little, Doc." With that, he put her card into his wallet and stood up. "Thanks for everything. I guess." She nodded indifferently, already turning away to start filling out the necessary paperwork. "Don't forget to get your sleeping pills from the pharmacy. Good sleep is the foundation of mental health, detective. Be well." A few moments later, Sonny found himself outside her office, somewhat lost. He had not expected that getting the stone-faced shrink to give him the clean bill of health would be so easy. It turned out great, though. Shaking his head, he went to the pharmacy situated on the lower floor of the hospital to get his prescription. It was when he was waiting for the pharmacist to fill it, listening to the rain pattering against the window, that there was a loud sound of something heavy falling nearby. Then, a piercing scream shattered the silence. As Sonny turned around, he saw several tall, muscular orderlies running to the source of the noise with troubled faces. "Hurry! She got out again! How the hell is she?" He lingered for a while, watching them disappear behind a heavy door, then separated himself from the wall he had been leaning on and followed. Behind the door was one of the areas of the hospital where casual visitors weren't allowed. The dimly lit corridor was a complete mess, with several people struggling to get someone whom Sonny could not see behind them to the floor. Just in front of him, he saw an overturned wheelchair, its wheel still spinning. And a pool of red, vivid, glistening blood slowly spreading across the floor. At the heart of the pool was a kneeling nurse who was crying loudly while clutching at her face, red streaks running between her fingers and painting her white uniform into a striking shade of vermilion. At that moment, one of the brawny orderlies was tossed back, colliding with the wall with enough force to make the floor shake. Damn it! How is she so strong? Hold her down, shit! Don't hurt her, you idiots! We're all done for if she gets hurt. Sonny could finally see the cause of the mayhem. The person whom four muscular orderlies had been struggling to contain was a slender woman with wavy black hair and a pretty, but cold and sharp face. She was wearing a shredded straitjacket and resisting the orderlies with an amount of strength unexpected from someone of her build and constitution, clearly unhinged. Strangest of all, though, was the fact that her eyes were of bright, vibrant red color. Just like the blood on the floor. Humans were not supposed to have vividly red eyes, but no one seemed to notice or pay it any attention. By then, the orderlies finally managed to push the woman to the ground and were in the process of tying the sleeves of her straitjacket back up. She had been resisting them, still, until her gaze fell on Sonny. He froze. Why does she look so familiar? The woman's eerie red eyes widened a little when she saw him. And then, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter resounded across the corridor, growing louder and louder until it drowned out the pitiful whimpers of the injured nurse. The crazy woman seemed to be incredibly amused all of a sudden. She seemed to be having the time of her life. Taking a step back, Sonny pursed his lips and turned around. Just another psycho. There were too many of those around, these days. As he was walking back to the door, however, her laughing voice washed over him. Kill him. You can actually kill him here. Find Athena. Shaking his head, Sonny shut the door behind him and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. The stench of blood was still stuck in his nose, making his hands tremble. The sight of it. Damn it. Although Sonny knew that mixing sleeping pills with alcohol was a terrible idea, he suddenly really craved a drink. Chapter 2453. Ex Nihilo. The gutters were overflowing, and the pedestrians were clinging to the sides of the streets, afraid to be given a cold shower by the cars that rushed by. Looking up, Sonny closed his eyes and offered his face to the rain, feeling the flowing water washing away the scent of blood from his nostrils. At least the city will be cleaner because of the rain. But then, there would be heat and humidity. The heat never reached the roots of the city, though, there, in the damp darkness, everything that the water had washed away would begin to rot. The rot would give birth to vast swarms of vermin. Standing there with his eyes closed, Sonny smiled. Swarms of vermin, hey. As if this city had not already been infested by the worst kind of vermin of them all. People. Human vermin thrived in dark places, too, and just like trash, they were thoroughly rotten away from the light. Shaking his head, he walked to his car across the puddles. As he did, the image of the laughing woman with vermilion eyes surfaced in his mind. Why did he feel like he had seen her somewhere? Considering the usual clientele of the hospital, she had to be a scion of a wealthy family. Sonny rarely brushed sides with people like that, so he struggled to imagine where they would have met, unless, of course, he had seen her in a nightmare. A person with vibrant red eyes was exactly like something he would dream of. But how would a woman he had never met end up in his dreams? I wonder whom she wanted me to kill. Sunny sighed. Wealthy people usually ended up in an asylum for two reasons: either their family wanted to get rid of them, or they were junkies. Considering the woman's age and unhinged behavior, the latter was more likely. Granted, she could have been drugged up as a result of being put in a psychiatric hospital, not the other way around, but that was none of his business. Find Athena. Wasn't Athena some kind of pagan goddess? Where would he even find someone like that? Come on. You are not seriously thinking about what some crazy lunatic said, are you? Sunny pursed his lips as he climbed into his car. He was pretty sure that he was hallucinating again. That was probably the reason the woman's eyes seemed vividly red. Insomnia and sleeping pills made it hard for him to differentiate dreams from reality sometimes, and the sight of blood was an old trigger. So, did he really have ground to stand on when calling someone a lunatic? As he was turning the key in the ignition, his phone rang. Glancing at the cracked and shattered screen, he smiled darkly and took the call. Yes. Yeah, what, did he expect to get rid of me so easily? Sorry to disappoint, then. I'll be there today. Then, he paused for a moment, his tone changing subtly. So, there's a new body of my. It is as if someone wanted to welcome me back. Ending the call and throwing the phone on the seat, he looked forward with a grim expression. Wait just a little bit more, bastard. I'll find you. The car growled quietly and sped away, wading through the rain. Asterisk. You must have really lost your mind, detective. No, you really are crazy. How the hell did you pass the psych evaluation? Hey, you little shit. Look at me. Am I a joke to you? Sunny, who was sitting in the office of the Homicide Division's captain, looked at the grizzled old man in front of him and smiled. A bit, yes. The man stared at him in shock. What did you just say? Hey, Sunny. I could have put your crazy ass in prison for the stunt you pulled off back then. You know that, right? Bastard, you are only sitting here right now because of my respect for the former captain, who held you in high regard. What did she see in you? I have no idea, but I am in charge now. So, you are going to treat me with respect. Do you understand? Sunny nodded. I said that you are, indeed, a bit of a joke to me. I don't know that you could have put me in prison. And yes, I understand. He regarded the new captain somberly. The man was a veteran of the Mirage City Police, but he had been put in charge of the Homicide Division recently, and it was not for a stellar track record or capability. It was because the new captain was a man who knew his place and was trusted to make life easier for the higher-ups. In other words, he knew how to look the other way when needed. The man was not always corrupt, but he could be when orders to be corrupt came from above. Back then, Sunny had indeed made a mess that could have landed him in prison. However, that case was an extremely public one, and getting rid of him would have spelled a political nightmare. So, this aging man was put in the freshly empty seat of the captain and told to make the noise go away quietly. So even if he had wanted to get rid of Sunny permanently, he couldn't have. Sunny did not care one way or the other, though. Well, anyway, I'll say it again. The body that was discovered by the river this morning? Put me in charge of that case, please, sir. The old man ground his teeth. Why the hell would I give that case to you, of all people? Are you positively insane, you little fiend? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, making the captain shiver slightly, then grinned. I am not insane. I have a paper to prove that I'm not, in fact. As to why you'll put me on that case, you know the answer as well as I do, sir. It's because, unlike the rest of your more compliant subordinates, I will actually solve it. You must be being pressured real bad to catch the bastard by now, aren't you? Once the press catches wind that there's a seventh victim, that pressure will only grow. The captain looked at him somberly. Mirage City was a diseased place at the best of times, but lately, it had been plagued by a new, vile malady. That malady was a demented, but insidious serial killer who left mutilated bodies in his wake while avoiding capture like a ghost. The Nihilist. Chapter 24-54. Lone Wolf. The killings seemed random, but were too flawlessly executed to be anything except meticulously planned. The murderer did not discriminate in choosing victims, either, so the whole city was on edge. The incident that had led to Sonny being sent to mandatory counseling, as well as to the new captain's sudden promotion, were connected to the Nihilist, as well. Shit. Even I am starting to call him by that idiotic name. Not only did Sonny hate the idea of giving a sick, cowardly loser a name as pompous as that, but it was also somewhat of a personal slight to him. The killer left absolutely no traces behind and chose his victims through a seemingly meaningless process, so the newspapers had invented an ominous moniker, the Nihilist, to draw more attention to the story and sell more copies. Every time a new victim was found, their advertising revenue exploded. Politicians, meanwhile, gave impassioned speeches to build populist platforms while simultaneously introducing invasive laws under the false pretense of ensuring public safety to tighten their control over people. Many ghouls were reaping benefits from the gruesome deaths of the serial killer's victims. But enough was enough. The same politicians who had used the public panic to score points would start to look like fools if the Nihilist wasn't caught soon. The press could not keep selling the same story over and over again without losing the public's interest. And people in law enforcement who had climbed the career ladder with promises of swift results were growing more and more desperate to produce them. So, no matter how much the new captain disliked and was threatened by Sonny, he could not do anything about it. Because Sonny was indeed the best detective in the division, by far. He had come up through the ranks fair and square, first as a beat cop, then as a detective in the organized crime division. Naturally, he made more than a few enemies in the deeply corrupt and rotten Mirage City Police as a result. The fact that he had never been demoted or dismissed was the best proof of how good he was at his job. Although his methods were often messy, Sonny always brought results. The new captain glared at him silently, seething with fury. But Sonny did not care. He was going to catch the Nihilist, and a mere sycophant was not going to stop him. So, can I go take a look at the crime scene before rain washes everything away? Sir. The old man ground his teeth, then cursed loudly. Fine. I'll give you the case, damn it. Be warned, though, if you fail to bring that sick bastard in, it will be your head flying. I'll feed you to the newspapers and make you a proper scapegoat. Don't say I didn't warn you. Sonny shrugged with a derisive smile. What else is new? I'll get going then. The captain leaned forward. Not so fast, arsehole. I said that I'll give you the case, but I didn't say that there would not be strings attached. In fact, I have a condition. Sonny let out a long sigh. Why does everyone want to give me conditions today? Captain, you're not going to slip me your number 2, are you? The old man scoffed. What the hell are you even, actually, never mind. You can have the case, but I'll be assigning you a partner. Someone has to watch your back, anyway, lest the recent incident repeat itself. Sonny frowned deeply, then said with a hint of barely contained anger in his voice. Like hell you will. You know I work alone, Captain. The captain stared at him with wide eyes. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Have you hit your head repeatedly on something hard, Sonny? You work alone, what? I don't care what your preference is, this is Mirage PD. There are rules that even bastards like you have to follow. He shook his head, then sighed and waved his hand. If you are worried that it's someone I am sending to spy on you, don't. This is a different kind of situation. She's a good kid, a former national athlete with a rousing story of overcoming adversity. She's the pride of the nation, the pride. You get it? We were all celebrating when someone like that enrolled in the police academy. The old man sighed wistfully. She graduated first in her class, too, and did exceptionally well as a patrol officer. As a result, she was on a fast track to making detective before, well, anyway, now that she is back from an extended maternity leave and freshly promoted to the homicide division, I want you to show her the ropes. And be nice about it. Sonny studied the captain dubiously. Actually, I don't get it. That's the whole reason. The old man looked at him with distaste, then sighed again. Well, and she looks great on a poster. Not that a thug like you will understand the importance of a clean and stirring image. So, when the reporters besiege you, and you know they will, considering the case, I want you to plant her firmly in front of the cameras and take a step back. Better yet, take 3 steps and get out of the shot, you morose bastard. You don't like dealing with public relations anyway, so it's a win-win. He leaned forward and added in an even tone. In any case, it's not a discussion. It's an order. Either you take a partner and play ball, or I'll give the case to someone else. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at the old man darkly. So, he wants me to bring some washed-out mom around and let her stand in front of the cameras. Everything inside Sonny rebelled against the idea of bringing someone whose only worth was looking comely into the hunt for the nihilist. But he understood that if there was one thing the higher-ups cared about, it was the visuals. A national athlete, with some kind of inspirational story, no less, choosing the police department was a big win for the PR division. Now that she was a proper family woman and a devoted mother, to boot, they were all probably salivating. Softening the image of the traditionally rough and gruff, predominantly male-dominated police force was candy those scumbags could not resist. So what if he had to carry dead weight around? Babysitting a weak, useless, and soft rookie was not the worst punishment. And if that poster girl, well, poster mom, ended up actually dead as a result, it would be on her. Not on him. Sonny cursed quietly and then nodded. Fine. As long as she doesn't get in my way, I won't send her back to play house. The captain gave him a long look. Great. She'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. Now, get the hell out of my office. Sonny stood up and did just that, already thinking about what he would find at the scene of the murder. That damn rain. Water could wash away the blood, and at times, it could even wash away the corpses. But it could not wash away sin. Cleansing the city of sin was Sonny's job, and he was quite good at it, even if, in the process, more blood was spilled. Chapter 2455. Floodgates. The blinking lights of police sirens gave the scene an ominous, anxious hue. Climbing out of his car and raising the collar of his jacket to prevent the rain from seeping in, Sonny looked up with a dark expression. The sky was heavy and dark, shedding tears with no reprieve. That was not what attracted his attention, though. The idle onlookers crowding behind the police tape did not worry him, but the body had been found close to a bridge. There was a second crowd on that bridge now, busy snapping photos with their phones. From there, they had a perfect vantage point to the body laying on the edge of the water. Damn gals! It could not have been a coincidence that the body had been dumped here. Either the nihilist dropped it off the bridge, or he simply wanted people to appreciate his work. If it was the latter, he had found a highly receptive, enthusiastic audience. Catching a patrol officer who was rushing past, Sonny pulled him back. Which arsehole? The cop turned around with an angry expression, but then paled and took an involuntary step back. Detective Sonny, sir. You're here. Sonny glared at him for a few moments, then nodded toward the bridge and said in a low, even tone. Are you blind or something? Yes, I am here. So, grab a few friends and go clear the pedestrian section of the bridge off, then block it. Bastard, do I need to tell you how to do your job? If there had been any evidence left on the bridge, it was for sure destroyed by now. Someone deserved to be fired for this negligence, but Sonny knew that nobody would. The cop trembled, then saluted and swiftly disappeared from view. Shaking his head, Sonny climbed under the police tape and headed to the crime scene while putting on black latex gloves. There was a particularly large group of people crowding near the water, blocking his view. He knew that the body was there. As he was approaching, he could hear them talking in hushed voices. Did you hear? Sonny is coming back today. Who? Oh, right, you are new. You wouldn't have met him yet. But who is Sunny, though? Fool, don't you know anything? You can cross anyone in Mirage Police, but you must never, ever cross that guy. He's fully insane, and not in a good way. Sunny, wait, do you mean him? The devil detective. Ah, so you do know about him. Well, I guess there's hope for you, still. Don't anger the devil, man. Oh, come on, most of the stories they tell about him have to be lies. I bet I can take him, if push comes to shove. Damn, you turned out to be a moron. Listen, that one time, back in the day when he was in the organized crime division, the boss of the Red Frog gang put a huge bounty on his head. So, 20 or so thugs cornered him in an underground market at night, all armed with knives and baseball bats. Do you know what happened next? What? A proper bloodbath is what happened. I was one of the first officers to arrive at the scene, so I saw it myself. When we opened the doors, it was like a slaughterhouse, man. He took them all down, a bunch died on the way to the hospital, the rest were crippled for life. 20 men? Come on, no way. Shit, I was there, okay? He just walked out of that carnage, looking like a demon from hell, gave me a nasty glare, then got into a car without saying a word and drove straight to the bar where the Red Frog headquarters were. The next day, their boss surrendered himself to the police with a box full of evidence. Well, what was left of their boss did, at least. Ignoring the whispers, Sunny unceremoniously pushed his way through the crowd of people. The cops grew silent when they saw him, moving to make way. Noticing someone he knew well, Sunny asked in a somber tone, "Where's the medical examiner?" The man coughed a few times. "Detective Sunny, sir, welcome back." Sunny just stared at him, making the man shiver. "I asked you a question, didn't I?" The cop lingered for a few moments, then sighed and gestured to the river. "There is minor flooding in several areas further downstream, so lots of our guys are delayed by traffic jams. They'll be here soon, but we have a bit of a problem, sir. The water keeps rising, you see. The body was already found halfway in the river, but if it is not moved soon, the current might just carry it away. The other detective has been waiting to." Sunny cursed and waved the man away. Walking through the mud, he approached the corpse. It was indeed laying on the very edge of the water, already submerged halfway. All Sunny could see were the dead man's legs and the lower section of his torso. Leaning down, he grabbed one of the corpse's legs and dragged the body out of the water. A ghastly, bloated face was revealed, missing both eyes. "Shit!" Just as Sunny was about to take a better look, an easygoing voice resounded from behind, making him stop. "Hey! Hey, buddy, what the hell are you doing? This is a crime scene, for fuck's sake. Who let a random civilian wander in?" The voice was unfamiliar and female. "So, this is the dead weight, then." Exhaling through gritted teeth, Sunny straightened and turned around, looking at the woman with a chilling expression. Well, or at least he had planned to. Instead, he froze for a moment, then slowly looked up. And then a bit more up. His eyes widened a little. What the actual hell? This is the washed-out mom. Chapter 2456. Short cop, tall cop. A maternal figure to soften the harsh image of the unpopular Mirage PD. That woman standing in front of him, however, was so thoroughly not what he had imagined that he was stunned for a brief moment. Her? First of all, she wasn't just standing there, she was positively towering above him, as well as above the rest of the policemen gathered on the muddy shore. One of her ancestors had to have married a troll, or maybe an ogre, some kind of a mountain giant, for sure. Otherwise, he could not explain her staggering height. Despite her questionable ancestry, though, the woman did not look like a troll. Instead, she looked like a supermodel. In fact, she was absolutely stunning, with a captivating face and a figure so gorgeous that it bordered on being deadly. And as if that was not enough, her well-proportioned athletic body was perfectly sculpted, with lean muscles that put even Sunny to shame. The woman was wearing an unassuming athleisure outfit and a raincoat, but he could tell how terribly in shape she was. It was as if a goddess had stepped down from a painting. Sunny blinked a couple of times, slowly re-evaluating his opinions of his rookie partner. Looks great on a poster, huh? He might have been a little wrong about the new captain. The man knew what he was talking about. Frowning deeply, Sunny raised a hand and beckoned the woman to lean down. She glanced at him with amusement, then obliged, hiding a paper bag she had been holding behind her back. What? When her face was close enough to hear whisper, Sunny said loudly, "Do I look like a civilian to you, Moran? I am investigating the body." With that, he pulled out his badge from under the jacket and shoved it up under her nose. She easily dodged the badge and looked at it in confusion. Then, the gaze of her beautiful hazel eyes shifted back to Sunny, full of disbelief. She seemed genuinely dumbfounded. "What, you? You're the devil detective? But you're tiny." Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Behind his bombshell partner, there was a choir of frightened gasps. Oh no, we're all done for. He's going to kill her now, isn't he? No. Not Detective Effie. Should we call another ambulance? Sunny exhaled slowly through gritted teeth, then opened his eyes and looked at his supposed partner. Yes, I am. And you, what's your name? The woman seemed to have regained her composure. She straightened, saluted, and then gave him a brilliant smile. It's Effie. I'll be in your care, then. With that, she offered him her hand for a handshake. Sunny stared at the offered hand for a few moments, then turned away and concentrated on the corpse. Shut the hell up and don't get in my way, Effie. Stay where you are and observe silently. She lingered, then retracted her hand and sighed. So grumpy. Ignoring the woman, Sunny knelt near the corpse and studied its hideous, mutilated face. It had not been damaged too much by the water, but both of the dead man's eyes were missing. That was the nihilist's signature. Each of the 7 victims had been killed in a unique way, but all of them were missing their eyes. The sick bastard took them for an unknown reason. The prevailing theory was that he was collecting them as trophies. Sunny was studying the body intently, a little thankful that he did not have to hear retching noises behind him. He had fully expected the rookie detective to become violently sick at the sight of the nihilist's latest victim, but the recently promoted mom detective seemed to be taking the hideous corpse in stride. No, actually. There were strange sounds coming from behind him, after all. Turning around in displeasure, Sunny opened his mouth to say something, and froze for the second time today. His unasked-for partner was standing where he had told her to stand. Her paper bag was open, and she was holding a half-finished sandwich in one hand, chewing with enthusiasm. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. "You're eating." His partner grinned sheepishly. "Oh, sorry. I have a fast metabolism. So I snack a lot. What the hell is wrong with this woman?" Sunny stared at her for a while longer, then shook his head and turned back to the corpse. Bon appetit, I guess. As he reached forward to move the dead man's head a little, the woman asked, "What are you looking for, anyway?" The cause of death is obviously strangulation. Those bruises on his neck are from the killer's fingers. The guy seems quite athletic, so to strangle him this way takes a lot of strength. The nihilist usually works with blades, right? I don't think he ever used brute strength before. Can it be a copycat? Sunny grimaced, then let out a long sigh. Did I not say to be quiet? He continued exploring it carefully. I am looking for anything I can find. And it's not a copycat. The eyes were removed with the same surgical precision, which is not something just anyone can do. Plus, we never disclosed this detail to the press. And that bastard does not work with blades. He works with whatever is at hand. His MO is constantly changing, almost as if he likes to be inventive. His partner whistled. Are we sure that the nihilist is a man, by the way? I thought there were no clues. Sunny remained silent for a while. Not sure. But statistically, most serial killers are men. And who said that there were no clues? At that moment, he was holding one of the dead man's hands and checking under the sleeve. Suddenly, Sunny grew motionless. Shit! His partner seemed to have finished her sandwich. Coming closer, she looked down over his shoulder and asked in a curious tone. What is it? There, on the dead man's pale skin. A little black snake was tattooed, coiling around his arm. Sunny winced. It's a gang tattoo. This guy used to run with the black snakes. Chapter 2457. Crash Course. Gods. He's a kid. Sunny gave his new partner a dark look. Did she just say gods, plural? Or had he heard wrong? Come to think of it, his poster girl of a partner looked terribly familiar. He felt like, no, he was convinced that he had seen her in his nightmares, and quite often at that. How could he have dreamt of people he had never met before, though? Sunny sighed and rubbed his eyes tiredly, feeling both exhausted and incapable of falling asleep. Get a grip, damn it, you really are going crazy. Yeah, well. The gangs like to recruit them young. He would know. He had been one such underage thug himself, once. The medical examiner finally arrived, and Sunny beckoned Effie away. Taking off his gloves, he tossed them into a trash bin, missed, then came back with a stifled curse to pick them up and put them into the bin properly. Let's go. We're done here. His unreasonably gorgeous partner. Effie looked around in confusion. Are we going to look around some more? Question the person who discovered the body, check for discarded evidence in the bushes, and so on. Sunny gave her a disgruntled glare. There's no point. The body was either thrown down from the bridge or carried here by the river. In any case, the murder happened somewhere else. The patrol officers will examine the scene and question the witnesses. I doubt they'll find anything, though. The nihilist is quite meticulous. He walked over to his car, unlocked the door, and gestured to the passenger seat. Get in. Effie gave the ramshackle car a dubious look, then sighed and squeezed herself inside. By the time Sunny climbed into the driver's seat, she was already chomping on another sandwich, which seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Where was she hiding them? Wow, partner. I must say, I haven't seen a crappier vehicle in a while. Where did you get it? A museum? Sunny started the car, then answered in an indifferent tone. Impound lot auction. This unassuming black car had served him faithfully for the better part of a decade. It might have looked like it had seen better days, and drove like it was dreaming of going to car heaven, but it was still fast and reliable. He trusted it more than he trusted most people. Effie laughed. That checks out. Well, anyway, that psycho, the nihilist. He's really something. Who? The corner of Sunny's eye twitched. What he is a pathetic loser. Nothing more, nothing less. His new partner raised an eyebrow. The whole city is being terrorized by him, and despite that, the whole police force can't seem to catch him. How is he a loser? Sunny looked at her briefly, then turned back to the road. I am not going to give you a crash course in criminal profiling, but you need to know one thing about serial killers. Despite how much the media likes to turn them into some kind of great and sinister figures, fundamentally, they are all pathetic losers. His expression darkened. Most of them are products of childhood abuse, mental or physical, usually perpetrated by their mothers. So, they are either working up to committing some kind of perverse matricide, making up for losing their chance to commit it, or trying to relive the rush of having committed it. There's more nuance to it, of course, but basically, they're disgusting. Oh, and by the way, they are not only losers, but also cowards. Most serial killers choose victims who are weaker than them and don't pose a threat. Women, children, the elderly, you get the picture. He remained silent for a while, then let out a resentful sigh. Of course, that bastard, the nihilist, does not exactly fit these criteria. There is no apparent pattern to how he chooses victims, which means that they most likely do not serve as a surrogate for the person he really wants to kill. More than that, he goes after everyone and anyone, weak or strong. His killings appear both premeditated and impulsive, so trying to profile him is all but useless. Hell, we might as well throw the entire book away when dealing with him. Effie finished her sandwich with a thoughtful expression on his face. So, how are we going to find out who he is? Sonny turned his head and studied her for a while. Eventually, he looked away and said evenly, "We don't need to find out who he is. I already know who he is. We just need to find concrete evidence to put him behind bars." Effie seemed stunned. "What? You know who the nihilist is?" Sonny looked ahead, his eyes turning cold and murderous. "Yeah. I do." She remained silent for a while, studying him with a strange expression. "How come no one else knows, then? Isn't he supposed to be a complete mystery?" Sonny smiled crookedly. "Your second question answers the first. No one knows who he is because no one is supposed to know." Effie blinked a couple of times, then frowned. "Somebody is suppressing the information? Wait, is someone covering for him?" Sonny glanced at her, wondering if she was being sincere or simply pretending not to know. For some reason, he felt inclined to trust his new partner, which was not at all like him. However, she had been pushed onto him by the superiors, which put her true allegiances under question. Eventually, he shrugged. "Someone is covering something, that is for sure. As for who and why, don't ask questions about things you are not qualified to learn, rookie. You'll live longer." She opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, he added in a cold tone, "Evidence. Without evidence, nothing you and I might think we know matters. So, keep an open mind and follow the evidence. Inheriting my suspicions will only cloud your judgment." Effie gave him a long look, then giggled. "Wow, partner. You almost sounded like a real detective just now." Sonny grimaced. "What the hell are you talking about? I am a real detective." She remained silent for a while, studying him with a strange expression. Her mask of carefree nonchalance seemed to crack a little, revealing a hint of a keen and astute person hiding beneath. Eventually, Effie leaned back and asked something odd. "Hey. Do you really not remember?" Sonny raised an eyebrow, confused. "Remember what?" She hesitated for a few moments. "Who you are?" He frowned deeply. "What is that supposed to mean? Are you drunk or something, fool?" "I am Sonny, a detective from the Homicide Division of Mirage PD. Your senior." Effie studied him for a few moments more, then smiled sheepishly, seeming perfectly laid back and easygoing once again. "Sorry, senior. I meant, you're the infamous devil detective, after all. That's all." "What a weirdo." Letting out an amused scoff, Sonny pressed a little harder on the gas. He didn't mind weirdos. To be honest, he was not the most sane person himself. Chapter 2458. Black Snake Gang. As a result, some of the sloping streets were covered in rushing water, with deep puddles collecting at the bottom. Driving through these puddles in Sonny's old car would have been a problem, but he knew the complicated labyrinth of streets like his own 5 fingers, avoiding the worst of it with ease. That fact had not escaped Effie. She looked around with interest, then asked, "Where are we going, anyway?" He shrugged. "Where else? We're going to the Black Snake Lair." She seemed more amused than frightened by the prospect. Usually, a woman as attractive as her would have been wise to avoid entering a vicious gang's territory, but then again, this bombshell in particular seemed better suited to cracking skulls than most thugs were, so maybe they were the ones who had to be nervous. "Just like that? Wait, how do you even, right? You worked in the organized crime division before, right?" Sonny gave her a sideways glance. "Yes. Something like that. He lingered for a few moments, then sighed and said, "Gangs were all over the city not too long ago, even 10 years ago. They controlled these parts of Mirage City entirely. A single day rarely passed without someone ending up dead, not to mention all the vile crap going on in the shadows. The cops were either on the payroll or too afraid to do anything, and those who did try tended to be disposed of swiftly." Sonny smiled crookedly, remembering his youth. Times change, though. The political climate shifted, and being tough on crime became a rallying cry for the ruling party. So, the police department was cleansed. Mind you, it wasn't cleansed of corruption. The corrupt bastards being paid by the criminals were just swapped out for corrupt bastards being paid by the politicians. Well, and a few capable people managed to get themselves into key positions in all the chaos. He fell silent for a while. Captain Jet was one of them, although she wasn't a captain back then, just yet. Actually, I only ended up becoming a cop because of her. Then, somehow, we ended up being partners in the organized crime division, with her spearheading the crackdown on the gangs. Those were intense years, to say the least. Effie chuckled. Captain Jet, who? Wait, where is she now? Sonny did not answer for a while, his knuckles turning white on the wheel. Eventually, he said in an even tone, "She's dead." That was one of the reasons for his sorry state. The main reason, really. And here he was, side by side with a new partner. Sonny looked at the rookie detective somberly. "I'm not responsible for her. Putting this woman in front of the cameras might be a great PR move for the Mirage PD, but it also painted a target on her back. She had to know it, but she was still here, so it was her own decision. He had nothing to do with it." Turning back to the road, he said, "Well, anyway. Most of the gangs were demolished back then, and those that remain are merely shadows of their former selves. They know their place, doing a bit of dirty business that everyone takes part in, but pretends that it's the most abhorrent thing in the world publicly. Others went clean and are now managing slimy, but perfectly legal, businesses. The Black Snakes, though." He frowned. The Black Snake is the only gang that is still somewhat of a real deal. So, when we get there. Effie grinned. "Oh. Let's do the good cop, bad cop routine. I always wanted to. Can I be the bad cop? Please?" Sonny gave her a dubious look. Had she really graduated from the academy at the top of her class? Well, he could easily imagine all the examiners being too distracted drooling at the sight of this particular cadet to give her objective marks. He pursed his lips and shrugged. "Sure. You can be the bad cop." The car came to a halt in front of a seedy building. It was not what one would imagine when thinking about a gang's headquarters, though the lair of the Black Snakes was not a bar, a nightclub, or an illegal casino. Instead, it was an old, seemingly run-down boxing gym. Climbing out of the car, Sonny waded through the rain and approached the front door. There was a muscular man in a training suit hiding under the canopy there, smoking somberly. When he saw Sonny, the man's eyes widened a little. He stood there frozen for a moment, then silently threw away his cigarette and disappeared inside. Sonny picked up the cigarette, tossed it into the nearby trash bin, and followed. His rookie partner was on his heels, looking around curiously. "She's way too relaxed." The woman was either too confident in herself or had a screw loose. Entering the boxing gym, they saw a scattering of rough-looking men. Some were busy abusing punching bags, some were playing cards at a plastic table, some were watching two muscular thugs having a spar in the ring. Some were already moving behind Sonny and Effie, locking the door. He frowned slightly when he heard the sound of the bolt locking into place. One of the men at the table looked back, then smiled and rose from his seat. The guard was standing nearby, having already reported something to him. The man walked over to stand in front of Sonny and Effie. He stared at the former coldly, then shifted his gaze and leered at the latter. "Hey there, sweetie." Effie smiled, too, then suddenly put on a fierce expression and bellowed. Listen up, assholes. We're from Mirage City PD. I am Detective Wow, and this is my partner, Detective Meh. We are going to ask you some questions, and if you bastards do not spill your guts, well, then, do not blame us for spilling them for you. The crowd of thugs was completely surrounding them by then, glaring at the two cops with an unrestrained hostility. The man standing right in front of them remained silent for a few moments, then looked back at Sonny and raised an eyebrow. Hey to you, too, rat. I must say, you have some nerve showing up here, rat. And you brought your girlfriend, too. What's up with her, anyway? Sonny stared at him silently for a moment or two, then shrugged. She's playing the bad cop, you see. The man laughed. Oh? Really? Wait, are you the good cop then, rat? Sonny lingered a little, then slowly shook his head. No. With that, he calmly delivered a vicious punch to the thug's face, sending the man crashing to the ground with a torrent of blood spilling from his broken nose. Sonny looked at the surrounding thugs coldly. I'm the worst cop. Chapter 2459. Gang Violence. That was what the senior thug had wanted to say, however, since he was choking on blood and clutching his face with both hands, what actually came out of his mouth was a jumbled, angry howl. Sonny was already turning to face the other black snakes, while his partner was still frozen in shock. Her eyes were opened wide, and there was a stunned expression on her face. Hey. That was not very detective-like. She did not have time to say anything else, because by then, the thugs finally realized what had happened and lunged at them. TSK, things have really gone to shit after I left. Sonny knew some of these men even if he had not seen them in a long while. Most were strangers, however, he only needed one look to determine that the Black Snake Gang was not what it used to be. There was no real viciousness in these men, no chilling readiness, desire, even, to take lives or lose their own. They were no killers. The black snakes had grown soft and fat on the money they were making from their sordid business without competition, and on the handouts they received from the powers that be, who occasionally needed them to do the dirty work. It made sense, really. Those of them who had been the real deal would not have bowed down to the new authority, and therefore, they were either dead or rotting in prison by now. Only the trash remained. So, even though there were close to 20 thugs in the boxing gym, all of them bursting with muscle and well-trained. Really, all Sonny had to do was take out the trash. Instead of waiting for the crowd of black snakes to descend upon him, he dashed forward to meet them instead. His heart was cold, and his mind was clear. There was no point in getting worked up about this scuffle, it was simply a chore. Sure, if these 20 men had been determined and really knew how to work together, he would have been overwhelmed in mere moments. But they were men of inferior quality, thugs, not fighters. That gave him the initiative to hurt the first few, and once the rest saw it, their resolve would be shaken. Their fear and hesitation would become their undoing. Sonny might have been a featherweight, but his fists were anything but light. He knew where to hit to inflict as much pain as possible, and how to deal as much damage as possible. He also had a lot of experience, too much, really, fighting with his life at stake. His first strike connected with the solar plexus of the swiftest thug, sending shock through the larger man's nerves and forcing him to stagger. A split second later, a vicious uppercut sent the thug falling to the floor with a suffocated scream. Diving under the slow and sloppy punch of the next bruiser, Sonny ruthlessly kneed him in the groin, then slammed his elbow on the back of the poor bastard's head. The third was already upon him, and that one had to serve as a lesson for the rest. Catching the man's arm, Sonny moved like a ghost to twist it, and then brought his palm down on the elbow joint. A disgusting squelching crunch was drowned out by a piercing shriek of pain. Strange. Sonny knew himself well, and he knew that he was a fierce fighter. But this felt almost too easy, as if he had become many times more skilled and experienced without noticing. As if fighting 24 thugs who were more than willing to break and maim him was no big deal, inconsequential and pitifully trifling, even. Not in any way comparable to the great and dreadful battles he had fought in his nightmares. Could one's combat skills improve in a dream? Letting go of the screaming man's mangled arm, Sonny push-kicked him in the side of the head and looked at the rest of the thugs with a mad glint in his eyes. 3 down, 17 to her? 13 to go. In the time it took Sonny to bring down 3 thugs, which was no more than a few seconds, his oddball of a partner had not been wasting her time, either. Honestly, he had not known how the rookie would react, and did not really care, but what he did not expect was that she would act without any delay at all, joining the fight with the same relaxed attitude. Effie simply grabbed 2 thugs by the sides of their heads and slammed them together, all but cracking their skulls, then delivered a picture-perfect roundhouse kick to a third one, folding the man in half and sending him flying back into his buddies. She finished it all up by simply slapping the 4th one to the ground. Through all of it, she seemed calm and unruffled, amused even. No, she was definitely having fun. What the hell kind of mom is she? Sonny was surprised, somewhat dismayed at the fact that the rookie had taken down one more thug than him, and a little disturbed. That calmness, that judgment, that effortless skill was not something a green and inexperienced detective was supposed to possess. Effie had been an athlete before becoming a cop, and although she did spend some time as a patrol officer, that alone could not have made her into a blooded fighter. These qualities were something people only developed after a lifetime of conflict and bloodshed. Either Sonny did not know something about his easygoing partner and was thus underestimating her, or she was not who she seemed. His paranoia suddenly rose like a tide, making his eyes narrow. But he had no time to dwell on the strange and ominous incongruity between who Effie was supposed to be and who she really was. First, he needed to deal with the Black Snakes. Seeing 7 of their own go down in a matter of seconds, the thugs were getting serious. Before, they had been planning to beat the 2 cops to a pulp with their fists, probably do some other, way more vile things to them. But now, Sonny saw knives and steel pipes appearing in their hands. He smiled darkly. Don't blame me for being ruthless, then. Chapter 2460. On the count of 3. Sonny studied his bruised knuckles for a moment, then pushed a finger through a long cut on the side of his jacket and let out an irritated sigh. Now I'm going to be wet from the damn rain. Great. He took off the jacket, revealing his arms, and the scales of the black serpent coiling around them. If Effie was surprised to see a gang tattoo on the skin of her partner, one much more grand and vast than the ones covering the groaning thugs, no less, she did not show it. Instead, she rummaged around the table where the Black Snakes had been playing cards with a focused expression. Ignoring the alcohol and the piles of money, she picked up a bag of potato chips and smiled in satisfaction. Sending one into her mouth, she asked with curiosity. Not to be a stickler for the rules, but haven't we broken at least a dozen laws just now? Sonny gave her a long look, then scoffed. Who's going to report us? Them? The groaning thugs were a pitiful sight, and they were definitely not going to bring the attention of the cops to themselves, let alone let the news that a couple of cops wiped the floor with them spread. Shaking his head, Sonny walked over to the ring, leaned down, and dragged one of the Black Snakes from under it by the leg. This one was whom he had punched first, the leader of this sorry bunch. The lower part of his face was painted with blood, and his broken nose was swollen, sticking at a wrong angle. Nevertheless, he gave Sonny a hateful gaze. What kind of a damn demon are you? You're dead, rat. When the bosses find out, you're going to die. Sonny gave him a cold look, then reached forward and unceremoniously set the man's broken nose. As soon as a sharp scream turned into a pained groan, he patted the thug on the shoulder. There. I set it for you. We can't have you growing even uglier than you are now, can we? The man shivered under his ruthless gaze, pressing himself into the side of the ring. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then smiled dangerously. And hey, buddy, I think you need to get your facts straight. I am not a rat. A rat would have gone behind the backs of the bosses to sell them out to the cops. I told them that I was leaving fair and square, looking them in the eye. It's not my fault they weren't inclined to agree, is it? By the way, that is why you have new bosses now. The old bosses didn't scare me. Did you think these new losers would? Leaning down, he whispered into the man's ear. "Tell them to come find me. Hell, tell them I am waiting. That'll make my day." He straightened and looked at the shivering thug with a complete lack of emotion in his black eyes. "But then again, you'll have to be alive to tell them anything. And whether you'll live through the next few minutes is completely up to you." Effie, who had wandered close, gave him a reproachful look and sighed. "I was supposed to be the bad cop, though." Sonny ignored her. Instead, he produced his cracked phone and showed the thug a photo of the nihilist's latest victim. "Recognize him." The man tried to reel back, but he had nowhere to go. "Shit! What the fuck is that? Get that crap away from me, damn it." Sonny blinked a few times. "What, have you not seen a corpse before?" He chuckled, then put the phone back into his pocket and told the thug the dead kid's name. "He's one of yours, isn't he? You see, my partner and I came here with sincere intentions, wanting to help you guys bring the murderer to justice. There was no need to be so inhospitable, really. But since things already turned out the way they did, I guess you'll just have to tell us everything we need to know anyway." The thug glared at Sonny and hissed through gritted teeth. "Do you think I'll tell you anything, rat? Dream on." Without saying a word, Sonny punched him in the face, dislodging the man's nose again. There was another desperate scream, and Effie winced, taking a step back to continue munching on her potato chips. "If I were you, I'd just tell him everything he wants to know. There's a limit to what plastic surgery can achieve, after all. There has to be something left of your nose for them to restore it." Sonny took a deep breath. "Did I not tell you to stop calling me rat, bastard? Look what you made me do. Let's try it again, shall we? The kid, tell us everything there is to know about him. When was the last time you saw him? What was his job? Which part of the city did you have him working? Who were his friends?" And so on. The thug had raised both hands to shield his face, looking at Sonny through the tears that had veiled his eyes because of the pain. He remained silent for a while, and then barked angrily. "I don't know. I don't know, you asshole. Okay? He's not one of ours." Sonny stared at him darkly. "Hey, friend. Do I look easy to you? Do you think I can't recognize a black snake mark when I see it?" The thug shook his head desperately. "No, wait. I mean it. He used to be a junior member, up until a couple of years ago. But we haven't seen him since." Sonny frowned. "Who? Since when is the Black Snake Gang in the habit of losing track of its junior members?" The thug lowered his hands and glared at Sonny, then grimaced and spat a mouthful of blood on the floor. "What the hell do you know, devil? The gang is not what it used to be. Times have changed, damn it. It used to be that we could just scoop up useless kids from the streets, little shits like you fought for the right to join us. But now, recruiting them is hard, and keeping hold of them is even harder." He grimaced. "Especially after those bastards opened doors. A damn charitable organization, they house them, educate them, support them financially, and even give them proper jobs. We lost a bunch of junior members to those assholes. This guy was one of the kids who left the gang and became a squeaky clean member of society thanks to them." Sonny and Effie glanced at each other. "A charitable organization? What charitable organization?" The thug cursed under his breath. "Mirage City Center for Troubled Youths, it's a private charity run by the Valiant Group. You think we can compete with a damn conglomerate?" Sonny stared at him for a while, and then smiled viciously. This was what he needed. This was the thread he would pull to unravel the case. Valiant Group, who? Asterisk. Soon enough, they left the upturned boxing gym and returned to the car. Effie seemed thoughtful, or maybe she was just wondering where to get more food. At this point, Sonny could not be sure. He lingered in front of the car, soaking in the rain. She waited for a while, then gave him a confused look. What, are you sad that we hit a dead end? This whole black snake lead turned out to be meaningless. Sonny shook his head. No, I'm not sad. And it wasn't meaningless, in fact, it was quite a fruitful visit. Then, he turned to the tall beauty and looked at her somberly. Listen, partner. Things are going to get interesting from here. So, I need you to tell me something honestly. She smiled innocently. What's that? Not sharing her laid-back tone, Sonny asked bluntly. Who the hell are you? Oh, and think carefully before answering. You might end up dying heroically on your first day as a detective if you don't. Killed by the vicious gang members, it will be a real tragedy. The threat in his tone was apparent. He was saying that he would kill her if she tried to lie. Sonny would have loved for his threat to be a joke, but it wasn't. The nihilist case was far more dangerous than even those terrified of the elusive serial killer suspected. That was because it involved people whom a mere cop like him could not dare to touch. Those people would not hesitate to make a troublesome cop disappear. They could, for example, insert one of their operatives into the case and force the higher-ups of the police department to saddle Sonny with that operative as a partner, to keep an eye on him and dispose of him if need be. He was not sure that Effie was a double agent, but he knew that she was not who she appeared to be. His supposed partner stared at him for a while, silent. There was a hint of a strange emotion in her eyes, unease. Uncertainty? Fear? But a split second later, it was gone. Effie laughed and reached to slap him on the shoulder with her usual easygoing smile. Her hand remained there, holding him lightly. What are you on about, Sonny? Snap out of it. Sonny tensed, preparing to strike. And then, something strange happened. He snapped out of it. A shiver ran through his body, and he looked around with a startled expression. A strange city. Pouring rain. Air that smelled neither like the sterile cleanliness of NQSC nor the poisonous miasma of the outskirts. Unfamiliar buildings, a weird PTV of archaic design. Shifting his gaze to the boisterous huntress, Sonny blinked a couple of times. Effie? What the hell? Chapter 2461. Brave Old World. Damnation! He was impossibly weak. He was terribly frail. He was beaten and battered, exhausted beyond imagination, and ready to collapse. His body was torturously slow and clumsy, and on top of that, he was limited to only being aware of what was in front of his eyes. The shadows did not respond to his senses, and without them, he felt blind like a bat. It seemed impossible that anyone could exist in this pitifully powerless, woefully limited, and creepily dull state. Wait, isn't that simply what being mundane felt like? Sonny blinked a few times in complete shock. Right, he was not under some harrowing hex that maimed his body and soul. He was simply reduced to being mundane once again. In fact, he was far stronger, faster, and resilient than he had ever been as a mundane person. After all, he was currently in a somewhat ragged, but still trained and tempered body of a well-fed adult, not that of a malnourished teenager. He was Detective Sonny of the Mirage City Police Department. What the actual? Before, his memory seemed like a dream, while the devil detective's personality felt like his true self. Now, the positions were reversed. Sonny was himself once again, while the memories of the jaded detective felt like a vague, distant dream. The senses of his other incarnations were just as vague, as if reaching him through a vast mass of water, or maybe through the silver surface of a great mirror. He was in a mundane body. He did not have his aspect or his attributes, no essence, no cause. His domain was gone. He did not have his shades and shadows, either, while his own shadow was not an invaluable helper anymore. It was just silent and unresponsive, following him like a dead thing. Just a few moments before, this simplistic and inadequate state of existence seemed perfectly normal to him. But now, Sonny felt like he had been crippled, like all his limbs had been severed, and all his senses were dulled. It felt terrible. He grabbed Effie's hand desperately and used it as support to keep himself from falling. A low groan escaped from his lips, followed by a stifled curse. Curses! As Sunny was trying to come to terms with being mundane once again, a perplexed voice resounded above his head. "Hey there, buddy, are you all right? Mr. Devil Detective." Looking up in dismay, Sunny grimaced and spat through gritted teeth. "What damn Devil Detective? No, I'm not all right. I am mundane." Effie stared at him in confusion for a couple of moments. Then, her eyes widened. "Shadow Boy? Is that really you? You remembered?" Sunny let go of Effie's hand and straightened, slowly regaining his composure. "Stop calling me Shadow Boy, damn it. And yes, it's me. I did remember. How the hell?" But before he could finish talking, Effie suddenly pressed her palm against his mouth, shutting him up. Surprise and confusion drained from her eyes, replaced by alarm. Looking around warily, she remained silent for a few moments, and then said, "Not here. Not where someone can hear us. How about we go find somewhere more private to talk?" Sunny frowned, then gestured to the car. It was only then that Effie removed her hand and grinned. "Well then, let's go, partner. Personally, I, a rookie homicide detective of Mirage PD, am starving. What about you?" He wanted to retort, but couldn't, because now that he was mundane, he suddenly needed to eat food as sustenance again. So, actually, Sunny was quite hungry too. What a chore. "Yeah. I can eat." She studied him for a moment, then nodded and climbed into the car. Sunny did, as well, finding himself in the driver's seat. A completely unfamiliar control system met him, which he somehow knew how to operate. After spending a few seconds studying the weird PTV's dashboard, Sunny inserted the key into the ignition with a dubious expression, then gave it a tentative turn. The PTV roared with a level of noise that could only be called obnoxious, vibrated like a trembling animal dying from fear in front of a predator, and spat a thick stream of noxious gas from its back. Sunny blinked a few times, aghast at the barbarity of this primitive machine, and looked at Effie. He had already surmised that the strange world they had found themselves in resembled the waking world before the dark times, but this was an entirely new level of absurdity. Did people really drive these horrid things? Effie arched an eyebrow. "How would I know?" Sunny put his hands on the wheel and sighed. Fair. He spent a few moments allowing the muscle memory of the Devil Detective to take over, and a few more convincing himself to trust it. Then, he drove off, painfully aware that since he was somehow a mundane human again, driving the archaic PTV into a street lamp may very well result in his death. It was really quite offensive. Him, the sovereign of death? Being killed by a street lamp? Who the hell would actually go and die from something as frivolous as a high-speed collision? Luckily, he did not hit anything immediately, and after a minute or two, controlling the loud, stench-producing machine started to feel natural to him. He even got used to the weird vibrations until they blended into the background. "Where are we going?" Effie shrugged. Try to dig in the fake Q's memory, find a rundown and desolate diner he used to frequent. Considering that grumpy malcontent's character, there should be at least one. Sunny tried not to think about how weird the advice was and did just that. He tried to reach into the Devil Detective's memory, and after a while, a location did magically come to his mind, complete with the knowledge on how to get there. How convenient! It was very strange. He narrowed his eyes and sent the PTV rolling in the right direction. Before too long, though, it let out a series of strange noises and abruptly grew quiet, seemingly losing power. Sunny barely managed to park it at the side of the road before the vehicle completely lost momentum. Both he and Effie were startled and confused. "Who? What is wrong with it?" Sunny stared at the unfamiliar dashboard, then turned the key this way and that. The PTV let out a few suffocating sniffles, but did not start again. The two of them looked at each other. After a while, Effie offered a suggestion in an uncertain tone. "Is it out of power? Do we need to charge it?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. I'm not sure. Maybe? How do we charge this thing, though? He thought for a bit, then said hesitantly. I think it's more like a military PTV than a normal one. I mean, it can self-charge if you deposit a fuel cell into it. Effie coughed. I think they use liquid fuel? Some kind of petroleum derivative. That stuff was still abundant before the dark times. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Are you crazy? What kind of idiot would fuel their vehicle with a flammable substance? Effie blinked a couple of times. Oh, this vehicle is using an internal combustion engine. Basically, it moves by harnessing the power of countless tiny explosions. We learned about them in history class, that's why that thing over there is called the ignition. Sunny laughed. Yeah, right. Millions of people riding around on streams of tiny explosions. Effie's jokes were really too much. Noticing that she was looking at him earnestly, though, Sunny slowly lost the smile. Wait, you're being serious? He looked down at the place where the PTV's engine was hidden, with a hint of horror in his eyes. After a while, Sunny inhaled deeply and shook his head. No wonder these people blew up half of the world. Chapter 2462. Before the dark times. Being in the rain actually made him uncomfortably cold. Sunny had almost forgotten the feeling of being powerless in the face of the elements, so it was somewhat of a novel experience for him. Needless to say, he climbed back into the PTV in a foul mood. Looking at Effie with a deep scowl, he suppressed a heavy sigh and asked, Is your mundane alter ego also a sleep-deprived, rage-fueled wreck craving nothing more than an unhealthy dose of nicotine and alcohol? She laughed and shook her head. Nope. I am basically a shining example of how regular exercise and a healthy lifestyle are good for you. I mean, sure, becoming mundane all of a sudden was a bit disorienting, but actually, I am enjoying myself. Brimming with vitality, Effie gestured to her toned, tantalizing body. It's interesting. I was never both able-bodied and mundane, so this is a new experience for me. Sunny's stare turned bitter. I see. Looking away, he started the car and sent it rolling forward again. As they drove to their destination, he could appreciate the vistas of Mirage City from a new perspective. Sunny knew, of course, what cities before the dark times looked like, but only from archival footage, webtoon illustrations, and movie sets. Seeing it all with his own two eyes, and in great detail, was completely different. He couldn't help but feel put off by how different everything looked. There were no barriers surrounding the city, no alloy towers, no isolation domes around active nightmare gates peppered here and there. The air was naturally breathable, and the citizens did not seem afraid of the rain, as if there was no possibility of it turning to acid. The architecture was entirely foreign to what he was used to, and the buildings themselves were many times lower than they were in NQSC, despite the fact that they were built exclusively up, with almost no subterranean levels. There were no layers to the city, just one flat surface with hills and small mountains rising here and there. Everything seemed so simple and relaxed, even if it had felt overwhelming and permeated by crushing tension to the devil detective. How large do you think this city is? Effie contemplated for a moment. I think it has a population of around 10 million. 20-something millions, including the greater metropolitan area. Sunny's eyes widened a little. 20 million people? That's tiny. From the impression he had gotten from the vague memories of the devil detective, Mirage City was a sprawling metropolis suffocating in a flood of human sins. However, 10 million, even 20 or 30, was positively a tiny amount. There had been many times more people living just in the outskirts of NQSC, let alone in the city itself, with its population in the hundreds of millions. Mirage City was a village. And despite that, it somehow managed to look crowded. Maybe because everyone had somehow gotten a PTV license instead of using public transport like normal people did. As a result, not only was the air full of noxious fumes and noise, but the traffic also prevented anyone from getting anywhere in a timely fashion. People were simply stuck on the road, their vehicles crawling at such a low speed that even the pedestrians could outpace them. Nevertheless, the pedestrians, actual people, were reduced to a subservient species in their own city, fearfully clinging to the sides of the streets to make way for the actual dominant creatures, the PTVs. And those weren't even cargo PTVs, either, almost all of them were for personal use. It didn't make any sense. Does no one here notice how absurd the situation is? What is the city management doing? No, actually, if he remembered correctly, countless people did use a public transport network here, mostly the underground trains. It was just that the network was similarly inadequate and failed to serve even such a tiny population, resulting in overcrowding and unbearably bleak peak traffic hours. Well, that last part actually made sense. With the primitive technology of the days before the dark times and no spell tech, digging underground tunnels must have been a real chore. However, the very reason why they had to be dug underground in the first place was that the surface roads were usurped by personal vehicles. Underground tunnels, huh? Somewhere far away, one of Sunnis' incarnations looked up with a glint in his eyes. Bastion was only starting to develop its own public transport networks, and there was no modern technology or spell tech in the dream realm either. However, there was Sunny. And Sunny had the shade of abundance at his disposal. How long would it take the sacred worm to create a vast network of tunnels under Bastion to serve as the foundation of a future metro system? Not long at all. Should I discuss it with Cassie? We'll need some engineers, sure, well, a lot of them, but as long as they remain unaware of how the tunnels will be created and who will create them, it can work splendidly. Sunny was distracted for a while, and by the time he came back to his senses, they were already near the ramshackle diner the devil detective used to frequent. If he was generous, the place could be called quaint and unassuming. If he wasn't, though, he'd call it a trash heap masquerading as an establishment where people were supposed to eat. The diner was small, shabby, and exceedingly sparse in decor. There was no decor to be mentioned, really, just a few cheap tables with similarly cheap chairs. It was mostly used by blue-collar workers, so there were only guests here during the lunch hours and in the evening, when people got off work. At the moment, the place was completely empty, with the exception of a grumpy waitress who disappeared somewhere immediately after delivering their order. The food, however, was miraculous. Oh gods! Sunny stared at Effie with wide eyes. Effie was similarly looking at him with an enraptured expression. There was unlimited clean drinking water. Every dish was made entirely from natural ingredients, with not a single synthetic morsel in sight. The flavors were rich, the side dishes were fresh, and could be refilled endlessly. And the portions were exceedingly generous. Despite all that, the meal was dirt cheap. How is this possible? Very few people in NQSC could afford to eat like this, and even those who could would have to pay a crazy amount of credits for such an amazing meal. The situation was a little better in the dream realm, but even there, most food was still synthetic and being imported from the waking world. Am I in heaven? For a while, Sunny was uncomfortably similar to Effie, practically inhaling the delicious food with little to no table manners and ordering more and more of it. After a while, extremely satiated and feeling sleepy from all the food, he looked at her groggily and asked, "By the way, why did you insist that we should talk in a private place?" Effie leaned back, eased her waistband, and patted her flat belly with a deeply satisfied grin. "Oh, it's nothing major. Just that, we'll probably die horribly if the locals notice us breaking character." Chapter 2463. The Lives of Others. He raised an eyebrow. How so? Effie let out a long sigh and poured herself a cup of water before speaking again. Eventually, she leaned back and said in a low tone, "Well, I don't know how you came about, but I was home, the home of the newly promoted Detective Athena of Mirage PD, that is. A married woman with a loving husband and an adorable kid, a couple of adorable kids, actually, a boy and a girl. Needless to say, those were not my kids and not my husband. So, when he went for a kiss, I was understandably not having it. Sunny frowned. Wait. You were aware of who you really are from the start? Effie nodded. Yes. We entered the Hall of Imagination, then, my memory is a bit hazy. The next thing I knew, I was standing in a living room, folding laundry. I was alone, mundane, and completely turned around. Before I could really figure out what had happened, I was assaulted by two overly enthusiastic kids who wanted to play cops and robbers with Mommy. Sunny scratched the back of his head. What the hell is cops and robbers? Effie scoffed. It's a local version of Awakened and Abominations, naturally. Anyway, yes, I was never under the illusion that I was the real Detective Athena. The kids were sweet and adorable, so even though I was weirded out of my mind, I went along with what was happening and tried to slowly regain my bearings while playing with them. That was how I figured out the basic facts about this place and learned to rummage in my counterparts' memories. So, everything went well, until her husband showed up. Sunny smiled darkly. What? Did you smack him when he went for a smooch? Effie let out a joyless chuckle. No, maybe I would have, but my instincts are still those of a saint. You know how it is, we need to be careful around mundane people, so the thought of striking him never even crossed my mind. I just dodged away and let him know in no uncertain terms that there would be no smooching, kissing, squeezing, fondling, or canoodling of any kind. Sunny gave her an exasperated look. I don't need the details, you know. She grinned. Why, not a fan of canoodling? That is not what Neff. Sunny scoffed. Hey, lady. I am not a fan. I am the artist. Effie stared at him silently for a few long moments, then threw her head back and exploded with laughter. Oh, gods. Did you really just say that? Sunny raised his chin defiantly and suppressed a smile. I did. Not only did I say it, but I also meant every word. She continued to laugh for a while longer, then wiped the tears off the corners of her eyes and looked at him with a wry smile. You know, Shadow Boy, you are actually not that scary up close, are you? Sunny shrugged. Not unless you are scared of innocuous stuff like dark demigods who command legions of dead souls and can damn you to eternal servitude, with not even death offering escape. I guess. Effie grinned. Right. She studied him for a bit, then sighed. Well, in any case. The moment I refused the affections of that man, the moment I broke character, something very creepy happened. He frowned. What? Effie gulped down her water and looked into the distance with a somber expression. He changed. Even creepier, though, was the fact that the kids changed, too. It was not that they turned into some hideous abominations or displayed dreadful powers, they just sort of froze, turned to look at me in eerie synchronicity, and stared. They still looked human, but there was nothing human about them at that moment. I don't know how to describe it, but there was something deeply wrong deep in their eyes. Something empty and utterly alien to what a human, or even an abomination, should be. Sunny's frown deepened. Sounds familiar. Effie nodded curtly. Yes. It was, indeed, familiar. In fact, I've seen eyes like those before. She looked into the window, at the torrent of passers-by rushing along under a river of umbrellas. I saw it during the war, in Bastion. When one of the others pretended to be Ether. Sunny's eyes narrowed, and a shiver ran down his spine. You mean? Effie looked at him darkly. Yes. My supposed husband, the adorable kids, the cops on the crime scene, the black snakes, the waitress who served us food, and the rest of those 20 million so-called people living in Mirage City are all others. Sunny froze, suddenly paralyzed by fear. It was not often that he felt fear these days. But the thought of 20 million others surrounding him from all sides more than deserved the honor of frightening him. In fact, if Sunny's ability to feel frightened had not deteriorated awfully after more than a decade of suffering all kinds of horrors, he would have been utterly terrified right now. Turning his head slowly, Sunny looked at the constant stream of pedestrians outside the window, the flood of noisy PTVs behind them, and the crowded forest of tall buildings stretching beyond the horizon. Suddenly, Mirage City did not seem so tiny anymore. It seemed like a boundless abyss containing unfathomable depths of terror instead. Effie grimaced. "Look! You are a supreme who has become a powerless mundane human. While they are the others who were made into powerless mundane humans. And as long as everyone plays their roles faithfully, they are bound by these roles, unable to be anything but what their characters are supposed to be. Luckily, I resumed acting like Detective Effie in time, and my creepy family returned to being normal as if nothing had happened." She smiled. "So, you can understand why I had to be careful when we first met. I was happy to see you, but also, I wasn't sure that you were you. I kept thinking, is this the real Lord of Shadows, or is this another who just happens to look like the Lord of Shadows? I couldn't just ask, since that would mean breaking character, so I decided to play along and see how things go." Inhaling slowly, Sunny looked back at Effie, lingered for a few moments, and asked in an even tone, "Are you sure that everyone here is another?" She shrugged. "Reasonably sure. Naturally, nobody really knows that much about the others. However," Effie sighed and poured herself more water. "It would make sense, wouldn't it? Clan Vela had always been wary of the others. That was because the others sometimes escaped from the Great Mirror. They came from the other side of Reflections, from True Bastion. But how did they come to be there, and where do they come from? Well, if the Great Mirror in False Bastion is really no more than a reflection of the true Great Mirror, then what if that is where they dwell? They are trapped inside the true Great Mirror, and now, we are too." Sunny inhaled slowly. "Yes, that does make sense, I guess." Effie chewed her lip, then said quietly, "It's that damn demon of imagination, Mirage, or whatever her name was. She created Rivergate, Bastion, and the Great Mirror. She must have put the others into the hidden realm inside the Great Mirror, as well. Hell, she might have created the eerie creeps, for all we know." Sunny tilted his head a little. "But why would an illusory realm created by the demon of imagination resemble an Earth city from before the dark times?" Effie looked around and smiled faintly. "That is the question, isn't it?" Chapter 2464. Palace of Imagination. Unless Mirage wasn't the one who created this city at all. Effie gave him a dubious look. If not the great and terrible demon of imagination, then who? This place is literally called Mirage City, for spell's sake. Sunny shook his head. Think about it. Mirage might have created Bastion, both its true and illusory versions, but that is not all Bastion is. It has been taken by the spell and turned into a citadel, a great citadel, no less. So, just like with other citadels, the spell would have taken what made this place special and given its master a way to use it, turning it into a component. Effie wrinkled her nose. "I don't follow. Are you saying that I, the current master of Bastion, created Mirage City?" Sunny shook his head again. "No, I don't think that it was you. I think that someone has co-opted that component of Bastion and created Mirage City in your stead." He hesitated for a few moments, then added, "Naturally, we don't know a lot about the demon of imagination. However, we know that her powers had to do with fantasies, illusions, and fanciful things like fairy-tale castles rising from the clouds reflected on the surface of water. And that her hobbies included creating lakes and tinkering with mirrors." Sunny smiled faintly. "So, what would be hidden in the heart of her cloud castle? A terrible weapon? A prison for eerie beings from the Reflections? No. I think that this place, this harrowing city imprisoning millions of others, is a playground." Effie laughed. "Wait, a playground? First a toy room, now a playground. Is this your weird way of making up for a dull childhood?" Sunny scoffed. "I wish. No, but I do think that this place, the Palace of Imagination, is created to be a playground of sorts. A realm where anything Mirage imagined would become reality, just like the illusory bastion, only devoid of permanence, capable of changing according to her every whim. Complete with beings to populate that reality and play whatever roles she wanted them to. After all, the only thing the demon of imagination could not create was living beings. That was something only the gods could do. Well, and never. Effie leaned back and frowned. But either demon of imagination is gone, and this playground of hers was turned into a component of Bastion by the nightmare spell, thus allowing Awaken to control it. Sunny nodded. Only the original masters of Bastion, Warden and Anvil, never discovered the mirror maze, and never made it to the Palace of Imagination. Instead, someone else slipped his way here and made this place his. Effie's frown deepened. Mordred. Her tone was not at all enthused. In fact, Sunny had rarely heard his easygoing friend sound so somber. He was not too happy, either. It was either him or Morgan. Had to be. I don't know whether they created this city consciously or if the Great Mirror simply extracted the blueprint from their subconscious, but it was definitely one of them. Effie blinked a couple of times. Right. Morgan is also here, but we have no idea where either of them is. Sunny smirked. Says who? Actually, I have already located both Morgan and Mordred. Oh, I also found Saint while I was at it. Effie blinked a few times. When did you, actually, never mind. Wow, Shadow Boy. You really do work fast. So fast, in fact, that it makes me wonder if you're as quick in. Sunny gave her chair a kick under the table, winced at the pain in his mundane foot, and said, Mordred is the young CEO of the Valiant Group, which is a private conglomerate that basically controls the city. The politicians, the courts, the police, pretty much everyone is in their pocket, so he is all but untouchable. Effie raised her eyebrows. What? How is that even possible? I mean, a private company having more power than the government, let alone the people. That sounds completely implausible, does it not? Sunny shrugged. Sure, sounds far-fetched. But we are in an imaginary realm, remember? It's only reasonable that some things here will be entirely fantastical, not at all based in reality. He wasn't sure how things worked before the dark times, but a society completely ruled by money and private interest seemed like too irrational a concept to have existed. Human greed was boundless, after all, so who in their right mind would base a world order around that? Imagining what would happen to the world if Ica was in charge, Sunny was suddenly covered in cold sweat. By the dead gods. Let's hope that she never becomes a sovereign. He smiled weakly and shook his head. Well, think about the great clans. Could the government, let alone the people, have done anything against them? No. In that sense, the Valiant Group is not that different from the great clan Valiant. Sunny sighed. Saint has become a hotshot psychiatrist in an elite, high-security mental hospital. While Morgan is a patient in that hospital. Effie looked at him in surprise. What? Morgan is in a crazy house. He nodded. Yes. I saw her myself, actually. She told me to find you. It was just that I had no idea who you were when she did. Effie frowned. Morgan knew who she was, too? That makes two of us who weren't brainwashed by this place, and one of you who was. What makes you different? No, wait, why did she tell you to find me? How did she even know that I am here with you? Sunny remained silent for a little while, then shook his head. I don't know why you two weren't affected by Mirage City. As for the rest, I don't think Morgan knew that you were here. She told me to find you for a reason, though. Think about it, how did I regain my senses? Effie blinked a couple of times. Well, we roughed those thugs up, then you just sort of did? After I told you to snap out of it. Sunny nodded again. Indeed. You touched me and told me to snap out of it. And I did. I don't think it was a coincidence, either. Rather, I think that you have some authority here as the master of Bastion. That was why Morgan told me to find you. That was indeed the most logical conclusion. Sunny would have loved to believe that he regained his senses thanks to the power of friendship. After all, Kai had managed to return him from the mire of Shadow Dance by reminding him of those he cared about, but he knew that something more was at play here. This place, Mirage City, was no mere illusion. It was fantasy made reality, fueled by the fantastical power of the demon of imagination. It was no less real than any other place in the dream realm, and what Sunny had escaped from was not merely a delusion, it was the sorcery of a demon. No matter how highly he thought of himself, he knew he was not powerful enough to overcome the will of Mirage, the demon of imagination. Instead, he had regained his sense of self through a mechanism built by her into the Great Mirror. Effie grinned. Oh. It's nice to know that I have some authority here, not that I feel very authoritative. I don't think that I can control this place freely, nothing I tried really worked until now. It's as if something is blocking my way. Sunny looked at her darkly. Well, naturally. After all, someone has stolen your, let's call it administrator rights. She pursed her lips, pouting, then gave Sunny an inquisitive look. Darn thieves. What do we do, then? He shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Find the bastard, get your control of the component back, find what I am looking for, and get the hell out of here. Sunny thought for a bit, and then added in a morose tone. Of course, it won't be very easy. Because we must achieve all that, while playing the roles of a jaded detective who doesn't play by the rules and his perky young partner flawlessly. Chapter 2465. Buried Evidence. Perky young partner, who? Well, I sure am perky, thanks for noticing, I guess, but young? I think you're younger than me. Sunny let out a heavy sigh and suppressed the desire to palm his face. He stared the grinning woman in the eye and answered in a slightly disgruntled tone. Age is a relative thing. I might have been born a couple of years later than you, but have I lived less than you? At this point, even I am not sure. Among other things, I am living 7 lives at the same time. Does that mean that I am aging 7 times faster? Who knows, I definitely don't. Point is, the devil detective is your counterpart senior. So, treat me accordingly. Effie's grin widened a little, and her eyes glistened. All right, big brother. Sunny shuddered. No, no. None of that, never. She batted her eyelashes innocently, then leaned back and shrugged. Well, whatever. In any case, what is our next step? Sunny contemplated her question for a while. Eventually, he frowned. Our target is Mordred, the CEO of the Veiler Group. Besides him, there are 2 secondary persons of interest, Saint and Morgan. Saint does not seem to remember herself, acting out the role assigned to her by the Great Mirror. That of his inordinately gorgeous therapist. Who talked? Sunny remembered the bizarre experience of seeing, and hearing, the human version of Saint. Now that he had regained his sense of self, he did not know how to feel about that. It was fascinating, a little thrilling, but mostly, it felt completely and utterly wrong. He cleared his throat, then continued. You must not know a lot about Saint, but she can become an extremely valuable ally to us, as long as we manage to remind her of who she is. More importantly, she can help us gain access to Morgan. His expression darkened. Saint is valuable, but Morgan is priceless. What we lack the most at the moment is information, and she seems to know a lot about what is going on, much more than we do, at least. However, getting to her won't be easy. That asylum is like an impenetrable fortress, built to prevent anyone from both getting in and getting out. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then added somberly. As for Mordred, well, he is probably the most well-guarded person in Mirage City. We don't know whether he remembers himself or not, all we know is that he is somehow connected to the nihilist case. Effie raised an eyebrow. Oh? Wait, before, the devil detective mentioned that he knew who the nihilist was and that he only needed concrete evidence to prove it. Don't tell me that he meant the most powerful person in the city. When Sunny remained silent, Effie's eyes widened. The young CEO of the Vela Group, a Mordred, that creep, goes around gruesomely murdering people at night. Sunny sighed. The devil detective was sure that it was Mordred, but I am not. He had a reason to hate that guy, though. Frowning, Sunny tried to parse through the vague, dreamlike memories of his counterpart. There were facts, there were emotions, there were thoughts and suspicions, all painted in dark hues by hatred, obsession, and insomnia. After a while, he explained. Everyone thinks that the nihilist has never left any clues behind, but actually, that is not true. There was a piece of evidence at the first crime scene, a blood sample that did not belong to the victim. That DNA test revealed that it belonged to none other than the heir of Vela Group, Mordred. Effie arched her eyebrows. What? There was evidence connecting him to the crime scene. Why is he still walking free, then? Sunny smiled bitterly. Because he had an ironclad alibi. There was video evidence proving that Mordred was on the other side of the city when the murder took place, so the higher-ups chose to suppress the investigation. The blood sample was destroyed, and everyone who had come in contact with it was threatened into silence. He shook his head. The devil detective was the person in charge of the case, though, and he refused to let go. He believed that the video recording had been doctored, so the investigation into the Vela Group and its CEO continued with the Homicide Division captain's silent approval. Effie looked at him in confusion. What happened next? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said in an even tone. The captain got into an unfortunate accident and passed away. My counterpart was convinced that she was killed because of the investigation and tried to accost Mordred, getting into an altercation with his security team. Needless to say, that was an unwise decision. The nihilist had become a public menace by then, though, so they could not simply get rid of me. Instead, I was sent to a court-mandated psychological counseling and suspended pending a psychiatric evaluation. He sighed. And here we are. Effie considered his words for a while, then smiled faintly. So that is why you were so excited when those thugs pointed at the Vela Group. The identity of the latest victim gives us an excuse to dig into Mordred again. Sunny nodded. Yes. They can bury a blood sample, but, ironically enough, they can't bury a corpse. Now that a person directly tied to Vela was killed by the nihilist, we can openly investigate them, and nobody will be able to pressure us into giving up that lead without risking an avalanche of public outrage. Effie smiled. So, the first thing we need to do is figure out how exactly that Black Snake kid was connected to the Vela Group, right? That will give us an official reason to approach Mordred. And once we approach Mordred... Sunny smiled darkly. We'll play it by ear. Oh, by the way, Morgan told me something else back when I saw her. His smile turned cold all of a sudden. She told me that Mordred can actually be killed here. Effie raised an eyebrow. You're not planning to just assassinate him in broad daylight, are you? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head with a sigh of regret. No, that would probably be out of character for the devil detective. He looked at Effie and smiled. It does sound tempting, though. Chapter 2466. Changing the World. Sunny remembered how to properly fuel the devil detective's archaic PTV and stopped at a gas station, then checked his mental map of Mirage City and hesitantly plotted the course. As they drove, the quaint vistas of the ancient city slowly ceased to look so odd. He was getting used to the strange architecture, the abundance of noisy PTVs, the lack of quarantine zones, and the flat nature of it all. The people were the strangest, though, even if it took him a while to realize what that strangeness was. It was the lack of fear. The people of Mirage City all had their worries, of course, but their eyes lacked the subtle alertness that all humans of the waking world shared. A nightmare gate could open in front of them at any moment. After all, a sleeper who had slipped through the cracks could turn into a nightmare creature and go on a rampage. The humans of the waking world had grown accustomed to the constant threat of a sudden, senseless death and did not allow it to interfere with their lives. But that fear still left a mark on them. Here in Mirage City, though, there was no such threat. People were not immortal, but all the dangers they faced were mundane. They did not suffer the existential dread that the inhabitants of reality did, and were not ruled by a great and sinister power they were powerless against, the nightmare spell. Sunny wondered what it would have felt like to live in a world that was free of the tyranny of nightmares. To live without fear. They would probably invent fears of their own, and live in a prison built of those. Effie looked at him for a while, then asked in a lazy tone. "Hey, partner. I've been thinking." Sunny suppressed a groan. That didn't bode well. "About what?" Effie lingered for a moment, then shrugged with a grin. "It's just that, wasn't this adventure supposed to prepare me for becoming a sovereign? But instead, I ended up becoming mundane, 3 whole ranks further away from supremacy than I used to be. How come Kai gets to battle harrowing fallen deities, but I am stuck fist-fighting third-rate thugs while dodging the advances of another who thinks that he's my husband? That's just not fair." Sunny gave her a sidelong glance. "This adventure is indeed meant to help prepare you for the 4th nightmare. But Kai and you are different people. What you need to learn is different, too." She raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And what is it that you think I must learn?" He exhaled slowly. "Well, about that, actually, I am not too sure. You are a deceptive person, but in a different way from me." Effie stared at him in confusion for a while, then exploded with laughter. "Me? A deceptive person? What are you talking about? I am an open book." Sunny scoffed. "This is exactly what I am talking about. There are 2 of you, really. There is Effie. Raised by wolves, a cheerful and easygoing woman who glides through life without taking anything too seriously. This is who everyone meets. But beneath it all, there is also Athena, born from being eaten alive, an astute and calloused person who had to fight desperately for each step she had taken in this world. This one, most people fail to see, but I know that she's there." Effie studied him for a few moments, then whistled and looked away. "Wow. You are hopeless, you know that." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "No, I don't. What are you talking about?" She chuckled. "I mean, you just can't imagine that an astute person can be cheerful and easygoing, can you? Listen, you morose killjoy, you're entirely wrong. There is only one of me. I am not hiding behind a false facade of cheerfulness. I just know how to enjoy life, even if it seems too bitter to swallow at times." Sunny smiled faintly. "Too bitter to swallow, it's all food metaphors with you, huh?" He remained silent for a bit, then shrugged. "Point is, Kai lacks confidence in himself. But you don't, on the contrary, you know exactly what you want, and you are not afraid to get it. In fact, I think that this is exactly the problem. You have already gotten everything you wanted. You've built the kind of life for yourself that leaves you entirely satisfied. So, you are not desperate enough." Effie raised an eyebrow. "Me? Not desperate enough? I feel desperate way too often, partner. Every time I look at my husband and at my son, I feel desperate to protect them because I know all too well what is coming for all of us." Her voice had turned somber, losing its usual carefree tone for a short moment. Sunny shook his head. "That is the thing, though. A sovereign is someone who can reshape the world to fit their will, so, all supremes are born from a desperate wish to change the world. Otherwise, where would their determination to reshape it come from? But you don't want to change the world. Rather, you want to make sure that the world maintains its shape, because it already fits you. You are the only person I know who is truly satisfied with their life, and that. I am not sure if that is enough." Sunny was suddenly reminded of a conversation he had had with Effie a long time ago. He had shared his desire to be stronger than Nephis, and Effie told him that he would never be stronger than Nephis unless he found conviction. That was one of the reasons he had undertaken a perilous journey to Antarctica, in the end. What he was telling her now wasn't exactly the same, but he still couldn't help but feel that their roles were reversed. Effie remained silent for a while, then sighed. Is it such a sin to be satisfied with one's life? Sunny shook his head. No, it's not. In fact, if you know some secret way to achieve that, please teach me. Effie laughed, then looked at him with a grin. Ah, so you want me to teach you about satisfaction? Okay, listen well, it's time for another one of Auntie Effie's lessons. Sunny's eyes widened. Oh, no. He suddenly realized that he was trapped in a PTV with her, with nowhere to escape. Chapter 2467. A Troublesome Discovery. There were not a lot of the aforementioned troubled youths in sight, considering the pouring rain, but the buildings themselves looked clean and well maintained. There was a main building where classes took place, 2 dormitories, a cafeteria hall, and so on. Overall, the youth center looked like a campus of a prestigious, well-to-do university. There was even a street musician on the corner, playing a peaceful tune on an old guitar while hiding under a large black umbrella. Sunny and Effie looked at each other warily. After a while, he said, "The more innocent it looks." Effie ended the sentence with a frown. "The creepier it usually is." Neither of them liked the idea of the Valiant group and Mordred collecting young delinquents in an unassuming private facility, supposedly to help them. Who knew what kind of shady things were going on here? After hesitating for a while, Sunny sighed. "You go talk to whoever is in charge here. I'll look around." They presented their badges to the security guard at the entrance and were admitted inside after some mild resistance. Effie headed for the main building to find the director of the youth center, while Sunny lingered at the gate for a while before leaving to explore the territory. They met back at the car some time later, both wearing troubled expressions. "What did you find?" Sunny's voice was even. Effie studied him for a bit, then said somberly, "You first." He sighed. "Well, it seems completely normal." Her expression cleared. "Right? I found absolutely nothing to suggest that there's something shady going on in this place. The director is a very nice old lady. She told me everything I needed to know, and was genuinely upset to learn that the kid had been killed." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "Right. I walked around the whole territory and even spoke to a few residents. Everything seems above board. The youths are content, well cared for, and happy. There are no strange vibes, no creepy undertones, nothing suspicious at all. From everything I saw, it seems like a completely legitimate charitable organization that is both funded well and managed well, with everyone doing their hardest to make sure that these kids receive a bright future." They stared at each other in utter confusion. Why would Mordred run a real charity? And do so earnestly, voluntarily, and with no secret agenda to boot? Sunny did not have shadow sense at the moment, while his other senses had been suppressed to the level of a mundane person. However, he still had his experience, instinct, and intuition, and yet, everything was telling him that there was nothing sinister or shady about the Center for Troubled Youths. Even the devil detective's dormant hostility could not find fault with this place. Effie scratched the back of her head. "Very weird." Sunny was inclined to agree. It was indeed extremely weird, but there was nothing they could do about it. In fact, why would they want to do something? It was strange to be unhappy that the youths weren't being exploited for nefarious purposes. He shook his head. "Anyway, did you find out anything?" Effie remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, yes, sure. The victim was indeed a resident of this youth center at some point. However, he graduated successfully around a year ago. Many of these kids either get sponsored by the Valiant group and go on to receive higher education or are helped with seeking employment. The Valiant group has countless entry-level positions, so most of the latter end up being employed internally." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "So, the victim was an employee of the Valiant group?" Effie nodded. "Indeed. In fact, he worked in its corporate security branch. Basically, he was a security guard. And not only that, he was posted in the Valor Group's main office. Sunny's gaze grew sharper. Oh? Meaning? Effie grinned. Indeed. He had a chance to interact with Mordred on a daily basis. So if you wanted a reason to go and pay that bastard a visit, congratulations. Wishes do come true. Sunny smiled darkly, then looked at the sky. The sky was obscured by a thick layer of clouds, so he grimaced and looked at his watch instead. Then, he cursed quietly. Hey, how the hell do I read time from an analog watch? Effie blinked a couple of times. What's an analog watch? It took them a couple of minutes to figure out the barbaric technology of the bygone era. Determining that it was already evening, Sunny sighed. I don't think we'll be able to catch Mordred at work at the moment. So, let's pay him a visit tomorrow morning. Effie shrugged. Sure. So, are we clocking out, then? Her voice was lacking enthusiasm, which prompted Sunny to give her a long look. If you don't want to go home, you can crash at my place. Granted, the devil detective was not the cleanest of people, but since I doubt that you'll be scared away by a little mess, it should be fine. She smiled. Is that your way of calling me a slob? In any case, thanks, but no thanks. I don't think that abandoning her children and spending the night at a strange man's place would be in character for my counterpart. So, I'll head home. She looked around, then added sheepishly. Or rather, I'll trouble you to drive me home, partner. I barely figured out how to get to the crime scene after receiving the call. Now, I am completely turned around. Sunny sighed and unlocked the archaic PTV. Sure, no problem. Get in, partner. Chapter 2468. Home Bitter Home. How fun. The door was made from a sheet of ordinary metal, while the walls around it were nothing but concrete panels. In other words, even a dormant nightmare creature could easily rip through the door or crash through the walls, but then again, there were no abominations in this world. So, these pitiful safety measures could very well stop anyone uninvited from entering the apartment. That said, the devil detective was a paranoid guy, and for a good reason. As a cop, he had a lot of enemies, and his nasty temperament did not earn him any friends either. So, one of the empty bottles scattered around the apartment actually served a purpose. Following a habit that belonged to someone else, Sunny locked the door and carefully balanced the bottle on its handle. That way, if someone picked the locks and tried to enter quietly in the middle of the night, the bottle was going to fall and break loudly, alerting him to the presence of an intruder. Sunny was usually guarded by one of the shadows, so this level of caution felt both unfamiliar and new. Turning away from the door, he studied his place of residence. Dust everywhere, empty bottles and plastic food containers scattered on the floor, oil stains, and streaks on every glass surface. With a sigh, Sunny removed the bottle from the door handle and opened the curtains. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and got to cleaning. An hour or two later, after a few visits to the nearby trash containers, the apartment finally started to resemble a place suitable for human life. Locking the door once more, Sunny lowered himself into a threadbare armchair and let out a heavy sigh. It was ridiculous to admit, but this little amount of physical activity had tired him out. His muscles ached, not from battling some terrible nightmare creature, but from fighting mundane thugs and dust. Such an indignity. He was sleepy. Before dragging his tired body to the bed, however, Sunny took the primitive communicator out of his pocket, struggled against the unfamiliar interface for a while, and finally managed to dial the number Saint had given him. For a few moments, strange noises poured into his ear. Then, the enthralling voice of his supposed therapist resounded from the communicator, making Sunny shiver against his will. Yes? He lingered for a few moments, then spoke in a neutral tone. Dr. Saint, good evening. This is Detective Sunless from Mirage PD. I wanted to discuss future therapy sessions. A few minutes later, he put down the communicator and closed his eyes. The echoes of Saint's voice were still resounding in his ears. This is so strange. To hear her talk. Before Sunny knew it, he fell into the soft embrace of sleep. In a different part of Mirage City, earlier, Effie had spent a long time standing in front of the door of a small, cozy villa. Eventually, she took a deep breath, put on a bright smile, and walked in. "Moomy! Mama!" Two energetic kids rushed to her, their faces shining with happiness and adoration. Effie leaned down to catch them, then lifted them into the air, feeling little arms wrap around her neck and kisses being planted on her cheeks. "Mommy is home! Mama! Mama!" Failing to resist the overflowing cuteness, Effie nuzzled the children. Her forced smile gradually turned into a natural one. "Oh, my! Who are these little darlings? Are you my kids? No way! My precious children were way smaller when I left home. How did you grow up this much in just a day? Ooh? If this continues, you'll be carrying Mommy instead by the end of the week." The children giggled as she brought them into the living room. "No." Effie let the babysitter go, then got busy caring for the children herself. She prepared them food with unfamiliar ingredients, read them unfamiliar books, played unfamiliar games with them, and helped them wash in an unfamiliar bathroom. Her counterpart's children were younger than her dumpling was. He had grown up too fast, which left her feeling wistful. So, spending time with these little cuties lifted her mood. Of course, they weren't children at all. The cute little boy and the adorable little girl who called her Mommy were the others, the terrifying, unfathomable beings forced into the shape of children by the Great Mirror. But they looked so real, and acted so real. More than that, her counterpart's dreamlike memories were still flowing like a hazy river in her mind, memories full of real love and affection for these tiny bundles of joy and innocence, just like she was full of fierce love and affection for her own. It was a maddening contradiction, to find herself caring for little children who treated her like their mother, but were not hers, children who were innocent and pure, but at the same time monstrous and frightening. Effie could feel herself reeling. But despite all that, and even knowing better, she simply could not bring herself to treat them like monsters. Perhaps it was the mother in her, but the sight of the childlike smiles made her heart both flutter and ache. Ah! What am I going to do? At some point, her counterpart's husband returned from work. He was tall, he was handsome, he was gentle and sweet. But he wasn't her husband. He was not the man she loved. His features were different, his voice was different, his smile was different, and for that reason everything about him was hateful. The kids were asleep, and now, it was time for her and her supposed husband to go to bed, too. However, Effie was not having it. "Here. You go sleep on the couch." She handed the startled man a rolled-up blanket and a pillow. He looked at her with eyes full of confusion. "Up, darling? What did I do?" Effie smiled. Indeed, what did the poor guy do? She couldn't really tell him that there was only one man allowed into her bed, her husband, and that he was not that man, that he was not even a man. He was an other pretending to be one. So Effie employed a tactic tried and tested by countless generations of women. Giving the other husband an offended look, she said in a wrathful tone, "You have the gall to ask? Wow, just wow. Go figure it out. You'll be sleeping on the couch until you do." The man paled. But, darling." Not hearing any objections, she pushed him out of the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Finally alone, Effie let out a relieved sigh. Looking at her empty bed, she then sighed again. Damn, was I swindled? I really can't see how any of this will help me become supreme. I want to go home. Chapter 2469. World of Abundance. You're late. Sonny cursed under his breath. Do you know what I had to do on the way here? Effie shrugged. No idea. Why? Sonny gave the steering wheel of the PTV an annoyed push. I had to refuel this piece of junk. Again? She stared at him in shock. What? No way. These things need to be refueled daily. He nodded a few times. That's what I'm saying. That pungent, flammable fuel? Turns out, they burn through it faster than I burn through essence. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shook her head and put on her seatbelt. No, but really, daily? What a hassle. Sunny was inclined to agree. As they drove to their destination, Effie explained what she managed to salvage from her counterpart's memory last evening. Most of it had to do with police procedures and protocols they had to follow, paperwork, briefing the press, coordinating with other teams, and so on. Actually, I already received a phone call from the captain. There is going to be a press conference tomorrow afternoon, where I am supposed to make a statement to answer a few questions. The journalists are dying to know about the nihilist and his latest victim. Obviously, they are also dying to castigate the police department and lament the lack of progress in catching him. I'm the designated punching bag, I guess. Sunny smiled faintly. That should be nothing new for you, though? You've been the propaganda machine's favorite ever since the Forgotten Shore. Remember those posters of you they plastered all around NQSC? The first batch, I mean. Effie stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. Oh, gods! You saw those? Wow, made an impression, did I? Well, her armor certainly did. Sunny scoffed. Some of them took entire facades of huge buildings. You were hard to miss. She grinned and looked into the window, at the colorful billboards decorating the buildings of Mirage City. They were propaganda posters, as well, only of a different, far more subtle kind. Instead of the government pushing a false narrative onto its citizens to control the population, these were made by private enterprises to manipulate people into consuming their goods. It was hard to tell which was more invasive. It is both wonderful and sinister, don't you think? Sunny raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She pointed to the city outside the window. This world, a world of abundance. Of prosperity so extreme and staggering that it has become a problem in and of itself. A world that is based on endless growth, and therefore can never allow itself to slow down, even a little, even for a brief moment, no matter if there is still a reason to rush forward or not. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. To be honest, I am not very familiar with how the world was before the dark times. I only know the romantic version of it, the great golden age of humanity before all the problems started, and all that. A lost era of peace and prosperity. People usually talk about this time as some kind of a lost paradise. Effie smiled. I guess it was, for a while. As close to a paradise as we have ever come. She sighed. Of course, the construction of that paradise was financed by borrowing from the future, which ended up causing all those problems to begin with when the time to pay up arrived. Still, I like it here. She opened her paper bag and pulled out a small carton painted in brown and white. Do you know what this is? Sunny almost flinched. That tone, that glint in her eyes, he knew it all too well. It was the look of insatiable avarice and utter obsession, which Sunny himself wore when looking at soul shards and piles of treasure. What is she? Effie drew in a shaky breath. This just might be the greatest invention humanity has ever made. It is called chocolate milk. This era has it, but ours doesn't, so how can I be critical of the past? The world has really gone to crap since then. Opening the carton, she took a big sip and leaned back with a blissful smile. Arth. Sunny gave her a dubious look. Did you, by any chance, steal this from your kids? Effie gave him a look of outrage. What? Of course not. They still have apple juice, okay? Sunny shook his head reproachfully. Aha. Well, do you at least have another carton so I could try it, too? Effie brought the paper back closer to her chest, looking at him defensively. No. He looked at her in indignation. Wait, you didn't just go on and on singing praises to this chocolate milk of yours without planning to share it with your senior, did you? Effie stared at him with an open mouth for a while. Listen, senior. I'm a growing girl. Sunny almost choked. A growing girl? Where are you planning to grow? If you grow any more, your head will punch through the roof. Effie grinned. What, jealous? Instead of answering, Sunny snatched her paper bag. Hey! Give it back. The car swayed slightly, continuing on its way. Soon enough, they reached the headquarters of the Valiant Group. The building was hard to miss. It was almost the same height as the dormitory hives in NQSC, towering above the landscape like a glass spire. It was impossible to see its tip when standing on the ground below, no matter how much one craned their neck, and trying was enough to make one's head spin. Effie whistled. You know, the Valiant Group used to have its main offices in a different skyscraper, which was the tallest building in Mirage City. But then, a different conglomerate built one that was even taller. And then a third conglomerate built one even taller than that, until the Valiant Group built this one, which is the current tallest. She grinned. These guys really like to measure whose tower is the biggest, huh? I wonder what can be behind their obsession with tower sizes. Sunny stared at the glass skyscraper for a few moments. I'm not really interested in their tower measuring contests. By the way, what does the Valiant Group even do? I mean, what's their business? Effie scratched her head. Everything is their business. Your communicator? They made it. Your PTV? They built it. Your apartment complex? They both built it and own it. Your furniture, your clothes, your food, your cops, your politicians, anything you point at in Mirage City, chances are, it exists because of the Valiant Group. Sunny remained silent for a while. How bizarre. Then, he looked at her and smiled. So, let's go take the CEO of the Valiant Group down, shall we? Effie chuckled. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 2470. Glass Spire. Effie was stunning enough to turn heads, but her lackadaisical athleisure ensemble seemed too casual and sloppy. As for Sunny, his cheap, nondescript cop clothes looked outright shabby and inappropriate in this grandiose temple to money and power. Nevertheless, both carried themselves with absolute confidence, as if they owned the place, which only brought them more attention. Here we go. Walking over to the vast reception desk, Sunny showed his badge to the nearest receptionist. Detective Sunless and Detective Athena of Mirage PD. We are here to meet Mr. Mordred. The young woman looked between the two of them with a lost expression, at least for a moment. Then, her training kicked in. Her expression instantly changed to that of an extremely polite brick wall, and she said with a flawlessly neutral smile. Oh, I see. Do you have an appointment? Sunny mentally translated her words. No chance in hell. Be gone, peasants. Of course, not just anybody could meet the CEO of the Valiant Group. In fact, very few people could, and a couple of lowly detectives were definitely not in that small, exceedingly elite club. He responded to the receptionist's smile with one of his own. No. Do you have hearing loss? She blinked. Excuse me. Effie leaned on the desk languidly. My partner was wondering which part of what he had said you failed to hear. Was it Detective Ors Mirage PD? Or do you just think that police officers have nothing to do all day and would seek out your CEO without a reason? We have an important and official reason to see him, so hurry up and get him into a room with us. Sunny raised an eyebrow and waved his badge in the air. Or are you blind? Did you perhaps not see our identification? The receptionist maintained her professional smile. I am not sure Effie shook her head and said loudly. Wait, no. They wouldn't keep a deaf, blind girl at the reception, that'd just be cruel. Perhaps they simply don't care that the nihilist is walking around killing people. By then, they were already being slowly surrounded by security guards, who weren't even trying to be subtle about it. Sunny sighed, and then added in a similarly loud tone. Killing people, including their own colleagues. My, what a shame. It seems that the Valiant group treats police officers with contempt and is refusing to help the investigation. Are they just callous, or do they have something to hide? Goodness gracious, what a sad turn of events. He felt a little guilty about putting the poor receptionist on the spot. Gods knew she was probably just hoping to get through the day, but at the same time, she was guarding the gates of hell, so a bit of torment came with the territory. The security guards had surrounded him and Effie by that point, looking at each other with troubled expressions. The loud voices had also gathered a small crowd. If office workers were known for one thing, it was that they often suffered from boredom. So, they were not going to miss a bit of drama to fuel the gossip. That was what Sonny wanted. He knew, of course, that getting to Mordred was not going to be easy. In fact, it was all but impossible in the short term. Even if an employee of the Valiant group had been killed by the Nihilist, that did not mean that they could just go and interrogate the CEO. They would have to go through a chain of increasingly important people first, starting from some poor exec and working their way upward from there. So, he was fully prepared for that long and arduous process. Making a scene in the lobby was merely the first step. The threat of a public disturbance would force someone in the hierarchy of the Valiant group to appease them, which was going to be a start. Effie sighed and reached into her paper bag to produce a sandwich. Unwrapping it slowly, she said, "Well, what can we do? I guess I won't have anything to tell the press tomorrow, just that our attempts at cooperation with the Valiant group were, sadly, met with a pronounced lack of enthusiasm. It just breaks my heart to imagine what people will say the next time the Nihilist strikes. Could it have been prevented? Could the Valiant group have helped? I guess we'll never know." The receptionist paled a little, then exchanged a series of glances with a senior colleague. Finally, she smiled weakly. "Oh, no. I'm afraid you misunderstood, detectives. Let me contact a superior and see what I can do. Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like a cup of coffee?" Sonny once again translated her words. "Shut up and stop making a scene, bastards. Go sit in a corner like good children while we find a scapegoat to entertain you for a bit." At the same time, an avalanche of phone calls would probably descend on the homicide division captain, who would get screamed at by half a dozen people to remind him to keep his subordinates under control. Sonny glanced at the nervous security guards, then at the receptionist. Eventually, he shrugged. "I don't want coffee. Do you have chocolate milk?" The receptionist gave him a very strange look. "What?" "I'm not sure." Sonny frowned. "Then that won't do." But before he could continue to apply pressure to hopefully get a more important scapegoat, and therefore shave off a couple of steps to the unreachable, deific CEO of the all-powerful Valiant group, a pleasant voice suddenly resounded from behind. "Excuse me. Perhaps I can help." Sonny froze. Effie did, too. They glanced at each other tensely, then slowly turned around. Behind them, a striking man in an immaculately tailored, slightly flamboyant yet elegant suit was standing in a circle of bodyguards. He seemed to be around 30, tall and in perfect shape, with pale skin and raven-black hair. His face was on the sharper side, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. Everything about him screamed of wealth and class: the emerald fabric of his bespoke suit, the subtle splendor of his luxury watch, the precious gemstones on his cufflinks and tie pin. But more than wealth, the man emanated the feeling of power. It was a different kind of presence from the oppressive aura his father used to possess. Instead, the man seemed friendly and mild. And yet, anyone could tell that he was someone extraordinary simply because of how absolutely relaxed and at ease he seemed, as if nothing in the world could possibly pose a problem to him. His tie was loose, and a few buttons of his designer shirt were stylishly missing. There was an easy, relaxed smile on his face, and a spark of curiosity in his strange eyes that resembled two pools of liquid silver, reflecting the world back on itself. Noticing their strange expressions, the man blinked a few times. "Oh, where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself." But of course, the man needed no introduction. He was the young CEO of the Valiant group. Mordred. Chapter 2471. A happy family. Tension and wariness written on their own faces. How could they not be alarmed? This was Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, a man who was no different from a wicked demon, only more sinister by far. Sure, Sunny had foiled Mordred's plans repeatedly, but that did not make the mirror wraith any less threatening. The remains of the House of Night could attest to that. From the mild and innocent look in the Valiant Group CEO's eyes, though, he did not seem to remember his true self. But then again, this was Mordred they were talking about. The man was more adept in deception and acting than even Sunny himself was. Had he truly forgotten who he was, or was he merely pretending? There was no way to tell. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. Then, he spoke with a neutral expression. "Good morning, Mr. Mordred. I am Detective Sunless, and this is Detective Athena from the Homicide Division of the Mirage City Police. We were hoping to speak to you regarding an ongoing investigation." Mordred studied them for a moment. "Well, in that case, why don't we speak in my office? If there is anything I can do to help you catch that terrible man, naturally, I must help." Sunny blinked. "That easy? What is he playing at?" At that moment, one of the bodyguards whispered something in Mordred's ear. Mordred glanced at Sunny, then shrugged with a faint smile. "Oh, I am sure that Detective Sunless had his reasons. There must have been some misunderstanding." With that, he gestured to the elevators. "Please, follow me." Sunny and Effie followed him, only to find out that there was a separate, far more luxurious elevator that seemed to be accessible only to the CEO. As they ascended the impressive length of the Valiant Tower, Mordred's bodyguards were drilling holes in their backs with hostile stares. Their employer, meanwhile, seemed perfectly at ease. "Detective Athena. I am quite sorry to presume, but have we met before? You seem familiar." Sunny frowned, wondering if that was Mordred's way of hinting that he remembered them. Effie forced out a smile. "I really don't think so. Where would a humble public servant like me meet the illustrious CEO of the Valiant Group?" Mordred lingered a little bit, then suddenly beamed. "Athena, oh. Why, of course. Weren't you a national athlete? You really made us proud. I still remember the spear throw that won you the first golden medal. It was such a marvelous sight. I can't believe I get to meet you." Effie coughed. "Oh, that's right. That was so many years ago, though. I'm surprised you remember." Mordred smiled. "Our family is very passionate about sports. A representative of Mirage City bringing home a whole collection of medals, how could I ever forget? What the hell is going on?" Sunny suddenly felt out of place. Why was he riding an elevator with Mordred, and why was Mordred fanboying over meeting Effie? What kind of bizarreness was this? Soon enough, they arrived in a lavish office that took up most of the uppermost floor of the Valiant Tower. The walls were made out of armored glass, so one could see most of Mirage City from here, sprawled far below and stretching toward the horizon. The people populating it looked like ants from the height, and perhaps that was what they were for someone as powerful as the CEO of the Valiant Group. The most stunning thing in Mordred's office was not the view, though, and not the unimaginably expensive decor either. Rather, it was a large framed photo hanging on the wall like a cherished art piece. On it, a smiling man and a beautiful woman were looking into the camera, embracing a sullen teenage boy and an adorable girl with black locks. There were a few other people there, as well, all surrounded by a happy and affectionate atmosphere. Sunny recognized them, of course. They were the Valiant family, both those whom he met and those who had perished many years ago. The teenage boy and the younger girl were Mordred and Morgan. The beautiful woman was Gwyn of Valiant, the smiling man was Anvil. Sunny stared at the photo with wide eyes. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would see the King of Swords smiling happily one day. "What the?" Noticing his gaze, Mordred smiled as well. "Not as sparey as people say, are we?" He chuckled and pointed at a dignified old man standing behind the smiling pair. This is my grandfather, the founder of the Vela Group, an outstanding engineer and a man of keen business acumen. Everything around us exists because of his hard work and leadership. He is retired now, of course, spending his days tinkering with old machines and pestering his grandkids to hurry up and produce newer models, great-grandkids, I mean, for him to boss around. Sonny looked at the old man. Warden of Vela? Mordred, meanwhile, pointed to the happy couple. You must be familiar with my parents. As much as the Vela Group only exists because of Grandpa, it became what it is today thanks to my father. Oh, they mostly devote themselves to traveling and charitable work these days. Really, Mom and Dad hatched a plan to escape into early retirement as soon as I was old enough to become the CEO. How heartless! Mordred chuckled again, then glanced at the little girl in the photo and fell silent for a moment. Then, he smiled pleasantly and gestured to an opulent sofa. Please, take a seat. Your chocolate milk will be here in a moment. Sonny and Effie glanced at each other. What the hell is this? Warden of Vela had perished in the third nightmare. Gwyn died in childbirth when Mordred was around too. Anvil was slain by Sonny in Godgrave. Where did this vision of a happy family come from? Why had the Palace of Imagination created this fantasy for Mordred? And why was Mordred acting as if it was the most natural thing in the world? He hated his family. His hatred of Vela was so scathing and deep that a whole great clan had been callously used as kindling to fuel his vengeance. Did he really not remember anything? Even if he didn't, wasn't this persona too big of a departure from his true self? The devil detective and his rookie partner were not Sonny and Effie, true, but they were similar people. This version of Mordred, though, seemed eerily well-adjusted and harmless. Not like his true self at all. As they sat down, Mordred lowered himself into a chair and asked in a pleasant tone. So, what did you want to discuss? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then said in a measured tone. We wanted to discuss the Nihilist. He watched Mordred closely, hoping to see a reaction. However, Mordred did not react in any particular way, as if there was no connection between him and the deranged serial killer at all. Sonny frowned. But there is. There definitely is there? Chapter 2472. Presumption of Innocence. If he was acting, the man deserved to be a lead performer in a renowned theatre. But then again, that was exactly what Mordred was capable of. He sighed and shook his head. I see. I heard there was a new victim. Effie nodded. Indeed. The body was discovered yesterday, in a park by the river. Mordred seemed saddened by the news, but also a little curious. How very tragic. However, detectives. I wonder why you deemed it necessary to speak to me, of all people. His expression was full of innocent confusion. Sonny cleared his throat. Well, you see, the victim was an employee of yours. A graduate of one of the Vela Group's charities and a security guard right here in this building. Hearing the name, Mordred seemed genuinely shocked. That young man? But I greeted him only 2 days ago. Sonny nodded solemnly. I'm afraid so. Did you interact with him often? Before Mordred could answer, one of his people leaned in and whispered something into his ear. He frowned, and a hint of anger suddenly flashed in his mirror-like eyes. Why would I need to have a lawyer present? What nonsense! He sent the man away and turned to Sonny and Effie with an awkward expression. I'm sorry. My employees can be overzealous, at times. Obviously, the Vela Group will help the investigation in any way we can. Just tell me what you need, detectives. Sonny remained silent for a while. He was starting to become convinced that Mordred had not regained his memories, but even then, that did not absolve him of being the Nihilist. It was hard to imagine this pleasant, affable, sleek and polished man stalking the streets of Mirage City at night to carve out people's eyes. There was no madness in his own eyes, no murderous intent. More than that, there was no killing instinct in them whatsoever. Sonny was a killer himself, so he knew killers well, despite that, his senses told him that the CEO of the Valor Group was nothing but soft, pampered by life, and harmless. But then again, he had been fooled by Mordred before. He could even imagine a number of bizarre scenarios, the memories of the real Mordred only awakening at night, for example, then disappearing when the moon vanished behind the horizon, so that the man woke up genuinely unaware of what his true self did while he slept. Who said that such nonsense was impossible? Sunny hesitated a little, then decided to stop wasting time. Well, first, it would really help us to know where you were on the night of the murder. Mordred looked at him in confusion for a few moments, then opened his eyes wide in disbelief. I suspect. Sunny shrugged. Sure. Why not? Mordred studied him for a bit, then suddenly exploded with laughter. I'm sorry. I know that this is no laughing matter, but me? Me, going around killing people? What a ridiculous notion. He shook his head. What reason would I have to do something that ghastly, detective? Sunny met his amused gaze, with not a hint of nervousness in it, and sighed. Well, to be honest, we haven't quite figured out such a reason yet. Mordred raised an eyebrow. I see. Then, perhaps, a better question would be, what reason do you have to suspect me? He seemed genuinely curious. Sunny and Effie exchanged a glance. Then, she leaned forward a little. Do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? Mordred blinked a few times. Know what? Effie clicked her tongue. About the evidence found on the first crime scene, naturally. Just a few drops of blood that did not belong to the victim, instead, Mr. Mordred, it belonged to you. The DNA test confirmed it. He looked at her with an utterly lost expression. My blood was discovered at a crime scene? Surely you jest, Detective Athena. Sunny frowned, dismayed that there was still not the slightest indication that Mordred was lying to them. Do you mean to tell us that you had no idea about that DNA sample? I find it hard to believe, considering how persistently we were forbidden from pursuing that avenue of investigation. Somebody knew, and somebody gave an order to suppress the investigation. Oh, was that done by those overzealous employees of yours without your order, as well? Mordred remained silent for a while, the amused expression slowly draining from his face. Eventually, he looked at his subordinate scornfully. I understand you find it hard to believe, Detective, but I really had no idea that such a DNA sample existed before you told me. Still, if memory serves, I was at a very public charity dinner on the night the nihilist claimed his first victim. There should be plenty of video recordings showing me mingling with the guests. Sunny smiled darkly. Video recordings can be doctored. Mordred looked at him with curiosity. And I guess witness testimonies can be bought off? But, Detective, there is a flaw in your logic. Wouldn't it be much easier for someone to plant my DNA at a crime scene? Sunny glared at him for a few moments, then admitted reluctantly. Sure. A few drops of blood could have been planted. But who would go that far to frame you? Mordred remained silent before letting out a bitter sigh and looking away. I have countless enemies, detectives. Sadly, that comes with the job. It did not escape Sunny's attention that Mordred looked at the family photo while saying that. So, there was trouble in paradise, after all. Sunny leaned forward a little. Anyone in particular come to mind? Then, he added with a faint smile. How is your sister doing, by the way? For the first time, Mordred's expression showed a sign of cracking. What was revealed behind the pleasant smile was not the heartless malevolence of his true self, however. Instead, it was pain? Sorrow? Confusion? Mordred froze for a few moments, then leaned back and looked at Sunny with a cold expression. My sister can't be behind this. She has suffered a psychotic break a while back. Sunny raised an eyebrow. A psychotic break. Mordred nodded slowly. She might have tried to harm me in her compromised state. She is now receiving treatment in a reputable establishment. She hardly could have done anything from there. Did Morgan try to kill Mordred? That would surely make a lot of sense, considering what she had told him. Sunny summed up what they had learned. The Great Mirror version of Mordred seemed to have no memories of his true self. There was no concrete evidence connecting him to the murders, and the man himself seemed eerily innocent. Clan Vela was one big, loving family in this fantastical realm, and Morgan had tried to kill her brother some time ago, which landed her in a psychiatric hospital. For her own good, if Mordred was to be believed. Damn it. I think I understand even less now. Morgan had all the answers, it seemed. Sunny looked at the family portrait of the Vela family with a dark expression. We might have a talk with your sister, then. Mordred's expression changed. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances will you, or anyone else, disturb my sister. She doesn't need more shock and trauma to distract her from healing. His voice sounded cold and absolute, showing the terrifying authority of the ruler of the Vela group for the first time. Sunny wanted to respond, but at that moment, Effie leaned forward and put a hand on Mordred's shoulder. And said, "Hey!" Mordred, snap out of it. What is she doing? Sunny's eyes widened slightly, and so did Mordred's. For a few moments, the luxurious office was silent. Then, something changed in Mordred's gaze. He suddenly seemed confused and a little bit embarrassed. Taking Effie's hand gently, he awkwardly removed it from his shoulder and asked in a hesitant tone, "Excuse me, Detective Athena?" Snap out of what? Effie frowned, then retracted her arm and cleared her throat. Just saying. Never mind. She looked at Sunny and raised an eyebrow. Whatever authority she had as the master of Bastion did not seem to have affected Mordred at all. He was still blissfully devoid of any memories, allegedly. He was also quite keen on seeing them off now. A charming smile returned to his face. As I've said, I'll be glad to help the investigation in any way I can. We can request the personal file of the unfortunate victim from the Human Resources. Security footage of his latest shift can also be arranged. I'm afraid I will have to hand you over to my assistants now. Detective, please excuse me, but my schedule today is quite full. Just like that, the meeting was over. Before too long, Sunny and Effie found themselves standing in front of the Vela Tower, looking at it with somber expressions. Effie sighed. Well, that was. But before she could finish, Sunny's communicator went off. He took it out of his pocket, looked at it darkly, and pressed the green button to receive a call. A moment later, and for a while longer, the Homicide Division captain's angry screams could be heard flying out of the flimsy speaker. Sunny took a deep breath. Damnation! Chapter 2473. Comfortably silent. Just like the previous victims, the latest one had various wounds that indicated that the poor young man had been in a desperate fight before being killed. The cause of death this time was severe spinal trauma. His neck had been broken. It was unclear whether the eyes had been removed before or after his death, but it had been done with surgical precision. Such a hassle. After dealing with these routine tasks, Sunny returned home late in the evening. This time, he remembered to power down his archaic PTV before walking away from it. As it turned out, these strange machines had no standby mode and had to be turned off completely every time. How primitive. My Rhino would never. Entering the apartment, he balanced the bottle on the door handle and sighed. Turning on the TV, a primitive kind of entertainment center, to hear what was being said on the news, Sunny opened the closet and removed all the clothes from the hangers. Behind them, a seemingly chaotic mess of photos and printed documents was revealed, pinned to a large map of Mirage City and connected by red strings. The devil detective had never stopped working the nihilist case, even if he had been suspended. The photos belonged to the victims of the serial killer, as well as to various persons of interest. The printed documents contained details about their identities, the crime scenes, and the autopsies. The red strings tied it all together, not unlike the strings of fate that tied all of existence together. It was just that Sunny could not see the pattern that connected all these seemingly disjointed events in the red weave. He could not see it yet. The news came and went, containing no useful information at all. There was a lot of fearmongering concerning the Nihilist, as well as a few puff pieces about the Valor Group and its latest initiatives. Tomorrow, though, the news was going to be full of images of Effie, since she was supposed to give a briefing to the press. Sunny turned back to the map of Mirage City, studying the clues. Some time later, though, he threw a furtive glance at the TV. The news report was over, and some kind of romantic fantasy drama was on the screen. Frowning derisively, Sunny looked back at the photos of the serial killer's victims. Some time later, though, he found himself sitting in front of the TV, watching the drama intently. Wow! That e-cultivation? Seems extremely bizarre, but does resemble the Natural Awakening a bit. What are demonic and orthodox sects, though? Those orthodox guys seem like complete scumbags. Why did they even torture that girl? Just because she saved the Demon King's son? Bah! What a silly show. He wanted to return to the clues, but somehow found himself still glued to the screen an hour later. What are you doing, foolish girl? That handsome Orthodox immortal is clearly harboring an inner demon after you kidnapped him and stared at him the whole night. Knowing that insufferable bore, he will go into seclusion for 9 months and expel the inner demon, which will then take human form and come back to haunt you. It was like she had never suffered from a mind wraith before. Outraged, Sunny wanted to change the channel, and yet, an hour later, he was still there. No, don't you see that the sword grave is a trap? You'll never get the sword of the lightning celestial. Instead, you are going to be ambushed by the 10 orthodox immortal sects. What kind of a demoness are you, fool? And that damn Demon King's son, why the hell is he not advising you better? And an hour later. Ah, I see. So the Demon King's son has reached the lower middle pinnacle of the true peak of the highest pinnacle realm of the nascent soul domain while you were dead. And it only took him 5 years. Gods, even if you possess the body of the Celestial Venerable's daughter, catching up to that fool won't be easy. Even worse, you still think that he betrayed you in the sword grave, TSK, just kiss already. And a bit later. No, inner demon, no. How can you just go and sacrifice yourself? That obnoxious immortal spent 9 whole months in seclusion expelling you, so you have to live. For mom and dad. The morning came before he knew it. Asterisk. Just like every day, Saint woke up before dawn broke. Her apartment was spacious and sparsely decorated, filled with a comfortable silence. The rain rustled quietly beyond the panoramic windows, and a thin line of pale lilac was spreading across the cloudy sky far in the distance, slowly dispelling the deep darkness shrouding the city. She did not like to hurry, and so, her life was strictly timed and regimented. Every day was approached with forethought and calm precision, making the most out of each minute. Some people tended to compare Saint to an art piece. She rarely paid attention to their flattery, but she did like to think of her life as a piece of art. As the artist, she had to craft each day with care to create a flawless masterpiece. The morning was a time for exercise, personal hygiene, self-care, and nutrition, so, today, like every day, she started her day with an intense, hour-long exercise routine. Her body was the main tool with which she crafted her life. It was also the foundation of a healthy mind, so she made an effort to maintain it in perfect condition. Exactly an hour later, Saint stopped her exercise and took a 10-minute shower while applying a cleanser lotion and an exfoliating scrub lotion, followed by gentle shampoo and conditioner. 10 more minutes were spent on skin care, followed by 10 minutes spent on hair care. Finally, she prepared herself a simple omelette with greens and brewed herself a cup of black coffee. Saint ate breakfast in silence while reading the news from a well-organized personal feed, marking several scientific articles to be studied later. Finally, she put on an elegant ensemble prepared for this day at the start of the week and left home. The traffic was sparse this early in the morning, and she did not listen to music, podcasts, or audiobooks while driving to work. Her car was filled with silence, with only the muted sounds of the waking city seeping inside. Entering her neat and orderly office after approximately 30 minutes spent in transit, Saint spent 90 more minutes studying patient files and preparing herself for the day. At exactly 9 in the morning, the door of her office opened, and her assistant walked in. "Dr. Saint, your 9 o'clock appointment is here." She nodded. "Please let them in." This was the first sound she made since waking up 4 hours earlier. Saint took meticulous notes while listening to the patient. After a 15-minute break, she saw another client, then left for the rounds in the heavily guarded inpatient wing of her workplace. Eventually, it was time for lunch. Usually, Saint would have eaten a nutritious meal she had prepared herself, but today, she had a different commitment. Even if skipping a meal was suboptimal, her pride as a professional took precedence. Leaving the hospital, she drove to a nearby building where she was renting a small private office. Her patient was already waiting for her there, leaning on his dirty, ramshackle car while looking at the vista of the city with a distant expression. The man himself was quite similar to his car. His clothes were cheap and wrinkled, his hair was disheveled, his complexion was unhealthily pale, while his eyes were bloodshot and red, with deep, dark circles beneath them. Saint would have been quietly revolted on a usual day, but strangely enough, he seemed quite magnetic despite all that. There was a dark, roguish charm to his messy appearance and cold gaze. Saint also felt a pang of an odd emotion when she saw him. It was not quite attraction, but more of longing? Belonging? She could not tell, and was more than a little surprised at her odd reaction. "Detective." He looked at her, then smiled faintly. "Hey, Doc. Thank you for making time for me. Do I like this man?" Saint did not mean it in a romantic or physical sense, but simply as a person. Well, it was no surprise. If there was one thing she valued in people, it was competence, an exceedingly rare trait, by her standards. Saint was a prideful person who excelled in everything she did, and she judged others by the same criteria. Detective Sunless was as brilliant as he was broken, and he was crafting his life with the same diligence she was, even if the masterpiece he was trying to create seemed more ghastly than beautiful, full of macabre themes and self-destructive tendencies, but impossible to look away from. Saint hesitated for a moment. Something about him seemed different today. "Please. Come in." Chapter 2474. The Devil's Therapist. Naturally, the coffee she made was flawless. Every movement was measured and precise, designed to achieve the optimal result in the most efficient way. Placing the elegant cup in front of the pale man, Saint took her seat opposite him and opened her notebook. She would only be receiving a symbolic remuneration for this session. But that was fine, because she had never been driven by money. Saint was not driven by compassion or kindness, either. In truth, she had extended an offer to continue treatment to this untidy man for a simple reason: professional pride. She hated leaving things unfinished and flawed, so the thought of letting him go without truly helping him felt distasteful. "You look more fatigued than usual today, Detective. Has your insomnia worsened?" He looked at her for a while, then shook his head. "No. It's just that the Demonis and the Demon King's son. It took them 56 episodes to get together, can you believe that?" Saint offered him a faint smile and nodded, writing a short sentence down in her notebook. The detective fell silent, studying her closely. She had noticed him staring before. Few people could ever resist stealing glances her way, but today, his gaze was different. It was more inquisitive, somehow. "You've returned to duty. That must have been quite a change of pace." He lingered for a while, then nodded. "Yes, well. It was an eye-opening experience. Especially after I met my new partner." Saint silently raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. The detective smiled. It was a bit ironic, really. We had gone through fire and water, she and I, and yet, she did not remember me at all before. But when we met this time, it was I who did not remember her. Luckily, she reminded me. Then, his expression suddenly livened up. "Oh. Actually, Dr. Saint. I had a real breakthrough thanks to her. My partner, I mean, you probably don't remember, but you two know each other. You arm wrestled once, my poor table." Saint frowned subtly. What was he talking about? She did not show much emotion on her face, though. What kind of breakthrough? The detective gave her a strange look. "Oh, that. I really wish you didn't ask that question, Doc." His tone sounded a little embarrassed. He remained silent for a short while, then winced. "Do you remember all those nightmares I told you about?" Saint nodded. "Is he finally able to sleep soundly?" "That's great." The detective took a deep breath, then let out a heavy sigh. "Well, you see. I realized that they weren't nightmares at all." Saint looked at him, encouraging him to tell her more. He offered her a pale smile. "Instead, they are the actual reality, and this place is one huge illusion." Saint blinked. "Excuse me?" The detective nodded. "In reality, I am a demigod known as Sunless, the sovereign of death, the Dark Lord of the Forgotten Shore, and the commander of the Shadow Legion. I am nearly immortal and possess 7 bodies, each capable of destroying entire continents. Of course, most people assume that I was killed by the radiant goddess of humanity, Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal flame. But actually, she is my lover. Even if we recently had a fight while discussing the fate of the world." Saint remained silent for a while. Then, she started to scribble something furiously in her notebook with an inscrutable expression. "Oh, no. It's a complete breakdown? Schizophrenia? Delusion of grandeur?" But there were no signs. Just PTSD and a small collection of mild personality disorders. The detective, meanwhile, continued. "Yeah, so, anyway. I am also the heir of Weaver, the demon of fate, currently on a quest to collect all 7 fragments of their forbidden lineage. One of those fragments is hidden in the mirror labyrinth below the ruined castle of the demon of imagination, which was where I went in the company of Effie. Saint Athena. Actually, this whole city is an elaborate illusion contained within the great mirror that stands in the middle of the mirror maze. So, you see, I am one of the few real people here in Mirage City. Everyone else is a creepy monster only pretending to be human." Saint suppressed a scowl. This is bad. That last detail is a common symptom shared by many violent sociopaths. And what was that? His supposed companion was Athena. As in the beautiful maiden goddess of Olympus? Was he fixated on inventing romantic dalliances with goddesses now? Where did that come from? She inhaled slowly. "Do you consider me not to be real, detective?" The detective looked at her in dismay, then shook his head. "What? No, of course not. You are perfectly real, Doctor. I mean, obviously, you've been brainwashed into believing that you are a mortal psychiatrist residing in Mirage City, which could not be further from the truth." He coughed. In reality, I mean, you are the Onyx Saint, my most valued and loyal shadow. You've been serving me faithfully for more than a decade, following my every command and satisfying my every whim, ever since I killed you. The original you, I mean. By the way, it occurs to me that I've never thanked you for that, so, thank you. It really means a lot." Saint slowly lowered her notebook and looked at the cold, darkly charming man. The man who had been strangely obsessed with a serial killer called the Nihilist ever since the two of them met. Suddenly, it occurred to her that they were alone in the building, with not a living soul in earshot. He has completely lost it. No, maybe he had been completely crazy this whole time. How had she missed it? Saint looked around subtly, her gaze lingering on a decorative sword that hung on the wall, a garish gift from one of her patients, which she had not had the heart to throw out. "Detective, when was the last time you took your medication?" Maybe he was just delirious from the lack of sleep. He blinked a few times. "Oh, my meds? I stopped taking them when I remembered who I really am." Even if I am temporarily trapped in a mortal body, I am still a demigod, you know. Those pills just make me feel loopy. Saint sighed with regret. I skipped lunch for this. Chapter 2475. An astute deduction. She contemplated him somberly. Was she in danger? More importantly, how had she missed the signs of a looming mental breakdown? Saint pursed her lips slightly. She had failed her patient, and so, her pride was wounded. It was an unpleasant feeling, and that feeling was only made irksome by her failure to pinpoint the origin of her mistake. She looked at the unstable man sitting across from her. Wrinkled clothes, unkempt hair, a pale face, a manic glint in his dark eyes. The detective looked back at her and smiled faintly, but his smile never reached the cold depths of his eerie gaze. The sovereign of death, was it? Eventually, Saint tapped her pen against her notebook twice. Let me share a few thoughts, detective. His smile widened. Oh, by all means, Doc. She leaned forward a little and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. It has been several days since you returned to service. Coincidentally, the seventh victim of the nihilist was discovered at the same time. I strongly suspect that you immediately found a way to insinuate yourself into the case. He raised an eyebrow. Well, that is an easy guess. After all, you know all about my history with that guy, as well as how I ended up suspended and sent to therapy. There is hardly anyone in this world who knows me better than you, really. Saint continued, her voice maintaining its aloof cadence. The identity of the victim has not been disclosed yet. I imagine that is happening as we speak at the press conference arranged by the Mirage City Police Department. However, I did see a relevant title while looking through the news articles this morning. It seems that the CEO of the Irregular group had a conversation with 2 homicide detectives yesterday. You must have been one of those detectives, so it is safe to say that you have not given up on the theory that there is a connection between Mr. Mordred and the nihilist. He frowned. Right, you would know about that, too. Still, what an astute deduction. It seems that your talents are being wasted on psychiatry, Doc. Have you ever considered becoming a detective, instead? Saint ignored the question and looked at him coldly. Naturally, the CEO of the Irregular group is an exalted existence. He is not someone to be treated lightly, and he would not have given you a chance to take advantage of him. So, you failed to reinforce the narrative you believe in by meeting Mr. Mordred. Of course, considering your personality type, that did not convince you to abandon it. Rather, it only convinced you to change tactics. This time, the detective did not say anything and simply studied her with curiosity. Saint frowned slightly. Or rather, targets. You are a resourceful man, detective, so you must have found out what Mr. Mordred's weakness is and where she is being kept. His expression changed subtly, but before he could say anything, Saint finished in an even tone. So, this whole conversation was an act. You wanted to manipulate me into committing you to as a resident patient, which would give you easy access to Miss Morgan. Bravo, detective. I did not know that you were such a talented actor. The detective coughed a few times and mumbled quietly. Oops. Then, he looked at her and smiled. The smile was seemingly meant to be bright, but considering his overall appearance, it ended up looking dark and a little threatening instead. Guilty as charged. But that doesn't mean that what I said wasn't true. I am the most honest man in the world, you see, 2 worlds, wait, it's 3 at the moment, isn't it? The most honest man in 3 worlds, even. So I really meant all that stuff about being a demigod. I truly am. Saint gave him an impassive look. Aha. With that, she closed her notebook, put the cap on her pen, and rose from her seat. Looking at the pale man from above, she said, You attempted to use me, detective. You also made me doubt my competence, which I do not appreciate. Therefore, I retract my offer to continue these sessions. Let us never meet again. I do encourage you to find a different therapist, though. Be well. With that, she headed for the door. He followed in a hurry, grabbing her arm. Wait a minute, Saint. I mean, Dr. Saint. Actually, I wanted you to meet my partner. She is going to be here soon. Any minute now. Things will be easier once. Turning her head slightly, Saint said in a voice so devoid of emotion that the man seemed to shiver. Detective, if you don't unhand me, I am going to break your arm. She meant it, too. Apart from maintaining her body in a perfect condition, Saint was naturally proficient in self-defense and several martial arts, including karate, taekwondo, judo, aikido, and several southern styles of wushu, a fact that she did not particularly like to advertise. Martial arts were as much of a hobby for her as they were a necessity, considering how she looked and what kind of people she interacted with due to work. Mostly, however, they were a training tool. After all, what was the point of working on her body if she did not know how to use it? Still, Detective Sunless was no random stranger. He was a seasoned fighter himself, and, unlike Saint, he had earned his experience in actual brawls, not on a clean tatami. Plus, he was a man. Even if his stature was modest, she did not harbor any delusions about which one of them was physically stronger. He could very well disregard her threat. However, he did not. In fact, the detective seemed to believe her promise a little too willingly, as if he was giving Saint more credit than she was giving herself. Letting go of her arm, he took a hurried step back. No need to get violent, Saint. I mean, Dr. Saint. See? I let go. Turning away with a frown, Saint headed for the door. Just before leaving, she threw over her shoulder. Do not approach me again, detective. If you do, I will revoke my assessment of your mental state and make sure that you never work in law enforcement again. Her voice was indifferent, and her gaze was cold. Closing the door behind her, Saint frowned. Why did she feel so uncomfortable? Strange. Leaving him behind somehow felt profoundly wrong. But it wasn't. It was what she ought to have done. One of life's golden rules was to never waste time on people who did not deserve it, after all, and Saint followed that rule faithfully. Pursing her lips, she shook her head and walked away. Left alone in the office, Sunny winced and cursed quietly. Damnation! That did not go as planned at all. Where the hell is Effie? She was supposed to be here by now. But there was no sign of his partner. Eventually, he sighed. Well, let's look at the bright side. At least my bones are still intact. Chapter 2476. Irregular Programming. Effie was running late. She was supposed to call him as soon as her press conference was over and then arrive shortly after. Today, they had hoped to make Saint remember who she truly was. Obviously, that plan would have to be reworked now. Saint is too damn smart. He knew, of course, that his shadow was highly intelligent. However, since she never spoke, Sunny never realized just how keenly astute she really was. It had taken her only a few minutes to deduce exactly what he was doing, why he was doing it, and what his end goal was. How had she figured him out so swiftly? Sunny had improvised most of his confession on the spot, true, but his supposed mental breakdown was quite believable. After all, everything he had said was true. More than that, correctly guessing his interest in Morgan was not something he would have expected her to do. It seemed that getting into the private wing of the mental institution was not going to be easy. His tentative plan to broaden the confines of what the Devil Detective's role allowed him to do by pretending to be mentally unstable, and therefore unpredictable, had not panned out either. They would have to make Saint remember her true self, if his theory was sound and Effie could work her magic again, first, but even that had become difficult now, since the taciturn therapist did not intend to see him ever again. Damn it! Sunny did not like being in Saint's bad books. That had literally never happened to him before. Frustrated and full of discontent, he looked at his communicator, as if asking it why Effie had not called it. The communicator was dead. Its screen was black, and it did not respond to anything Sunny did. He blinked a few times. Don't tell me. Were these things supposed to be recharged daily, as well. No. No way. This was just too impractical. Sonny stared at the dead device in utter shock for a while, then raised his hand in anger to toss the damned thing at the wall. Eventually, though, he let out a long sigh and lowered it, deciding to spare the battered communicator. Not the least of all because he had no idea how to procure a new one. Rummaging through the devil detective memories, Sonny found the vague recollection of how to use the primitive, unwieldy communicators of the bygone era, the mobile phones. Covering his face with a palm for a few moments, he groaned quietly, and then walked to his car. Climbing inside, Sonny started the engine and found a threadbare cable that was supposed to serve as a charger. The port where the cable was supposed to go seemed to have become loose over time, so he only managed to make the barbaric technology work after fiddling with it for a while. Needless to say, his mood did not improve one bit as a result. Finally, the communicator started to charge. A couple of minutes later, Sonny was able to turn it on. What met him was an angry notification denoting that he had a dozen missed calls. To his frustration, raising the communicator resulted in the contact between the charging cable and the port being lost, so he had to wait a few more minutes before being able to return the call. He spent those minutes quietly seething and cursing the archaic technology of the past era. This might be a golden age, but charging things so often? And with wires, of all things? Wires, really? And the people? From what Sonny gleaned from the devil detective's memories, they were glued to these primitive things and obsessed with them, to the point of acting tribal. The communicator model you possessed denoted both your allegiance and social status, and those who used the wrong ones were often bullied, mocked, and ostracized. This strange behavior was actively encouraged by the manufacturers, as well. It was to the point that people went into debt to purchase expensive communicators they could not really afford. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. It seemed that even living in the apocalypse had its advantages. When his battered communicator finally gained enough charge, Sonny dialed Effie. She answered almost immediately, her voice sounding a little grumpy. "Where the hell have you been? I couldn't reach you." Sonny coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, that. I was with Saint. My communicator might have been powered down." Wait a minute. Sonny paled. "I was alone with Saint, my communicator was turned off, oh, no." It took a cursed terror and being banished from fate to make Effie stop joking about Saint being his girlfriend. And he just gave her ammunition to start that damned joke again. Sonny hurriedly spoke into the communicator, hoping to interrupt and confuse Effie before she could say anything. "Anyway, how did your press conference go? Were the journalists very annoying? What about the captain? Was he pleased? Did the PR department shower you with praise?" "They did, didn't they?" Effie remained silent for a few moments, then said in a strangely somber tone. "I get it you didn't watch my press conference, then." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "No, why? What happened?" It was then that he finally registered the noises in the background, the sounds of dozens of people talking, phones ringing, and the captain berating someone at the top of his lungs. Effie sighed. "Go check the news. Then come back here. We might have a problem." With that, she ended the call. Sonny frowned, then accessed the local version of the network and opened the news feed. Immediately, his expression darkened. What? Pretty much every news article on the first few pages all showed the same picture, a road littered with broken glass and debris, with a wide gap in the bent and torn metal railing on its side and blood smeared on the wet asphalt. The titles were all sensational, but said the same thing. Breaking news. The Valiant Group CEO rushed to the hospital after a failed assassination attempt. Sonny threw the communicator down and grabbed the wheel. Curse it all, what now? Chapter 2477. Nothing ventured. It seemed that an attempt on Mordred's life was at least 100 times more important than the nihilist and his 7 victims. As if the whole Mirage city revolved around one person. Looking around with a frown, Sonny ignored the mayhem and found Effie. She was leaning on the wall in the staff kitchen of the homicide division, munching on a flamboyant circle-shaped pastry with pink frosting and rainbow-colored sprinkles. There was a large, empty box in front of her, as well. "Oh, partner. Listen. I discovered these things called donuts. They are simply to die for." He gave her a long stare, then gritted his teeth. "Yeah? Well, if they are so delicious, did you not think to leave one for me, huh?" She blinked a couple of times, then hurriedly swallowed the rest of her donut and grinned. "Oops. Sorry. There's none left." Sonny shook his head. "Anyway, is that important right now? What exactly happened to Mordred?" Effie wiped her hands on a paper towel, then tossed it into the trash bin and shrugged. "Someone tried to kill him, that's what. Even worse, it happened during my press conference, so all the journalists just whipped out their communicators and ignored me completely. My very own debut. It was completely ruined." She gave him a sorrowful look. Apparently, Mordred's PTV was crossing a bridge when a truck swerved from the oncoming lane and rammed it at full speed. Both vehicles fell into the river. The collision seemed premeditated, too. The driver died on the spot. Mordred's chauffeur is in critical condition. The man himself escaped with only minor injuries, though. She shook her head and sighed. His PTV was built like a tank, apparently, with an entire arsenal of airbags. I am guessing that is why it was pushed into the water. He managed to swim to shore, though. Not only that, he even stayed behind at first to rescue his driver from the wreckage and dragged the unconscious guy to shore with him. Real heroic stuff. I'm sure the news articles will be colorful tomorrow." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Mordred? Doing something selfless? What's the truck driver's identity?" Effie shrugged. "Just a random nobody with no apparent connection to Mordred. No score to settle with the Valiant group, either. Lots of gambling debts, though." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked, "I am guessing we won't be able to see Mordred in the hospital, will we?" Effie scoffed. "Not a chance. In any case, sorry that I did not show up. As soon as the news broke, it was all hands on deck here. I couldn't leave without drawing suspicion. How did the date with your therapist go?" Sonny gave her a wistful look. "It went terribly. Wait, no. It wasn't a date. Don't you dare start that crap again." He paused for a moment, and then added somberly, "She threatened to break my arm and end my career if I ever showed up in front of her again. So, not what you'd call a success." Effie glanced at the empty box of donuts with regret, sighed, and looked at him with an uncertain expression. "Anyway, I don't like it. There is a lot going on, but things aren't clicking into place. Mordred, the nihilist, and the victims, there is nothing that really connects them. And who would want to kill Mordred here? Apart from Morgan, who has been locked up in a mental asylum this whole time." She shook her head. "Either we are missing something, or there is a third party involved. Someone we are not aware of." Sonny remained silent for a while, contemplating her words. Who would want to kill Mordred? A hint of a sudden suspicion ignited in his mind. He lingered for a moment, then said quietly, "Any number of people would want to kill the CEO of the Valiant group. Who would want to kill Mordred, though? That is a far better question." Effie raised an eyebrow. "Have you figured out something?" Sonny remembered the makeshift investigation board hidden at the back of the devil detective's closet. The map of the city, the details of the case, the photos of the victims. The ghastly, bloated face of the young man they had found on the river shore flashed in his mind. Maybe. But let's discuss it somewhere else. I don't think the captain will notice if we slip away in the chaos." The two of them left the police building and drove to Sonny's shabby apartment in silence. On the way, he kept thinking, his frown growing deeper and deeper. Effie must have sensed his strange mood, because she did not even joke about being invited into a strange man's home when they arrived. Entering the apartment, Sonny went directly to the closet and opened it, revealing the investigation board. He took out the case file of the recent murder and pinned the photo of the latest victim alongside the others, then took a step back and studied them all once again. A handsome young man in an unassuming black suit, the tip of a black tattoo barely visible above his collar. A woman with a weathered face wearing cheap clothes. A hunched old man with a neatly trimmed beard. A broad-shouldered man with a chiseled face and muscular figure. A young woman wearing hospital scrubs, and a couple of others. I've seen them before. There seemed to be nothing common between them. Their age, gender, professions, social status, and physical profile were all different, as if the nihilist did not care who he killed at all. There was no apparent pattern in the places where the bodies were found, either. It was all maddeningly random. What do you see? Effie studied the investigation board, then shrugged. A lot of red strings? Most of the bodies were found near water, but that is probably just a coincidence. Mirage City is full of rivers, not to mention the 2 lakes. Plus, this damn rain has not stopped for weeks. Sonny winced. The victims. Don't they remind you of something? Effie frowned. Well, come to think of it, they do look familiar. But that is probably because my counterpart saw the news reports when they were killed. Sonny shook his head. No. They look familiar to you, not to your counterpart. It took me a while to remember, but when you asked who would want to kill Mordred, I finally did. He pursed his lips. I guess my thinking has been tainted by the lingering feelings of the devil detective, who was convinced that Mordred was the killer. That is why it took me so long to connect the dots. Effie blinked a few times. So, you don't think that Mordred is the killer anymore? Sonny slowly shook his head, then pointed at one of the photos, the one of the broad-shouldered, athletic man. This guy. He was a lawyer here in Mirage City, but in the real world, his name was Awakened Warren. He was a retainer of Clan Valor, before Mordred took him as a vessel. Effie frowned, then looked at the photos once again. Then, her eyes widened slightly. She recognized them. The 2 of them had seen these people before. It had happened in the 3rd nightmare, when Mordred had taken them into his nascent mirror realm, where his morbid wardrobe of stolen bodies was stored. These are Mordred's vessels. Sonny nodded. They are. Nothing connects these people in Mirage City, but actually, they all shared the same fate in the real world. They became Mordred's vessels. So, you see, Mordred is not the killer. He sighed, then closed his eyes for a moment. He is the victim. The nihilist was hunting Mordred down. Chapter 2478. Nothing gained. That sounds like a bit of divine justice, quite amusing to imagine, really. But we both know that the gods are dead, and there is no justice in the world unless we dispense it ourselves. In any case, this is not particularly good news for us, is it? She shook her head. We seem to have discovered an important piece of the puzzle, but really, we know even less now than we did this morning. We at least had a suspect before, but if Mordred is not the nihilist and is instead being hunted by the nihilist, then we don't even have a suspect. We have nothing at all. She sighed and rubbed her face tiredly. Listen, what was our plan again? Get to Mordred, get control of the component back from him, find what you are looking for, and return to Bastion. We've met Mordred and gained nothing. Now with this new revelation, it does not even seem like he is the one who stole my administrator rights. So what do we do? How are we getting back to the real world, Sonny? He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Nothing changed. We've met Mordred, but we did not really get to him, did we? Now that we know that his life is in danger, we can apply pressure and get closer. Plus, there is also Saint and Morgan. We have not even reached them yet, so it is too early to draw conclusions. We are supposed to play the roles of detectives, so think like a detective, Effie. We will be patient, slowly build the case, and solve the mystery. That is how we are going to get back. Sunny studied her expression, then raised an eyebrow. But why are you hesitating all of a sudden? I know you well enough to know that you would not have been shaken by something as trivial as a temporary lack of progress. Serial killers, corrupt authorities, unseen dangers, none of that sounds like something that would rattle you. So what is going on? Effie met his gaze silently, then grimaced and looked away. Every evening, I have to go home to an unfamiliar husband and take care of unfamiliar kids. That is what is going on. Sunny raised his eyebrows. That's it? You are scared of the creepy other who plays the role of your husband. She shook her head slowly. No. It's the children. Effie looked Sunny in the eye. I'm afraid that I will grow to love them. If we spend too much time here, I will. She smiled faintly and shook her head again. You probably won't understand, but that frightens me far more than serial killers and unseen dangers ever could. We can leave, but what will happen to them when we leave? It is foolish, I know. They aren't even real children. But the longer we stay here, the harder it is to make that distinction. Sunny stared at Effie, surprised. She was right, he did not understand, but he did as well, in a way. Sunny could not really comprehend why she would be so vulnerable to her counterpart's children, in particular, but he knew how impossible it was not to treat phantoms as real people. Every time Sunny entered a nightmare, he reminded himself that the people populating them were not real. And every time, he failed to treat them as anything but. Aura of the Nine, Elias, Solvane, Noctis, Ananke, Windflower, even that brat Kronos, they took more space in his heart than most actual people did, even if he knew that they had been conjured by the spell. Sunny sighed. I understand. But... Before he could finish, though, his communicator exploded with an angry ringing. He frowned, then retrieved it from his pocket and glanced at the screen. Damn it. Accepting the call, Sunny brought the communicator to his ear, then winced and moved it a few centimeters away when a familiar voice thundered out of the speaker. Where the hell are you, bastard? Sunny closed his eyes in exasperation. I was going over some materials of the Nihilist case with Detective Athena at a secondary location, Captain, sir. The captain's voice sounded almost apoplectic. The Nihilist case? What Nihilist case, you imbecile? Does that damn Nihilist matter now, damn it? Sunny exhaled slowly. With all due respect, sir, it matters just as much as it mattered before some conglomerate heir took a dive from a bridge. The torrent of expletives that poured out of the communicator made him wince again. After about a minute, the captain's ire finally exhausted itself. He breathed heavily into his communicator, then said hoarsely, Listen here, you foul gremlin, get your ass to the headquarters immediately. Put on a siren and run every damn red light on your way here if you need to. And take Athena with you. The man paused for a moment, then added in an angry voice. And don't you dare corrupt her with your vile influence, you hear me? Unlike you, deadbeat, she's a promising young detective. Sunny's eyes widened in outrage. What did he say? Me? Corrupt her? That obscene heap of delinquency. Who will corrupt whom? He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then said evenly. I hear you loud and clear, Captain. But, sir, why do you even need us to come? I'd think that you would want to keep me as far away from that Vela guy's case as possible. His supposed boss remained silent for a while, then cursed quietly. You'd be goddamn right. If it were up to me, your pale mug would have gotten nowhere near this case. But it's not up to me. Congratulations, I guess. Sunny and Effie looked at each other. What do you mean, sir? The captain let out a frustrated sigh. Mr. Mordred personally requested you, he asked for you by name. So, here we are. He paused, and then added tiredly. This investigation has been assigned exclusively to you two. So move your asses. Sunny looked at Effie with wide eyes. She seemed quite surprised, too. It seemed like they were going to see Mordred again much sooner than they had anticipated. Chapter 2479. Valiant CEO. Mordred remained seated in his chair for a while, moving his finger across the handrest absent-mindedly. His executive assistant bowed deeply. "I am extremely sorry, sir. This will never happen again." The head of his security bowed, too. "I will contact the responsible parties immediately. These nobodies will be thrown out of the police department by tomorrow. Since it was my negligence that allowed them to disturb you, I will accept any punishment with gratitude." Mordred remained silent for a while, his gaze distant, then looked at them with surprise. "What? No, don't do anything. Why would we want to be rid of these valiant detectives? I actually find them quite admirable." The man, Sunless, was known as the Devil Detective. He was an ace of Mirage PD and somewhat of an unsung hero, a rare officer who was both competent and incorruptible, even if that seemed to have taken a toll on him. Mordred was more than aware of his stellar track record, as well as of his peculiar personality. The woman, meanwhile. Reminiscing about his youth, Mordred smiled fondly. Who knew that he would meet the star athlete, Athena, one day? And she was a detective now. As a young man, he had been a huge fan of hers. He might have even developed a small crush, which earned him a disproportionate amount of teasing from Morgan. At the thought of his sister, his smile dimmed a little. Mordred sighed. "You know, I had a bit of a lonely childhood. But there was this stack of old detective stories in my grandfather's attic. I was probably too young to be reading them, but who was going to stop me? Those books kept me company, and what an exciting company it was. I have had a soft spot for detectives ever since." Shaking his head, he looked at his assistant. "Anyway, leave them alone. What is on my schedule? I imagine that the board meeting had to be moved because of this unexpected delay." The assistant, who had been bowing this whole time, finally straightened. "The board is waiting, sir, as they should. The chairman is quite impatient, as you know, but he does not dare complain. The issues on the agenda for today's meeting are as follows: budget allocation for the R&D activities in the next quarter, preliminary discussion of the government contracts regarding repair and restoration after the forecasted flood damage, issues concerning the increased financing of our charitable initiatives." Mordred listened silently, then nodded. "Nothing out of the ordinary, then, wait. Repairs after the forecasted flood damage." The assistant nodded. "Yes, sir." Mordred looked at him with a confused expression. "What about preventative measures? Why is there nothing on the agenda regarding that?" The assistant shifted uncomfortably, then said in a flat tone, "Well, it's because there's little to no money to be made in prevention, sir." "Naturally." Mordred closed his eyes for a moment. "Naturally, who?" Rising from his seat, he gave his assistant a somber glance and headed for the door. "I guess I'll be making changes to today's agenda then, after all." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The day passed in the usual busy work. Late in the evening, Mordred was driven home in his luxurious car. Sitting in the leather seat, he looked at the vistas of Mirage City floating by with a distant expression on his face. His assistant continued to report something from the front, but he did not seem to be listening. One would think that a man of nearly endless wealth and status would be out enjoying the infinite pleasures life had to offer in his free time, but actually, Mordred led an almost monastic life. His days were usually spent between the offices of the Valiant Group and his manor, and what little free time he had was spent with family. He had been different in his youth, but for many years now, Mordred focused solely on these two things, family and work. Despite being surrounded by countless people every day, he was a solitary person. Nobody really knew what was going on in his head, and what emotions hid behind his perfectly pleasant and mild-mannered facade. So, Mordred looked away from the window, shaken awake from his reverie. "Yes?" His assistant handed him a document. "This is the flood prevention plan you requested. It is a preliminary report, but Valiant Construction has been quite efficient in compiling a list of possible measures. The car flew through the rain, eventually reaching the shores of the Mirror Lake. From here, one could see the proud walls of the historic castle that served as the most recognizable landmark of Mirage City. Vela Manor was situated on the shore of the lake, surrounded by several acres of old woods. The family butler, Sebastian, met Mordred at the door and bowed with his usual refined elegance. "Welcome home, young master." Mordred smiled at the aging man and walked inside. Once there, he looked around with a subtly lost expression on his face. The manor felt terribly empty as of late. His grandfather had long moved to one of their vacation homes in the countryside. His parents were away on one of their trips. Morgan was temporarily away, as well. Mordred was faced with an empty silence for the first time in a long while. He stopped near a family portrait hanging above the fireplace in the main foyer and studied it for a while. His assistant, who had followed him inside, finished the report and bowed. "If there is nothing else, I will depart now, sir. Please have a good rest." Mordred nodded slowly, letting the man go, but then stopped him suddenly. "Wait." The assistant looked back. "Yes, sir." Mordred hesitated for a few moments. In the morning, the detectives mentioned a blood sample found on the crime scene. "Was my blood really found there?" His assistant frowned. "I can check the veracity of their claims if you want, sir. However, I don't see why they would lie about such a thing." Mordred remained silent for a moment. "Who ordered to suppress the investigation, then?" The man blinked a few times. It seemed that he had been anticipating a different question: who was behind planting the blood sample on the crime scene, for example. He looked down. "I assume that it was the chairman of the board, sir." Mordred pursed his lips. "The chairman again, huh?" Soon enough, he was left alone in front of the family portrait. Mordred stared at it for a long time, his expression slowly growing more and more troubled. Eventually, he whispered, "Are you still there? Have you come back?" Of course, there was no answer. Turning away from the portrait, Mordred quietly walked away. Chapter 2480. Alter Ego. Master and Madam informed me that they would be returning to Mirage City post-haste, young master. We should be expecting them in a matter of days. Mordred smiled. Finally, some good news. The driver had the car ready by the time he left the manor. The man hurriedly opened an umbrella to escort Mordred to the luxurious vehicle, then pulled open the door and looked down. Mordred patted him on the shoulder. "I'll be spending several hours with Morgan. No need to wait, treat yourself to something warm and delicious on the company bill. Just make sure to come pick me up at noon." His driver had been serving the family for more than a decade now, and used to drive Mordred to and from the university. Hearing that he would have some free time today, he smiled. "Thank you, sir." As the car drove toward the distant clinic where Morgan was being treated, Mordred suddenly remembered the detectives from the day before. They were an amusing pair. The man was of a modest stature and deathly pale, rough around the edges, while the woman was tall with olive skin, soft and maternal despite her flawlessly athletic figure. By all accounts, they were complete opposites, almost like a pair of mismatched partners straight from the pages of the detective stories he once loved to read. But that was not why Mordred was suddenly reminded of them. Snap out of it, was that what Detective Athena said? Strange words, not at all suitable for the occasion. He could almost feel the heat of her touch on his shoulder, still. A fantastical suspicion entered Mordred's mind, and a subtle crease appeared on his brow. Just then, the car drove onto the wide bridge. One escort vehicle was in front of it, while another was behind. The rain was so intense that they could barely be seen, and the headlights of the cars in the oncoming lane fused into a blur. Mordred was deep in thought, a complicated expression twisting the fine lines of his face. It was then that something on the periphery of his vision attracted his attention. Looking up, he just barely had time to notice a ramshackle truck in the oncoming lane taking a sharp turn. Then, everything happened too fast to react. The truck caught the rear bumper of the escort vehicle, throwing the car aside in an explosion of debris. Then, it rammed the luxury car behind it at full speed. Mordred would have been thrown against the wall of the leather-bound interior if not for the airbags that instantly deployed. Still, he received a vicious shaking and was completely disoriented because of the blow. The seatbelt dug into his chest, suffocating him. Dazed, Mordred heard an ear-piercing scratching sound and felt the car moving sideways. Then, there was another impact. And he could suddenly feel his body growing light. The car was falling. The river? Before Mordred could finally realize what was happening, there was a third impact, this one the most violent. The deflated airbag still protected him, but then, he felt water streaming across his legs. Shaking off his disorientation, Mordred looked around. It only took him a split second to assess the situation. The car was severely damaged, its windows broken, and sinking into the swollen river. The water was already inside the cabin, rising swiftly at a steep angle. He was hopelessly entangled in the seatbelt and imprisoned in a soft cage of airbags, moments away from being submerged into the cold darkness. Ah! Mordred tugged on the seatbelt, but instead of releasing him, it seemed completely stuck in place. Well, of course it was, seatbelts were designed to resist sudden jerking motions. The icy-cold water covered his head, and he suddenly couldn't breathe. Remaining calm, Mordred pulled on the seatbelt slowly, loosened its grip, then ducked under and freed himself. Then, he disentangled himself from the airbags and looked through the murky water at the broken window on the opposite side of the car's interior. His lungs were already starting to burn. But salvation was so close, all he had to do was climb through the window, then swim to the surface. Mordred was prepared to do just that when his gaze fell on the unconscious form in the driver's seat. He remained motionless for a moment, then moved in the opposite direction from the broken window and pushed himself through the narrow opening between the passenger compartment and the driver's cabin. The car was sinking swiftly, and it was already terribly dark around. The driver's side had received the most damage in the collision and was completely deformed, as well. Suffering from the lack of oxygen, Mordred felt around for the release of the driver's seatbelt and tried to disengage it. However, no matter how he tried, the bent clasp refused to let go. He was already suffocating by then. Gritting his teeth, Mordred twisted the clasp and pressed the release button with all his strength. Finally, the seatbelt slipped from the locking mechanism, allowing him to grab his driver and drag them both to the broken windshield. Ah, this is harder than it looks in movies. Mordred followed a relatively rigorous athletic regimen, and he was especially fond of swimming. However, the stylish clothes he was so fond of were now weighing him down like cinder blocks, pulling him deeper into the water. More than that, the weight of his driver's unconscious body was simply unbearable. He was already struggling to push his own through the cold mass of dark, restless water. Dragging another man along was simply too strenuous, too difficult. And his lungs were on fire. His lungs begged for oxygen, and a panic terror was flooding his mind, demanding that he let go of his heavy burden and save himself. But Mordred refused. Instead, he fought against the water with all the strength he could muster, even if his vision was already starting to darken. Then, finally, his head broke through the surface of the water, and Mordred drew in a feverish breath. The shore seemed terribly far, but he managed to reach it, somehow, after all. Dragging himself and the driver onto the ground, Mordred fell down, utterly spent. He was so cold. Taking several hoarse breaths, he pushed himself off the ground and bent over the driver. Hey, are you? Was he dead? Paralyzed by fear, Mordred lightly slapped the man across the cheek. To his great relief, the driver groaned, coughed out a mouthful of water, and slowly opened his eyes. Mordred let out a relieved sigh. Thank the gods! But then, something about the driver felt off. His eyes grew strangely glassy, full of something unfamiliar and cold. In the next moment, the man's gloved hand closed around Mordred's neck. What? Suddenly ferociously, inhumanly, strong, the driver strangled Mordred while pulling him down to the ground and climbing atop of him. Wide-eyed, Mordred tried to pry the man's hands off his neck, but it was of no use. It was as if his neck was being squeezed by an iron vice, moments away from snapping. Even if his neck somehow survived, he would be strangled to death before too long. What is? As he struggled desperately, hopelessly, Mordred's vision started to darken for the second time today. The driver's eerie, glassy eyes were the only thing he saw. No. It was then that a shadow suddenly covered them, and something cold flashed in the air. Hot blood splattered across Mordred's face, and he suddenly could breathe again. Pushing the driver away, he climbed back and saw a slender figure leaning over the crazed man. A sharp knife flashed again, plunging into the driver's flesh once more. More blood spilled onto the wet ground. The figure twisted the knife, then coldly kicked the man in the wounded side, throwing him back into the water. Who? The knife-wielding stranger was standing with his back to Mordred, wearing a cheap, ragged raincoat and an unassuming cap. Countered against the grey sky and the dark line of the distant bridge, his tall figure seemed both threatening and strangely familiar. Finally, the stranger turned around and looked down at Mordred, his cold gaze full of irritation and contempt. Mordred flinched as he saw the stranger's face. His own face. As the stranger leaned down, blood still dripping from his hands, Mordred remained frozen in place. His reflection was pale and shocked in the other Mordred's mirror-like eyes. The other's face split into a pleasant smile, and he whispered into Mordred's ear, his insidious voice full of barely contained hatred. "Hey, wastrel, can't you even keep yourself alive? You weak, worthless fool. Do I have to do everything for you?" The tip of the knife bit vindictively into Mordred's cheek, leaving a shallow cut on it. There were shouts and the sound of sirens in the distance. By the time he could finally move, the other was already gone, as if he had never existed. Raising a shaking hand, Mordred touched his cheek. His hand came down bloody. Looking at the blood smeared across his fingers, Mordred suddenly smiled brightly. His back! Chapter 2481. Broken Mirror. The roads were congested because of the rain, the failing storm drains were spouting foaming torrents of water here and there, causing some outermost lanes to be entirely flooded. Taller PTVs barreled their way through the puddles, but smaller vehicles had to huddle to the middle of the road, crawling slowly. Sunnis Rust Bucket was, sadly, one of the latter. My rhino would never. Sunny sighed. At that moment, Effie finally spoke. Why would he want us to handle his case? Her voice was full of suspicion. Sunny hesitated for a while, then shrugged. That depends. Does he really not remember anything, or were we fooled? Either way, we'll find out when we get there. Effie grimaced. Listen, partner, you probably don't know that guy well. But I had the misfortune of conquering 2 nightmares with him, so believe me when I tell you, he is a demon. And not in a cool, sexy way, more so in the creepy, there is something deeply wrong with this bastard way. She paused for a moment, then added somberly. First of all, as you might know already, he is immortal. The great clan Valar and his own father went out of their way to find a way to kill him, but they failed. All they could do was turn a citadel on the Chained Isles into an inescapable prison to contain him, complete with a transcendent warden and 100 lost guards. But he still escaped, massacring everyone in that citadel in the process. Cassie was the only one who survived. Sunny smiled sadly, but did not say anything. Effie looked at him with a dark expression. In the second nightmare, he slaughtered an entire kingdom. Then, he played Song and Valar against each other and provoked the Battle of the Black Skull, if not for his machinations, Whispering Blade and gods know how many more people would have still been alive. We saw a defiled version of his transcendent self consume literally millions of people in the tomb of Ariel. That thing was not an abomination. It was an entire nation, in and of itself. A bitter smile appeared on her lips. And while he did not swallow millions of people in the real world, he did devour and take out an entire great clan all by himself. Not only that, but by doing so, he completely changed the course of the war between the sovereigns, giving Kisong a chance to win. He would have conquered the entire sword domain, too, without an army, all by himself, if not for the trick Morgan and Jet pulled off in Bastion. She sighed and shook her head. Even then, technically, he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish there by stealing a great citadel from Anvil without even setting foot in it. And without that cursed demon you somehow lulled to sleep and delivered to me, who knows what would have happened. In any case, the very fact that a cursed demon was needed to handle a mere saint says everything one needs to know about Mordred of Nowhere already. What I mean to say is, he might not have taken the last step to supremacy like the two of you did, but he did just about everything but. Effie scowled. That guy is not right in the head, not right at all. You looked into that guy's eyes, so you should know, something is amiss there. I don't know what he is missing, but whatever it is, it's the thing that makes us humans, human. Sunny looked at her with a subtle frown, contemplating. Something is missing. Effie's words had reminded him of his own old impression of the Prince of Nothing, and something about it all suddenly seemed to hide an elusive meaning. A completely bizarre idea was slowly forming in his mind. It seemed a little too strange to be true, but also a little too fitting to simply discard it. That is, impossible, right? He lingered for a few moments, then asked. Did you get the same impression when you looked our CEO friend in the eye? Effie raised an eyebrow, thought about it, and then slowly shook her head. Sort of? Not really. At least not in the same way. Sunny exhaled slowly. He would have never suspected something like that before meeting Mordred here in Mirage City, but now, an entirely new possibility suddenly emerged out of nowhere, making him question everything. Do you remember what Mordred said in the third nightmare? Effie blinked a couple of times. What, you even know about that? Wow. I have not imagined that Nefer's pillow talk includes talking about Mordred. Sunny gave her a glare. Yes, I do know. And why the hell are you imagining our pillow talk at all? Effie laughed. Anyway, Mordred said a lot of things in the third nightmare. What do you mean in particular? Sunny turned the wheel to change lanes and avoid a puddle that seemed deep enough to flood the weird explosion engine of his car. His, and Soul Stealer's, floor. He said that he did not bring his floor along into the nightmare, because carrying something that dangerous around would have been foolish. Effie raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Oh, that? Sure, I remember. You don't hear something like that every day, after all. Sunny frowned. I always assumed that he was either lying or talking about a thing. You know, like in the fairy tales where an evil being separates their death from themselves to become immortal, then hides it in the guise of some mundane item. Like a needle or some such, so they could only be killed by that needle. But what if Mordred was not talking about a thing? What if? He fell silent for a few moments, then asked in a hesitant tone. What if he meant a person? Effie opened her eyes wide and stared at him with a confused expression. Wait, are you saying that Mordred's floor is a person? She blinked a few times. No, wait. You're not just saying that it's a person. You're saying that it's the CEO of the Veiler Group. There are two of that bastard. One Prince of Nothing was already one too many. Two of them walking around at the same time sounded certifiably dreadful. But it fits, doesn't it? Damnation! Sunny did not respond immediately, choosing to keep quiet. Eventually, though, he had to answer. Well, I don't know. But Mordred always had a strange relationship with mirrors and reflections. What if his floor is actually his reflection? He paused for a moment, feeling a chill run down his spine. Something else suddenly occurred to him. Damn! Actually, we don't know which one of them is real. What if the Mordred we know is the reflection, instead? Mordred had conquered his first nightmare at 12. So, he had gained his floor at 12, as well. If he had really been broken in two and there were two halves of him walking around the world. Then one of them had been scorned by the great clan Veiler, imprisoned for 7 long years, then escaped his cage and became the Prince of Nothing they knew. While the other? The other would have spent close to 2 decades in the beautiful fantasy created for him by the great mirror of the demon of imagination. In a place that revolved entirely around him, where all his wishes would have come true. In Mirage City. Chapter 2482. Inside Job. Before diving into the dry safety of the hospital's lobby, Sunny looked up at the stormy expanse of the grey sky. The heavy sky looked like it would split open at any moment now. Ah. I hate water. Shaking his head, he followed Effie inside. It did not take them long to arrive at the VIP ward where Mordred was being treated. The ward, if it could even be called that, resembled a presidential suite in a luxury hotel more than it resembled a patient room. It was definitely much larger than Sunny's entire apartment, furnished with a degree of lavishness few people could ever dream of, let alone experience. The man himself was in the process of putting on another immaculately tailored, stylish suit while discussing something with one of his plentiful assistants. There was a small piece of adhesive bandage on Mordred's cheek, as well as a few bruises marring his smooth skin here and there, but other than that, he did not look like someone who had just barely survived a deadly vehicle collision. In fact, he looked strangely cheerful. Ah, detectives! Noticing them, Mordred smiled. You are just in time. I am about to be discharged. Would you mind following me to the office? We can talk in the car. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other, then studied the battered CEO of the Valiant Group intently. They might have remained silent for a few moments longer than necessary. Ah, yes. No problem. Mordred beamed. Wonderful. Then, shall we depart? What the hell is wrong with him? The CEO of the Valiant Group did not feel like the Mordred Sunny knew at all. He was too soft, trusting, and nice. However, he did not seem exactly normal, either. Why was he so happy? Even if he had not sustained heavy injuries in the assassination attempt, it was still a traumatic experience. If Sunny was right and this version of Mordred had spent most of his life in Mirage City, then he should not have experienced many brushes with death, let alone with murder and violence. People like that did not usually brim with positive energy after surviving an attempt on their life. Maybe he's just happy to be alive. They followed Mordred back the way they came. As they did, Sunny asked the question that had been tormenting him for the last couple of hours. Excuse me, Mr. Mordred, but may I ask why you requested my partner and me to be assigned to your case? Mordred glanced at him with a smile. Why? Well, I guess you've made an impression. Sunny shook his head. You should know that you are a suspect in another case we are investigating. Needless to say, there is somewhat of a conflict of interest, not to mention that a person of your status would usually feel offended by 2 detectives interrogating them. Considering the vast resources at your disposal, we are not exactly the best choice, are we? Mordred looked at him with a hint of amusement in his strange mirror-like eyes. On the contrary, detective. That makes you the best choice. Effie chuckled. How do you mean? As they entered the elevator, Mordred gave his entourage a nod to stay behind. With only the 3 of them in the cabin, he said calmly, It is not easy to assassinate someone like me. My security is quite thorough, and yet, someone ambushed my car on the bridge. At the very least, they had to have known the route I was taking, as well as my destination. Which means that my schedule had been leaked. More than that, I changed it on a whim just that morning. So, whoever leaked my schedule has to be quite close to me, a person in my inner circle, most likely. He paused for a moment, then sighed. And while I don't want to brag, I have to point out that the Valiant Group has no competitors. We are too vast and powerful to have enemies, so, there is a high chance that this assassination was ordered by someone within the company. You have already demonstrated your willingness to ignore the pressure exerted by the higher-ups of the Valiant Group. Very few people would. So, you see, that makes you 2 the best candidates to investigate this case. Sunny stared at Mordred with a strange expression. The young CEO was making a lot of sense, but there also seemed to be something off about his logic. Investigating the assassination attempt would give Sonny easy access to Mordred and the inner workings of the Veiler group, though, so he was not going to refuse, not that the captain had given them an option to refuse. So, basically, what you are saying is that we are the only 2 cops in Mirage City that you know for a fact can't be bought. Mordred coughed. I wouldn't personally put it quite that way. I am sure there are countless honest and trustworthy people in the Mirage City Police Department. It is just that I do not know them personally. Sonny nodded. If you say so. They arrived at the lobby of the hospital, where another part of Mordred's entourage was already waiting. 3 umbrellas were opened to protect him, Sonny, and Effie from the rain, and they were led to a luxurious PTV in a private parking lot, different from the one destroyed in the crash, but similarly lavish and stunning. Mordred turned. You must have arrived in a car of your own. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you, so let me ask my driver to, oh. He froze for a moment, a hint of a mournful expression appearing on his face. Sonny glanced at the file he had retrieved from the hospital administration before coming to see Mordred. I am sorry for your loss. I heard that he passed away in the operating room. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Yes. I've been told that he did. His personal assistant took the driver's seat, while Mordred, Sonny, and Effie entered the passenger compartment. Lowering himself on a soft leather cushion, Sonny looked around with a strange expression. What the hell? He had assumed that all archaic PTVs were like his pitiful rust bucket. But Mordred had been moving around in this palace on wheels this whole time. No, it was merely his backup palace on wheels. Sonny blinked a few times. The ancient times held many secrets. Chapter 2483. Internal strife. Whatever. There's no mobile command center or essence converter here, bar. There's no bed, even. What a peasant. He cleared his throat and opened a notebook. So, Mr. Mordred, would you tell us what happened? Mordred checked his seat belt, then leaned back and sighed. An opaque screen rose at a press of a button, separating the passenger compartment from the driver's cabin. Well, there is not much to tell, really. That truck suddenly turned, brushed against the escort vehicle, then crashed into my car and continued pushing until we both went through the railing and fell into the river. By the time I came around, water was already streaming inside, and my driver was unconscious. So, I grabbed him and swam to shore. Sonny pretended to note something with his pen. And then what happened? Mordred shrugged. Then? Nothing, I guess? My security arrived first, then the ambulances. I was taken to the hospital, and here we are. Sonny and Effie glanced at each other. He lingered for a moment, then asked in a neutral tone. The last time we spoke, you mentioned that your blood could have been planted on the crime scene, and that there are many people who would wish you ill. The next day, there was an attempt on your life. Do things like that happen to you often, Mr. Mordred? Mordred shook his head. No, this is the first time, actually. Sonny studied him for a moment. Did you not say that your sister tried to harm you? Mordred's expression darkened. That was an entirely different issue. Morgan was just confused. She was not herself. Not herself. Sonny frowned. I see. Well, in any case, you indicated that someone inside the Veiler group might be behind the attempt on your life. Do you have anyone particular in mind? Mordred shook his head again. Not really. That's not helpful at all. Effie, who had been enthralled by the snacks in the lavishly stocked bar of the PTV, finally joined the conversation, leaning forward a little. She asked with a smile. Let us put it that way, who would benefit the most if you were removed from your position? Who would gain the most? Mordred remained silent for a few moments before saying in a hesitant tone, I guess it would be the chairman of the board? He and I clash often regarding various issues. His vision of what the Veiler group is supposed to be is different from mine. And unless my father decides to come back from retirement, he would be the logical choice for the next CEO in case I vanish one day. Noticing a sharp glint in their eyes, Mordred laughed and raised his hands. Oh, but please don't misunderstand. It could not have been him. The chairman, he's my uncle, you see. I know what is being said about us conglomerate families, but we are not like that at all. He would never do anything to hurt me. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Your uncle? Mr. Maddock, I presume. Mordred nodded. The one and only. He is my father's older brother. How morbid. Whispering Blade was dead in the real world, but his reflection was still alive and well in Mirage City. Not only that, but just like his real self, he had lost the battle of succession to his younger brother, and then, to his nephew as well. The picture practically drew itself. An affluent family, a power-hungry uncle, a conspiracy to steal control of the family business from the young prince. Well, Mr. Mordred, you might be sure that your uncle would never conspire against you, but as detectives, we must investigate all possibilities. So, if you don't mind, we would like to interview him, as well as a number of other people in your immediate circle. The staff of your manor, for example. Mordred nodded. By all means. I hope we can get to the bottom of this unfortunate incident. But it will take some time to arrange all the interviews. Perhaps we can start tomorrow? Sonny and Effie asked a few more questions, slowly drawing the picture of the internal politics of the Valiant group. They subtly tested Mordred to see who he really was, as well. Some time later, the PTV arrived at its destination. Mordred smiled apologetically. If you'll excuse me now, detectives, I have already been absent for too long, so there's a mountain of paperwork awaiting me. I will ask my new driver to drive you back. He made to leave, then hesitated for a few moments and chuckled. Oh. I have a request. If it's not too forward, Detective Athena, may I ask for your autograph? He picked up an exquisite round coaster and offered it to her along with a pen that seemed to be more expensive than everything the two detectives owned put together. His slightly shy smile was quite charming. In honor of your famous discus throw that brought Mirage City the golden medal. Effie took the pen, lingered for a while, then laughed and signed it. I can't believe that the CEO of the Valiant Group is my fan. How strange. I'll have to tell my husband. Taking the coaster, Mordred flashed them another smile. Then, if you'll excuse me. With that, he left. The ride back was spent in silence. Since the interview with Chairman Maddock and other employees of the Valiant Group was scheduled for tomorrow, Sonny and Effie had to do a lot of research, so they were buried in their communicators, studying everything there was to study on the network. The sandbag barricade around the hospital had grown a little taller in their absence. Climbing back into Sonny's car after experiencing the luxury of Mordred's palatial PTV felt like a letdown, but neither of them really cared. As soon as they were alone, their expressions changed. Sonny looked at Effie and raised an eyebrow. So, what do you think? She pulled out the snacks she had pilfered from Mordred's car and smiled darkly. He seems nice. I am entirely sure that he is not our Mordred. Sending a handful of honey-glazed almonds into her mouth, Effie chewed them happily and added, I am also sure that the bastard is lying. Chapter 2484. Nature versus Nurture. Well, obviously. Opening the preliminary autopsy report of Mordred's dead driver, he shook his head. The report says that he died from the injuries received in the crash, and Mordred's retelling of the events corroborates that. It is weird, though. I have not heard of vehicle crashes that leave knife wounds behind. A human body could be torn and broken in all kinds of ways during a high-speed collision, but Sonny had seen countless stab wounds, most of them he had delivered himself. So, he would never mistake a wound delivered by a sharp blade for anything else. Even if the driver's body had been pierced by metal debris, the shape of the wounds would have been different. The edges of the cuts would have been different, as well, so the chances of these ones appearing on the body naturally were close to zero. Something had happened between the moment the car fell into the water and the moment Mordred and his dying driver were found on the shore of the river. Which meant that Mordred had lied to them. Effie nodded. Someone killed that man, and Mordred is covering for that someone. She lingered for a moment, then sighed. Also, I think that your theory was true. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Because of that discus thing. Effie nodded again. Yes. I wasn't sure at first, but after rummaging in my counterpart's memories, it is obvious. That guy might not be the Mordred we know, but he was testing us. She won many medals, but her most famous win was a record-breaking spear throw, not a discus throw. She actually messed up while throwing the latter. She gripped the discus so hard that it cracked and fell apart in the air. It was a pretty lackluster performance. Sunny frowned. He was definitely testing us, but what was he trying to find out? Effie looked at him somberly. Whether or not I am the real Detective Athena, I presume. Sunny exhaled slowly. Which means that he's aware that someone could have taken her place. Which, in turn, means that he remembers the outside world. Effie chuckled. That is why he did not react in any way when I told him to snap out of it. It was not that my authority had no effect on him, it's just that he had always known the truth, so there was nothing for him to snap out of. Sunny rubbed his face tiredly. There really are two of him. Damn. Huh? Wait, you ate all of that, already? There was now a pile of empty snack packets on the floor of his car. Sunny's eye twitched. And why are you throwing them on the floor? My PTV might be a scrap heap, but it is not a trash heap. Pick them up immediately. Effie coughed a few times, then picked the packets up and rolled them into a ball. These morsels were pretty sweet, by the way. Oh, sorry for not leaving you any. Sunny glared at her. Whatever? I'll forgive you this time. Only a sick lunatic like you would eat something covered in honey, anyway. He shivered. Effie laughed. How about we go back to that diner and eat something? It's on me, partner. Sunny scoffed. Sure. Spending illusory money to treat me to an illusory meal, how generous of you. Soon enough, they found themselves in the familiar decrepit diner. The food was just as delicious as it was the previous time, though neither Sunny nor Effie was in the mood to discuss serious matters at the moment, so they simply enjoyed it in silence. Eventually, Effie sighed in satisfaction and looked outside. What a turn of events, huh? Makes me wonder, if I had an evil twin, what would she be doing? She chuckled and shook her head. Then again, I did have an evil twin for a while, in the tomb of Ariel. She just went around devouring nightmare creatures, and people, I guess. Effie's expression changed. Wait, does that make Soul Stealer an evil twin of an evil twin? That's like, double the evil. Sunny smiled faintly. I am not sure that it's so simple, that there's a nice and evil version of Mordred. Who knows? Maybe if the Mordred we know grew up in the idyllic Mirage city, he would have been nice too. And if the CEO of the Valor Group experienced everything his other version experienced, he would have become a crazy bastard too. Effie shook her head. Nature versus nurture, huh? No, there's definitely something wrong with Mordred, the one from the real world, I mean. He would have been an eerie creep even in Mirage City. She looked at him with curiosity and asked, What about you, partner? If you had an evil twin, what would he have been doing? Sunny smiled. No idea. Who says that I'm not the evil twin? Effie laughed. Oh? Have you done a lot of evil things? He shrugged. Did you think that I became a sovereign by being kind and good to people? I killed those who could not defend themselves, betrayed those who trusted me, and chose myself at every step of the way. Well, sure, I did a lot of good things too, saving the powerless, standing by my allies, and spilling my own blood for the sake of others. I guess it all balances out, in the end. Sunny sighed. Nephis and I, we were prepared to sacrifice millions of lives if it meant getting rid of the sovereigns. Something like that is exactly the kind of thing I hated the sovereigns for, you know? So even if I am not evil, I am at least a hypocrite. Oh, coincidentally, hypocrites are what I hate the most. He laughed at the irony. I guess an opposite version of me would have been selfless, kind, and honest, and dead because of it, most likely. Effie studied him for a while, then shook her head and smiled. No, stop pretending. I know you're not evil, Shadow Boy. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Do you? How so? She shrugged. Well, it was what you told us back when Nephis first brought you along, wasn't it? You said that you knew yourself to be a killer, and that you hoped that all the killing you did changed the world into the shape that allowed better people than you to build things. Even if they had to build them on the ruins left in your wake. Effie smiled. I did not show it then, but I was actually quite touched by that speech. I thought, what a nice guy. Inferior to Master Sunless in all regards, of course, but still a catch. She laughed. Who knew the two were one and the same? It's like the best of both worlds. Lord of Shadows in the streets, Master Sunless in the... Sunny threw a napkin at her. Cut it out, damn it. Chapter 2485. Hardest part. He wanted to drink something with more bite than water. Coincidentally, a familiar green palisade of soju bottles was looking at him invitingly from a nearby display, begging to be bought. He raised an eyebrow. Since when do I crave alcohol? Sunny had avoided alcohol entirely for many years after the Forgotten Shore. He only allowed himself to enjoy it from time to time now because his rank made him all but immune to intoxication, so he could enjoy an occasional glass of wine without suffering the consequences of imbibing it. But at the moment, as a mundane person, he once again wanted to stay as far away from alcohol as possible. It was just that the devil detective's body, it seemed, had its own opinion. Maybe he was someone's better twin, after all. Looking away from the soju bottles, Sunny glanced at Effie. Lord of Shadows, Master Sunless, and the rest of me. I'd think that if anyone could understand my double life, it would be you. She arched her eyebrow. Me? I'm an open book, though. How come? Sunny shrugged. Well, everyone else is doing just one thing. Nephis, Cassie, Kai, Jet, me, we are all at war, and we live and breathe that war. But ironically, the war beast herself, you, is a warrior, a wife, and a mother. Waging war and playing house are two different things, two different lives. Not that there is anything wrong with that, just seems strange to me. Effie stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. Gods! Aren't you something? What is wrong with both being a warrior and having a life? I didn't invent it, you know. People have been doing just that since the dawn of time. War, plague, famine, the spell, nothing has ever managed to stop us humans from forming families and making babies. That is our nature. If anything, it is you guys who are weird. Sunny scoffed. I already said that there is nothing wrong with that. Effie remained silent for a bit, then sighed. I'll admit, though, it's not easy. Being away for long stretches of time is not easy. Not knowing whether I'll get to come back is not easy. Thinking about what will happen if I do not is hard. Walking out of the door and leaving them behind, though, that's probably the hardest. She looked out the window. To the point that, sometimes, I feel like I am not brave enough to open the door and leave. But I always do. Effie looked back at Sunny and shrugged with a smile. A part of me always stays behind, though. Who cares if it's hard? Life isn't supposed to be easy, anyway. At least it has never been for me. However, it's pretty sweet, sweeter than I ever imagined it could be. I bet you can understand what I mean. She laughed, and Sunny could not help but smile, too. Indeed, the life he was living, despite all its hardships, was much sweeter than anything a lonely kid in the outskirts could have ever imagined. But it wasn't quite as sweet as he wanted it to be, just yet. And to take the next step toward achieving his goals, Sonny needed to get to the bottom of Mirage City. He had to catch the Nihilist, learn what Mordred was hiding, recover the fragment of Weaver's lineage, and escape. Looking at the watch, Sonny pushed the empty plate away and rose. Sweet life, who? That's you hinting that I should buy dessert, isn't it? Effie grinned. I mean, if you insist. Sonny shook his head. Shameless, didn't you say that you'll pay the bill, this time? They did end up buying dessert. Not only because Effie's stomach was a bottomless pit, but also because Sonny was curious about the baking arts of the bygone era. From what he had glimpsed so far, ancient cuisine was superior to what he was familiar with, not only in terms of ingredient variety, but also in terms of nuance and technique. The brilliant emporium might have closed its doors, but Sonny still hoped to reopen it again, one day. In the meantime, he was determined to perfect his culinary skills. Some time later, he said goodbye to Effie and drove home. After spending some time in the evening traffic, he ended up back at the Devil Detective's shabby apartment complex. The familiar drunk was once again loitering near the building, but got scared away when Sonny's car pulled up. The heavy curtain of rain veiled the world and suppressed the sounds, making his paranoia act up. Sonny wondered briefly if it was his own paranoia or the remnant wariness of his counterpart. Entering the apartment, he shook the water from his jacket and went about taking care of his fragile, weak, mundane body. This body needed a lot of things to survive and function properly, and what it needed the most was sleep. The interviews with Mordred's staff were going to start early tomorrow, so Sonny needed to give himself enough time to rest. Just before climbing into bed, he stopped and stared at the investigation map at the back of the Devil Detective's closet. The shape of the city, the evidence, the victims of the Nihilist, Mordred's former vessels. Turning away, Sonny turned off the light and lay on the bed. The sound of the rain on the window was like a lullaby, but sleep still escaped him for a long time. When he finally slipped into its embrace, his dreams were cold and restless, full of mirrors and breaking glass. The sound of breaking glass. Sonny opened his eyes abruptly, the sound still ringing in his ears. The bottle. The bottle that he had balanced on the door handle, following the Devil Detective's paranoid habit, was broken. Blinded by the darkness, Sonny rolled to the side. In the next moment, a cold blade hissed as it cut the air, and then plunged into his pillow, missing his head only by a few centimeters. Chapter 2486. It belongs in a museum. His reflexes were sharp, and despite the neglect and abuse, his body was in good shape. However, he could not sense the shadows. Even more humiliating, he could not even see in the dark. For the first time in a long while, Sonny was truly blind. The only light in the room came through a narrow crack between the curtains, and all he could see was a dark shape jumping over the bed. He could, however, smell wet wool, old sweat, and the stench of alcohol. The damn drunk. He knew it. Paranoia had never let him down, after all. Sonny was laying on the floor in an awkward pose, while the attacker was on the bed, a split second away from coming down with the deadly blade in his hand. It was a mundane knife, but here in Mirage City, even a mundane blade had the power to make Sonny bleed. It had the power to make him die. His senses were gone, his aspect was gone, however, his skill and experience were still with him. Sonny did not possess the power of a sovereign anymore, but he was still the person who had become a sovereign. And that was his most frightening quality, by far, a strength far more important than his aspect, attributes, and domain had ever been. Instead of trying to rise, Sonny kicked the cheap bed with all his might. It slid half a meter back, throwing the moving attacker off balance. The dark silhouette swayed and fell, crashing into the floor. There was the sound of empty bottles breaking, and glass shards were suddenly everywhere. Grabbing a curtain, Sonny pulled it down while jumping to his feet. The shoddily attached curtain pole snapped, and the cold light of electric street lights poured into the small apartment. His pale skin, lean muscles, and the coils of the black serpent tattooed across his body were revealed in that light. The eerie, glassy eyes of the supposed drunk were revealed, too. Sonny looked at him with a calm, cold gaze of a seasoned killer. "You have some nerve," coming after a cop. Who sent you? Instead of answering, the drunk lunged forward. The man looked like a drunk and smelled like a drunk, but he moved with the speed and lethal precision of a trained assassin. Assassins, huh? That is a new one. There weren't any professional assassins left in the real world. There were consummate slayers proficient in killing quietly, sure, but who had time to specialize in assassinating people when there were hordes of nightmare creatures roaming both the dream realm and Earth? There was no stable employment in that, so even for those who did do such work, it was merely a part-time job. Sonny had envisioned himself as one such quiet killer once, though, so he felt a little resentful of the man who had entered his apartment to end his life. Catching the man's wrist, Sonny turned, isolating the enemy's arm between his own and his torso, then slammed the palm of his other hand into the killer's fist. The knife rattled as it fell on the floor, and he immediately spun, tensing his abdominal muscles, and not a moment too soon. The assassin's fist crashed into the steel barrier of his muscles, and at the same time, Sonny's elbow caught the man in the side of the head. Disoriented, the man staggered toward the window and turned, shielding his head with one arm. The other reached toward his belt and pulled out a strange contraption. It had a short stubby barrel and a revolving cylinder protruding from the middle of its metal frame, with a ring protecting the assassin's index finger, but not the rest of them. That's an ancient gun. An average awakened might not know a lot about firearms, but Sonny had led mundane soldiers across the frigid expanse of Antarctica. He had also grown up in the outskirts, so he knew a gun when he saw one, even if it was an archaic relic that belonged in a museum. Sonny looked at the killer with a dark expression. Who brings a gun to a fist fight? That's cheating. Before the assassin could raise the gun and point it forward, Sonny raised his leg and delivered a devastating push kick to the middle of the man's sternum. It was powerful enough to shatter ribs, but more importantly, it was powerful enough to throw the bastard far back. And behind him was the window. The assassin shattered the glass with his back and tumbled over the parapet, letting in the noise of the rain and the chilly wind. He fell down surrounded by sharp shards, leaving the same way he had come, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Which floor do I live on, again? Sonny approached the broken window and looked down. The body sprawled on the wet asphalt far below was still moving. The man shuddered, then climbed to his feet slowly and staggered away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. That bastard! Throwing the curtain over the shattered window to avoid cutting himself, Sonny climbed out, grabbed the slippery drain pipe, and nimbly descended to the ground. The rain pelted his naked torso, and his wet hair got into his eyes. Worse of all, his black pajama pants were swiftly absorbing water. Sonny followed the trail of blood to a fence a dozen meters away. A random passerby gasped when noticing his tattoo, then hurried away with a terrified expression on their face. Passing the fence, Sonny just barely saw the wounded assassin disappearing around the corner. There was someone standing at the side of the road, as well, wearing a torn raincoat and an unassuming cap. They were staring at the blood left in the wake of the failed killer. Another chance witness. Why aren't all of these people sleeping? In the red neon light of a nearby shop sign, the passerby looked like he was bathed in blood. Sonny walked barefoot across the puddles, then stopped and looked at the chance witness darkly. He looked at Sonny as well. And then smiled with amusement. Sonny could see his pale body reflecting in the ragged man's mirror-like eyes. Ah, what a nice surprise. Fancy seeing you here, detective. Are you out for a nice evening stroll? Sonny smiled darkly. Cut the crap. I know who you are. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, studied him for a moment, and then chuckled. I know who you are, too. He smiled pleasantly. You're the man who killed my father. Chapter 2487. Fighting in the Rain. Mordred's mirror-like eyes seemed to shine with a dark crimson glow as they reflected the world back upon itself. His pleasant smile felt dangerous. Feeling a bit hateful was only natural for someone who knew that Sonny had killed their father, even if the source of that hate was somewhat unconventional in this particular case. Sonny looked at Mordred somberly, not showing any sign of being disturbed. He loathed to admit it, but he was rather cold. Damn! Why had he not put on a jacket before jumping out of the window? It was raining outside, and the night was chilly. Perhaps it was because he had grown used to not being bothered by the weather. Looking Mordred in the eye, Sonny grinned. Why? Jealous? Mordred's dangerous smile slowly widened. Raising his head, he laughed. Jealous? Ah, no, not quite. Jealousy is not the word I would use. Taking off his cap, he allowed the rain to pelt his tousled black hair for a moment, then swept it back and pierced Sonny with a cold, eerie gaze. The neon sign blinked, and for a moment, his mask of pleasant friendliness seemed to crack, revealing a raging ocean of scathing fury and boundless loathing beneath. But then, the sign lit up, and Mordred seemed almost normal again. He smiled and shook his head, taking a step to circle Sonny. My. I had a feeling that there was something off when the Valiant Devil detective kept popping up near my other self. So, I wanted to make sure that he was indeed who he claimed to be. That question has been answered, I suppose. Imagine my surprise, though, when I saw a man flying through your window while keeping watch. How scandalous! Mordred chuckled. Do you often toss people out of the window? Sunless? Was that the name you use? I hope you'll forgive me if I don't address you as the Lord of Shadows. That title is a bit unwieldy. Sonny turned slowly, keeping Mordred in his line of sight. He sure is in a talkative mood. It seemed that the Prince of Nothing had been staying close to his other self, watching him closely. And if his words were to be believed, he had not sent the killer to get rid of Sonny. Instead, he had simply been investigating a person sticking close to the Veiler Group heir when the assassination attempt had taken place. But why was Mordred watching over his other self? What was he doing here in Mirage City? How had his nicer version ended up in the Great Mirror, to begin with? Sonny gave Mordred a cold stare. That is indeed a name I use, and no, only on occasion. Oh, by the way, I have some questions for you. You can answer them the easy way or the hard way. It's your choice. He smiled darkly. I really hope you choose the hard way, though. Mordred studied him for a few moments. You know, Sunless, I always wondered where this animosity you feel toward me stems from. I think I was quite courteous the first time we met, back in Godgrave. Admittedly, I did try to take you as a vessel when you dismissed that eerie mask of yours. But can you really blame me? I mean, you had been provoking me the whole time. Sonny shrugged. I can blame you. I do blame you, as it happens. Mordred's smile slowly drained from his face. Looking at Sonny with a chilling lack of emotion in his eyes, he said evenly. How regrettable. Who knew there would be an army of abominations hidden in your soul? But, Sunless, you might have noticed that we are mundane here, in Mirage City. Which means that there's no legion of nightmare creatures to protect you from me. At the end there, his voice grew a bit lower, making him sound quite menacing. Sonny was not intimidated, though. Instead, he grinned. The hard way it is, then. He lunged forward, throwing his fist in Mordred's face. Mordred deflected it easily enough, but that blow was merely a feint. A split second later, Sonny unleashed a hurricane of kicks and punches, aiming to bring the Prince of Nothing down. He had absorbed countless battle styles for unarmed combat, so fighting with his bare hands was no less familiar to Sonny than wielding deadly weapons. In fact, his hands were deadly weapons in and of themselves. Mordred laughed, evading the barrage of strikes with infuriating ease. This is great. This is wonderful. You know, I've grown tired of killing men of powerful combat aspects while possessing no similar powers myself over the years. This place evens that playing field, though. How refreshing. He caught Sonny's fist in a vice grip and added in a low tone. I remember you sent me a gift not too long ago, Sunless. Should I return the favor? He was talking about the cursed demon, Abjuration, of course. Oops. In the next moment, Sunny found himself on the receiving end of Mordred's fury. The bastard did not lack combat skill by any means, and now that they were both mundane, small things like height and reach mattered much more than usual. On top of that, Sunny was still not used to his altered state. The loss of shadow essence, of the feather of truth, trait of the onyx shell that had become a staple of his battle technique, and even of his aspect was not too difficult to adjust to. But it was the absence of shadow sense that truly made him feel like a cripple. Sunny felt like a blind man. So, he found himself nearly defenseless against Mordred's vicious assault. The Prince of Nothing battered his defense until it was completely unraveled, then callously sent a devastating punch flying toward Sunny's temple. Sunny knew that he would not be able to evade it, deflect it, or block it. He didn't try. Instead, he turned his head slightly and took the blow straight on. Ah, crap! Despite Mordred's slender build and refined manners, his fist truly packed a punch. Sunny did not even feel any pain, just found himself suddenly dazed and reeling. He could also feel blood streaming down his face from a cut above his brow. But that did not stop him from raising both hands and catching Mordred's wrist. The Prince of Nothing frowned. "What are you?" Pulling his enemy off balance, Sunny unceremoniously headbutted him in the face. Mordred staggered back with a stifled curse, blood pouring from his nose. Before he could recover, Sunny pivoted on one foot and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the side of his head. No matter how skilled Mordred was, he was still thrown to the ground in a daze. "How about I reunite you with your father, bastard?" Taking a step forward, Sunny prepared to stomp on Mordred's head and crack his skull. But instead, something glinted in the red neon light, and he felt a chill penetrate his flesh, followed by sharp pain. Grasping his side, Sunny staggered back. His pants were already soaked by rain, but now, they were being washed by blood, too. That damn miscreant. Mordred slowly rose to his feet, smiling darkly. There was a narrow switchblade in his hand, its pale steel painted red. "Why is everyone dying to stab me today?" Sunny let out an infuriated growl. "You think a little knife will stop me from killing you?" The growl seemed to take Mordred aback. Enough so for him to hesitate. At least, instead of trying to stab Sunny, he looked somewhere behind him warily and lowered the switchblade. "Maybe not. But they will." Turning his torso to see what Mordred was looking at, while still keeping an eye on the bastard, Sunny saw a few silhouettes looming in the windows of his apartment complex. He could not discern their features, but his neighbors were all eerily motionless, still, all staring down at him with glassy eyes. Dozens of them. Mordred smiled faintly. "Detective Sunless. I suggest you stop behaving erratically." His smile faded quickly, though. "Unless you want to become the next victim of the Nihilist, that is." Chapter 2488. Castellan. What did Mordred mean? The laceration on Sunny's forehead and the cut on his abdomen stung, but he was much more uncomfortable because of the motionless figures staring at him with empty eyes from the windows. He knew what was happening. Just like Effie's family had reacted to her acting out of character, so were Sunny's neighbors unsettled by his fight with Mordred. Something about it was not in character for the devil detective, and the others inhabiting Mirage City were unhappy about it. Sunny did not know what would happen if he continued to attack the Prince of Nothing, and suspected that he would not want to find out. But what did it have to do with the Nihilist? Frowning, Sunny looked at Mordred and asked, "Aren't you the Nihilist?" He knew by now that Mordred was not the serial killer terrorizing Mirage City. Instead, he was the target of the serial killer. However, there was no point in revealing his cards to the Prince of Nothing. Rather, Sunny wanted to learn a thing or two from how he would react. Wiping the blood off his lips, Mordred smiled. "No need to play coy. The fact that you seem to remember yourself means that Raised by Wolves is here, too. And she would have recognized the faces of my vessels, given time. So, you know that I am not the Nihilist." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "If not you, then who?" Your other self. Mordred laughed. That pathetic creature? Goodness, no. He's too useless to kill anyone. Not a fan of his good twin, then. Sunny grimaced. So who is going around massacring people? Mordred stared at him for a few moments, then leaned down to pick up his cap. Why should I answer? It would be foolish to share information with someone who is here to kill me. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Here, to kill him. His mind spun at high speed. No, it made sense. Mordred did not know about the fragment of Weaver's lineage hidden in the Great Mirror, so he would not know that Sunny had come to retrieve it. Why would Sunny have come, then? The only reasonable explanation was that he had followed Mordred and Morgan inside. And since Mordred could actually be killed here, at least according to Morgan, he would naturally assume that the only reason for the Lord of Shadows to visit Mirage City was to hunt him down. But that wasn't Sunny's goal. Killing Mordred was just a delightful bonus. He scoffed. Aren't you too full of yourself? Why would I waste my time and risk my life trying to kill you? My arrival at Mirage City had nothing to do with you, your better half, or even your sister. In fact, I'd prefer it if none of you were here. Mordred remained silent for a moment, then threw an uneasy glance at the figures looming in the windows. Come to think of it, he looked a little haggard. It was especially noticeable after spending some time in the company of the glamorous CEO of the Valor Group. This Mordred's face was gaunt, sharp, and burdened in comparison. It seemed like surviving in the Great Mirror was not easy for the Prince of Nothing. Mordred looked back at Sunny, considered something for a second, and then offered him his usual pleasant smile. It is hard to believe, but sadly, there is not much time for us to continue this polite conversation. Sure, why not? I will tell you about the Nihilist. He chuckled. I am not the Nihilist, and neither is my other self. Nevertheless, you will have great trouble catching this particular killer, detective. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Mordred's eyes ignited with an ominous vermilion glow under the light of the neon sign. You really don't know? Ah, well, you have not been here long. He closed his eyes for a moment, then said in a pleasant tone. That is because the Nihilist is nobody in particular. The killer you are searching for is Mirage City itself. This entire city is the killer. Sunny's eyes widened a little. That? He couldn't help but shiver. What the hell do you mean? Mordred smiled and nodded to the figures looming in the windows subtly. It's just like I said. There is not a single killer walking around searching for prey. Instead, any random passerby can become the Nihilist for a period of time, slaughter their victim, then turn back to normal. Or rather, I should say that there was not a single killer. There may very well be one now. His words were making less and less sense. Sunny scowled, then asked in a frustrated tone. Once again, what the hell do you mean? Why would there be an actual Nihilist now, even if there was not one before? Glancing at the apartment complex, Sunny froze. That was because there were no figures in the windows anymore. All of them had disappeared, and the building seemed empty. As if the people who had been staring at him had either lost interest, or were walking out of their apartments and descending the stairs to reach him, instead. Mordred slowly backed away. How do you think this place works, Sunless? He smiled darkly. In theory, it should be controlled by the Master of Bastion. But the Great Mirror has stood abandoned for too long, the sorcery governing it has become twisted and corrupted over the eons. Putting on his cap, Mordred hid the blooded switchblade in his pocket. Or rather, the custodian Mirage left behind to take care of her palace has become twisted. A very special reflection among reflections, the Castellan. It was supposed to help the master of the castle control the Great Mirror, but at some point, it broke. He smiled. Now, the poor thing doesn't know what to do. It refuses to recognize anyone as the master of the castle, but it still tries to fulfill its duty. That is why it created Mirage City when my other self became a guest of the Great Mirror. This place is meant to fulfill his fantasies, after all. Mordred laughed. But, Sunless, what happens when more guests arrive? What happens when Morgan imagines killing her brother? What happens when you keep thinking about catching the nihilist? What happens when all these dreams collide and start conflicting with each other? His smile widened a little, turning dark and sinister. The Palace of Imagination will attempt to protect itself by removing the contaminating influences. It will correct Mirage City in a way that creates a believable reason for you to die. Look, it is already happening. Someone has sent an assassin to get rid of you, after all. Who knows, maybe a real nihilist has already been created, as well as if he has always existed. As Sunny grimaced, blood still flowing from his cut abdomen, Mordred chuckled and turned to dash into an alley. Oh, and by the way. He paused for a moment and gave Sunny a pitying look. You won't be the only one Mirage City tries to remove. So, if you brought other people with you, oh well, anyway, I'd go give Raised by Wolves a call. A moment later, he was gone, dissolved into the curtain of rain. Sunny did not follow. Left alone in the ominous light of the red neon sign, he shivered. Then, his eyes widened suddenly. Effie knew who she was, so he wasn't too worried about her. However, Saint. Chapter 2489. Pursuit of Balance. Saint sighed. The woman in front of her was not responding. She was strapped into a straitjacket, sitting in a wheelchair, and looking quietly into the barred window of her patient room with an absent expression on her pale face. The world outside the window was dark. It was already late into the night, far past the time Saint was supposed to get off work. Her schedule was in shambles, which was a point of intense frustration. However, she could not do anything about it. This particular patient gave a whole new meaning to the word VIP, so Saint had been assigned to her and ordered to get to the bottom of her condition with utmost haste. She had been spending a lot of time with this patient as of late, but things were not going well. That hurt her pride. Miss Morgan was a difficult puzzle. She was both unhinged and chillingly cunning at times, and worse than that, she was prone to violent episodes. Worst of all, though, was the fact that this seemingly delicate woman somehow managed to deliver eerily gruesome wounds to the orderlies each time they tried to restrain her. Several had already been hospitalized, some of them irreversibly maimed and crippled. Therefore, Miss Morgan was put in a straitjacket and regularly fed a cocktail of powerful neuroleptics, which curbed some of her violent behavior, but made Saint's work much more difficult. After all, how was she supposed to have a conversation with a person who had been drugged out of their mind? It was almost as if the leadership of the hospital had no intention of helping this patient, and was perfectly content simply keeping her locked up. Letting out another sigh, Saint left a note in her journal and stood to leave. I will see you tomorrow, then. She was almost to the door when Morgan suddenly spoke. It was the first sentence she had spoken today, making Saint stop. Something is different about you today. Saint lingered for a moment, then turned around. She did not say anything, studying her patient silently. Morgan studied her, as well. Why did it seem like her eyes had a scarlet glint to them? Naturally, it was impossible. Iris pigmentation was determined by the melanin saturation level and varied from brown or dark brown, which could appear black in certain lighting, to lighter shades like green, blue, and grey. In rare cases, such as albinism, melanin was entirely absent, which exposed blood vessels behind the iris and gave the eyes a pale reddish tint. However, there were no people with vibrant, vivid vermilion eyes. Saint frowned subtly. I must have seen wrong. Morgan, meanwhile, smiled slowly. You are real, aren't you? But how strange. I don't recognize you. Well, no matter, since you arrived with that man, you must be one of his. She seemed to be delirious, talking nonsense. In fact, considering the amount of antipsychotic medications administered to this patient, it was a miracle that she was able to form coherent sentences at all. Morgan's smile did not seem like that of a person heavily dosed with tranquilizers, though. She chuckled. Tell him to come see me. She looked at something behind Saint, then exhaled slowly. Then again, maybe I'll come see him myself. With that, she turned to look out the window with an absent expression once again. The brief moment of lucidity seemed to have come to an end. Saint remained silent for a few moments, then turned around and left the room. The padded steel door locked behind her with a loud click. Her condition seemed to have worsened. I must make them change her prescriptions at all costs. An unfamiliar nurse and a few orderlies were loitering in the corridor outside. She did not recognize any of them, which would have been strange on a usual day. There had been many new hires as of late, though, precisely because of the patient in the room behind her. Saint had not memorized their faces just yet. Still, the fact that they were new did not mean that there was an excuse for how poorly they were carrying out their duties. Saint frowned, then forced herself to speak. Do you know what time it is? Why hasn't anyone helped the patient to bed yet? Were you planning to keep her in that wheelchair the entire night? One of the orderlies looked down. Sorry, doctor. We will strap her in right now. Shaking her head slightly, Saint left them behind. Her schedule was already a mess, but if there was one thing she could not compromise on, it was proper sleep. Sleep was a cornerstone of both physical and mental health, so Saint maintained a healthy sleep cycle meticulously. She had to clock out and return home swiftly. Soon enough, Saint left the hospital building, opened an umbrella, and headed to where her car was parked. She looked at the phone while walking to check the time and noticed a dozen missed calls from a certain number. Detective Sunless seemed not to have taken her warning seriously. Pursing her lips, Saint blocked his number and put her phone away, retrieving the car key instead. Approaching her car, she exhaled slowly and looked up. The hospital was situated on the outskirts of the city, in the prestigious northern suburbs. So, the view would have been quite picturesque on a normal day. Sadly, the world was veiled by rain, and the stars were obscured by the heavy mass of storm clouds. The only bright light Saint could see were the spotlights on the immense dam towering above the city in the north. Behind it was one of the three great lakes of Mirage City. Due to the heavy rainfall, its levels had risen, so the floodgates of the recently renovated dam were open. Saint could hear the hum of falling water even from a distance. That water would feed the main lake, the Mirror Lake, and if that was not enough, the floodgates of the southern dam would be open as well to alleviate the pressure. That was how Mirage City, built around a system of 3 artificial lakes, avoided drowning during the storm season. It remained safe and sound by maintaining balance, releasing pressure when needed, and letting the water flow between the 3 lakes. All systems pursued balance above everything else, after all. That was their nature. A human mind was much the same. It needed balance to stay healthy. All disorders originated from instability and imbalance. Saint wondered what Miss Morgan's imbalance was. What was there that she, who had everything in the world at her fingertips, lacked? Or was that exactly the root of the problem? The fact that she had too much. Shaking her head, Saint raised the key to unlock her car. It was then that she sensed movement behind her, and suddenly, there was something sharp and thin wrapped around her neck. Chapter 2490. Heal Thyself. Saint found herself strangely calm despite the fact that someone had wrapped a garrote around her neck, as if situations like this were nothing new to her, familiar and trifling, rather. She noted the strangeness of her reaction and filed it away to be analyzed later, reasonably assessing that now was not the time for self-reflection. Her instincts kicked in, proving that countless hours of training had not been in vain. Before Saint could even register what was happening, her body moved on its own, and she just barely managed to insert her hand between the cold garrote and her neck before the sharp string drew taut. The rain obscured everything around, its rustle drowning all the sounds. Light was pouring out of the hospital's windows no more than 100 meters away, but even if Saint screamed, no one would hear her, not that she could scream with all the pressure being put on her throat. Ah! The assailant pulled on the garrote, and Saint suddenly couldn't breathe anymore. The string bit into her fingers, threatening to sever them, and she felt blood flowing down her wrist. Despite the horror of the situation, Saint felt a pang of annoyance. The sleeve of her trench coat, the blouse beneath, Washing out blood stains was going to be such a hassle. The trench coat might survive, considering its hydrophobic coating, but the fabric of the expensive blouse would be positively ruined. But then again, maybe she would not have to wash her clothes, because she would be dead. Somebody is trying to kill me. But who? A violent robber? A deranged patient? An obsessive stalker? Anything and everything was possible. She could feel his mass behind her, pressing her into his heavy body and pulling on the garrote with monstrous strength. No matter how much time Saint had spent exercising and honing her body, she would never be able to overpower an opponent who was that much larger, that much heavier, and that much stronger on top of that. Ack! A hoarse, undignified noise escaped from her lips. Damnation! Leaning against the assailant to support her weight, Saint raised her leg and slammed the sole of her boot against the door of her car. Newton's third law of motion: for every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. Saint had unleashed a potent force upon the car, and was pushed in the opposite direction with equal force. The car did not move, obviously, but Saint and the man strangling her were thrown back. He collided with the next car in the row, denting it, and lost his balance. At the same time, Saint slammed the back of her head into his face. The pull on the garrote weakened for a split second, which allowed her to slip free. Saint rolled away while feverishly gulping air. She did not care about dirtying her clothes in the puddles anymore. All she cared about was being able to breathe once again. Steadying herself with one arm, she attempted to plan her next actions carefully. Everyone had a plan until they got kicked in the face. Someone's heavy boot collided with her cheekbone, sending Saint back to the ground. A moment later, a vicious kick landed on her ribs, throwing her into the side of the car. Ah, crap! Hey, dimwit, can't you even handle a girl? Shut your mouth. I think she broke my nose, damn it. Saint heard the voices through her daze. There are two of them. She gritted her teeth, then used the car for support and slowly rose to her feet. One of the two dark figures looked at her with a hint of surprise. Look at that, she stood up. We got a tough one this time, ho. The second lowered his hand, revealing a bloodied face, and gestured to her angrily. Who cares? Get her. The first man grinned. Tough ones last longer. I like it. A moment later, the blade of a sharp hunting knife glinted in his hand. Saint stared at the knife with a strange indifference. She had learned countless techniques on how to defend herself against an armed opponent. However, every instructor she had ever worked with told her the same thing. The best defense against a knife is to run away. Running away was the optimal solution. So she did exactly that. Turning around, Saint dashed away. The ground was slippery, and her designer boots had heels. Nevertheless, her form and speed were quite impressive. By the time the two assailants reacted, she had already created a bit of distance between them and herself. They lunged in pursuit without wasting any time, though. Run, run, run. Saint wished she could have sprinted toward the hospital, but sadly, the assailants had barred that direction. So, she was running toward the road instead. Somehow, it felt wrong. Logically, Saint understood that running away from two larger, stronger, better armed enemies was the right thing to do, but something inside of her rebelled against that idea. She wanted to live, though, so she forced that inexplicable feeling down. By the time Saint reached the road, the assailants had practically caught up with her. She had hoped that there would be cars passing by, but sadly, the street was dark and empty. No, not quite. There was a car parked across the road, and the driver was outside, smoking as he hid the cigarette in his palm to shield it from the rain. Hope! Saint raised a hand, wishing to call out to the stranger. But the words froze on her lips. Perhaps it was because of his black gloves, or perhaps it was because of the glassy, eerie look in his eyes, but she instinctively knew that the man was not going to help her. On the contrary, he was one of the attackers. Their driver, perhaps. There are 3 of them. And she was surrounded. The smoking man noticed her by then. He frowned, tossed the cigarette away, and lunged across the road, leaving her nowhere to run. What do I do? Saint froze, feeling a little desperate. In the next moment, an old black car appeared out of the rain, sending the third assailant flying over its hood. His body struck the road with a dull thud and remained laying there, broken and motionless, while the car skidded to a stop. Its door opened, and someone whom Saint had never expected to see climbed out of it. It was the man whose number she had recently blocked, Detective Sunless. She stared at her former patient with wide eyes, feeling both relieved and confused to see him. And happy, as if him being there was the most natural thing in the world. Not quite a guardian angel. Wearing dark clothes and an even darker expression, her personal devil looked behind Saint and scowled. Hey, bastards! Why are you bothering my therapist? Are you two degenerate lowlifes tired of living, or what? If you are, stop wasting everyone's time and come here. I'll kill you. He paused for a moment and winced. I mean, I'll arrest you? Yeah. That is what I will. No, you know what, I am not going to lie. I'll definitely kill you. Chapter 2491. Keep calm. Instead, he grinned. Look at that. A prince on a white horse appeared to save the damsel. Detective Sunless shook his head as he walked in their direction. Are you colorblind or something? My car is obviously black. And I am not a prince. He smiled darkly. I am a king. Well, a sovereign, to be precise. The assailant laughed. Did you hear that? That was way too funny, man. We have an actual psycho on our hands. One of her patients, I guess. Detective Sunless passed by Saint, who had stood frozen throughout the entire exchange. Now, finally, she shook off her daze and called out to him in a subdued tone. They are armed. He glanced at her briefly. Of course they are. There was not a hint of concern in his voice. The detective walked past Saint and continued on his way toward the two attackers. She considered whether she was supposed to help him. It seemed only natural to do so, for some reason, to the point that she almost took a step to follow him. But then, Saint reminded herself of what she was doing. Fighting armed bandits in the rain was not something an ordinary person like herself was supposed to engage in. She had accepted the frightening situation with an abnormal level of calmness, but actually, a normal person would be terrified and in a panic right now, doing their best to escape. Should I escape? No, should I try to find help? Police? Should I call the police? But the police was already here. Before Saint could decide on a course of action, Detective Sunless and the two bandits lunged at each other. Then, things happened swiftly. The one with the knife slashed at the detective's neck, aiming to slit his throat open. The other had produced a telescopic baton out of somewhere and attacked from the other side, bringing it down on the detective's head. They worked well with each other, moving with a shared purpose to leave the victim no way to escape. Detective Sunless did not try to escape, though. Instead, he caught the first assailant's wrist and pushed it aside, making the knife miss his neck. At the same time, he lowered his torso and kicked the second assailant in the chest, sending him staggering back. Pathetic. Now I am less offended about only warranting one assassin while Saint gets three. My guy was a professional, at least. The ensuing brawl was short, violent and bloody. Despite what Detective Sunless had said, the two men fighting him were not amateurs. They were trained, vicious, and clearly accustomed to hurting people. Nevertheless, he handled them with such a chilling level of cruel, nonchalant ruthlessness that it was hard to tell which side of the conflict was the criminal and which side was the victim. Saint had extensive martial training, but she had never witnessed such startling brutality. Detective Sunless was not a brute, though. She had enough skill to recognize just how impressive his technique and combat intelligence were. Every movement was precise and purposeful, every step was taken with calculated intent. He tore through the heavy streams of rain with fierce momentum, always a step ahead of his opponents. It was almost as if he was controlling the two assailants like marionettes, dictating their every move. His own attacks, meanwhile, were vicious and devastating, but also elegant in their economic efficiency. There was a cadence to it all, a strange melody. Almost like a dance. I was meaning to call the police. Saint had forgotten what she was meant to do. A pained wail drowned out the rustling of the rain. There was a revolting squelch of tearing flesh, and the crack of breaking bone. One of the assailants reeled back, his arm mangled terribly and bent at an unnatural angle. Before the second one could react, his own knife plunged between his ribs, and then a crushing blow landed on his face. As he fell to his knees with a groan, a vicious kick landed on his head. Detective Sunless leaned down and picked up the telescopic baton that had fallen to the ground. When the assailant with the broken arm turned around to flee, he brandished it with startling speed, striking the man on the temple. The bandit fell like a toppled tree and remained laying on the asphalt, motionless. "Ah, you bastard! I'll kill you!" The one with the knife in his chest grabbed the hilt with a shaking hand, straining to pull it out. The detective looked at him and said evenly, in a matter-of-fact tone, "I wouldn't do that if I were you. That knife is the only thing keeping you alive." But the assailant did not listen. He pulled the knife out, letting out a torrent of blood, then gripped it tightly and staggered to his feet. As he took an unsteady step forward, Detective Sunless took an unhurried step back. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the fourth step, he was suddenly side by side with Saint. She observed the harrowing scene with an odd indifference, as if seeing several men die in a violent confrontation was not worthy of riling up her emotions. The detective's presence was oddly soothing. This reaction was definitely not normal. "I am probably in shock." The assailant pursued Detective Sunless with slow, swaying steps. Blood was flowing down his body, mixing with the rainwater on the ground. 1, 2, 3. On the fourth step, his legs buckled, and he fell down. The knife rattled as it fell from his grip. He did not move after that. He killed them." Saint's voice was calm. She was calm. Why was she so calm? Detective Sunless looked at her, remained silent for a moment, and smiled. "Why, yes. I promised to, after all. Haven't I told you? I'm the most honest person in the world. 3 worlds, even." That was what he had said. Extreme case of delusion of grandeur, no doubt. Detective Sunless studied her for a few moments, then frowned. "You're thinking something strange, aren't you? Why didn't you answer my calls? Is that what's important right now?" Saint took a deep breath. Then, she answered evenly. "I was off the clock. My sleep schedule is very important, so I don't take calls from patients outside the designated hours." Chapter 2492. Dark and Handsome. She had been attacked by 3 strange men. They did not seem to have attacked her by chance, and they had not been trying to rob her either. They had come to kill her. These men were dead now. One of her former patients, a detective from the homicide division of the Mirage City Police Department, had killed them with his bare hands, right in front of her eyes. Well, he had killed 2 of them with his bare hands. The third one, he had killed with his car. And now, here she was. Too calm to describe her current state as a normal reaction, probably in shock. "They knew who I was." The detective seemed to have known that I would be attacked, as well. He arrived just in time. Looking away from the corpses, Saint brushed the wet strands of her hair away from her face and looked at Detective Sunless with a slight frown. Now that everything was over, she could finally feel the bruises on her face and the cuts on her fingers. The pain was sobering. "How did you know that I would be in danger, detective?" He stared at her for a moment, then let out a barely audible groan. "Saint, you ask a lot of uncomfortable questions when you talk, don't you?" She did not deign to answer, looking at him impassively. Detective Sunless shook his head, and then suddenly took her hand. The unexpected touch made Saint flinch. "You're bleeding." There was a dark expression on his face, and a dangerous undertone in his voice. Taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, Detective Sunless carefully wrapped it around her cut fingers and spoke. To answer your question. Well, you see. I knew that you would be in danger because I had met Mordred, not the CEO of the Valor Group, but his evil twin, who is an insidious bastard of epic proportions, as well as a demented mass murderer who dabbles in genocide from time to time on top of that. He and I have never really seen eye to eye, which is entirely his fault, of course. The first time we met, I ended up locked in a cage because he wanted me for my body. And it only got worse from there. Wait, no, that did not come out right. Saint pulled her hand away. Faced with her indifferent expression, Detective Sunless coughed. It didn't, I'm telling you. What I meant to say was that he wanted to possess my body like a ghost, that creep. Needless to say, I was not too keen on the idea. Who would have been? Anyway, he hates me too, for no good reason whatsoever, I might add. All I did was kill his dad, what's the big deal? Noticing a slight shift in Saint's expression, the detective added hurriedly. Don't get it wrong, though. It's not what you think. He only hates me because I managed to kill his dad before he could kill that insane bastard himself. Let me tell you, that whole family is was unwell. In any case, they are all crazy, unlike us normal people. Hearing that, Saint tilted her head a little. She regretted not having her notebook at hand. Projected patricide fantasies. Oedipus complex. He was such a fascinating case. Detective Sunless sighed. In any case, I met that Mordred here in Mirage City, which is a grand illusion created by an ancient demon, as I mentioned before. He informed me that there is a problem with the control system of this entire place, so to speak, and as a result, every real person in Mirage City is in danger. Because Mirage City is a serial killer. Saint raised an eyebrow. Detective Sunless remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. It is. There are very few real people in this creepy city, and we are on its victim list, me, you, both versions of Mordred, my partner Effie, and Morgan, as well. He nodded. That is how I knew that you would be in danger. Then, his expression changed subtly, and he looked in the direction of the mental hospital. Oh, right. Morgan. Saint frowned, wondering if Detective Sunless was genuinely insane or simply continuing his act from their last meeting. What about Miss Morgan? He glanced at her with a somber expression. You might not believe me, but facts are facts. In the last 2 days, someone tried to kill everyone I mentioned. The CEO of the Valor Group barely survived an assassination attempt, I was nearly stabbed to death by a hired killer, you were assaulted by these 3 thugs, and my partner had to wipe the floor with a home invader. That only leaves Morgan. His eyes darkened. Who is pumped full of drugs and wearing a straitjacket? Saint's frown deepened. Miss Morgan was indeed in no condition to defend herself. But the security measures of our hospital are stellar. It is practically a fortress, there's barely a safer place in the city, so I can assure you, she is perfectly fine. I saw her just half an hour ago. He shook his head. There are no fortresses that can't be breached, Doc. Nowhere is safe, and nobody is safe either. For a thoroughly guarded place like your workplace, the easiest way to harm someone being kept there would probably be from within. Have there been many new faces around lately? People whom you don't know too well, or whose behavior changed all of a sudden? Saint opened her mouth to rebuke him, but didn't find the words to do so. There had indeed been many new faces around as of late. People she knew had indeed been acting a bit strangely. Detective Sunless grimaced. Curses! He fell silent for a moment, then said in an urgent tone. We need to go. Before Saint could protest, he grabbed her by the arm and pulled her in the direction of the hospital. She had no choice but to follow him, still reeling from everything that had happened. The detective's hold was firm and strangely reassuring. Let's just see what happens. Her willingness to play along with his deranged charade was not a healthy reaction, but somehow, Saint found herself reluctant to resist, and lacking the desire to pull her arm out of his grasp. "That's because I'm in shock." "Definitely." They waded through the rain, hurrying toward the hospital. The entrance was just like Saint had left it. It was as if 3 men had not tried to kill her just a few hundred meters away from the brightly illuminated premises of the hospital. The volunteer workers were still building a barricade out of sandbags around the building. The security guards welcomed her as if nothing had happened. "Dr. Saint, have you forgotten something?" They stared down Detective Sunless with cold expressions. Saint cleared her throat. Yes. This is one of my patients. He is in need of an urgent consultation. You can check the system. There is a pass issued under his name, still." The guard studied them for a few moments, then reluctantly stepped aside. Saint and Detective Sunless hurried inside. Just as they were entering, a nurse who was leaving opened the door and held it for them politely, lowering her head in a respectful bow. They walked inside. A moment later, however, Detective Sunless froze in place. "Stop." Saint halted, giving him a questioning look. He turned around with a tense expression on his handsome face. The air was full of a subtle scent of blood. "Where are you going, I wonder?" Saint frowned, confused by the question. It took her a moment to realize that the question was not directed at her. Following his gaze, she saw the nurse who had opened the door for them stopping halfway across the threshold. The nurse lingered for a moment, then looked back. She was wearing clean blue scrubs and a standard face mask, her black hair gathered in a tidy bun. Above the mask, 2 beautiful vermilion eyes were staring back at the detective with a cold, calm malice. Her eyes are red. They were definitely of a vibrant, vivid scarlet shade. It was Morgan, the Vela Group heiress. Chapter 2493. White Walls. Some time later, the door opened again, and a nurse walked in, accompanied by 3 burly orderlies. Morgan did not move, continuing to look out the window. She was seated in a wheelchair, her arms bound by a straitjacket, which wasn't that uncomfortable. What really drove her mad was that she was not allowed to shower without supervision, and the hospital staff was too afraid of her to wash her properly. Not that she would allow anyone to touch her. Her personal hygiene situation was sorrowful. Outside the window, the world was dark and veiled by rain. Distant spotlights were shining through the torrents of falling water on the dam that towered above the city like a great barrier. The sight of this illusory world was strange and wondrous. Morgan was not taking in the darkly beautiful landscape, though. She was tracking the movements of the 4 people who had entered her room in the reflections on the surface of the window. The orderlies locked the door and took positions around her, while the nurse brightened the lights and went about preparing an injection. She filled a disposable syringe with a transparent liquid from a medical ampule, then flicked it a few times and pressed the plunger lightly to let out the tiny bubbles of air. "Miss Morgan, I will administer your medicine now." Her tone was pleasant and polite. Morgan did not turn her way, continuing to face the window. She did speak, however. How strange. The nurse gave her a confused look. Most of her face was obscured by a mask, but there was definitely a silent question in her eyes. "Strange? What do you mean?" Morgan sighed. "You are not afraid of me." She finally turned her head, looking at the nurse calmly. Anyone on the hospital staff would be at least a little wary. "You must be new. Come to think of it, I don't recognize any of you." The nurse chuckled in a friendly manner. "Oh, yes. There are a lot of recent hires in the hospital these days, Miss Morgan. Now, if you allow me." Morgan smiled faintly. "Oh, but you see, not only do I not recognize you, but I am also not scheduled to receive any injections at this time. And on top of that..." She glanced at the syringe the nurse was holding in her hand. "The medication I've been receiving has a yellow tint. This one is entirely transparent, though." So, a nurse I don't recognize wants to inject me with a substance I don't know, at the wrong hour, no less. How peculiar, don't you think? The nurse remained silent for a while, looking at her kindly. Then, kindness slowly drained from her eyes. Giving one of the orderlies a cold stare, she said in a harsh tone, "Hold her tightly. Ah, but make sure not to leave any bruises, it has to look natural, you know." Amusing. The orderly stepped forward to hold Morgan down. Their rough hands landed on her neck and her shoulders, pressing her into the wheelchair and making it impossible for her to move. The nurse took a step in their direction, preparing the syringe. Morgan laughed. For entire people to handle one poor me. Well, I guess I'm worth it. I am Morgan of Valor, after all. Even if Valor doesn't exist anymore. Her laughter stopped abruptly, and she pierced the nurse with a gaze so cold that it made the woman stumble. You made a mistake, though. Do you know what your mistake is? Morgan's hands moved under the white fabric of the straitjacket, as if she was turning her wrists. A derisive smile twisted her scarlet lips. Thinking that just 4 will be enough. The nurse had regained her composure by then. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice gained a mocking undertone. Don't mind her. What can she even? Then, there was the sound of tearing fabric, and Morgan's 10 fingers easily pierced the straitjacket. She pulled her hands down, and the tough fabric parted easily, as if cut by 10 razor-sharp knives. I suggest you run. But, of course, the 3 muscular orderlies holding her down and the nurse carrying a syringe full of an unidentified substance did not listen to her advice. The patient room had padded walls. It was quite soundproof when it needed to be. When the screams died out, Morgan exhaled slowly and looked up at the white ceiling of the sterile room that had served as her prison cell for the past few months. The ceiling was painted red with chaotic splatters now. The soft padding on the floor was slowly absorbing vast puddles of blood. The walls were torn apart and dripping crimson. There was barely any white left in the room. Pulling off the pitiful remains of her straitjacket, Morgan turned to the only corner that remained free of the blood. There, the supposed nurse was pressing herself against the soft walls, shivering as she looked up at Morgan with horror. Monster! Monster! You are! Dropping the torn straitjacket to the floor, Morgan walked over to the shaking woman and crouched near her. Hey, you! She picked up the abandoned syringe from the floor and looked at the nurse impassively. Do you know why I left you for last? The woman tried to press herself even deeper into the wall, shaking her head in terror. Morgan smiled. It's because I wanted to keep your uniform clean. Sometime later, the lights in the patient room went out. The door opened, and a woman in blue scrubs walked out into the corridor. Her face was covered by a mask, and her black hair was gathered in a tidy bun. She looked perfectly unassuming, just like any other nurse in the private wing of the psychiatric hospital. The door locked behind her with an audible click. As the woman headed away with confident steps, a passing doctor gave her a stare, and then asked in a confused tone. Who? Did you just walk out of that room? The woman lowered her eyes and answered politely. Yes. Please keep your voice down, Doctor, Miss Morgan is asleep. He studied her silently for a few moments. Then chuckled. You went there alone? Brave girl. Shaking his head and chuckling, the doctor walked away, leaving the woman alone. She did not linger, either, and soon no one was left in front of the locked door and its dark window. Chapter 2494. Escaped Lunatic. The man did not suspect anything and left the conversation with a pleasant impression of the polite newbie, having given the rookie several pieces of priceless advice. Morgan used the ID card of the woman she had killed in her patient room to unlock the door to the common area of the hospital, nodded at the security guard stationed there while hiding the blood-stained ID card in her pocket, and headed for the lobby. A few minutes later, she opened the door and felt the rustling of the rain envelop her. The smell of fresh air was sweet. Before she could step outside, however, she saw someone familiar right in front of her. It was the Lord of Shadows, in all his rugged glory, dragging her astonishingly beautiful psychiatrist behind him. The taciturn woman had a blooded handkerchief wrapped around her hand. Not showing any reaction, Morgan bowed politely and held the door for them. Her heartbeat stayed steady as the pair walked past her. Once they entered the lobby, she took a step forward. But then... Stop! Damn it! Morgan lingered for a moment, then turned around and looked at the Lord of Shadows coldly. Where are you going, I wonder? She studied him silently, evaluating the situation. Usually, she would have stood no chance against a sovereign. But they were all equal here, in Mirage City. Some were more equal than others were, though. For all intents and purposes, everyone here seemed to be perfectly mundane, with one important exception. Their flaws were still binding them like chains. In the case of Morgan, her flaw made it so that everything she touched was cut. That cruel curse had cast a lonesome shadow over most of her adult life, but here in Mirage City, it was suddenly an advantage. Morgan was pretty sure that she could kill the Lord of Shadows and his stunning companion if it came to that. She remained silent for a moment, and then smiled darkly beneath the mask. How's my little sister doing? You're treating her right. He looked at her with an unhappy expression. Would you quit calling her your sister? It's weird. And for the record, yes, she's doing great. I try. Morgan felt the deep grooves forming on the handle of the door under her fingers. So, he did find Athena, after all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And for the record, yes, she's doing great. I try. Saint stared at Detective Sunless, who in turn stared at the nurse, at Morgan, the heiress of the Valiant group, who was somehow out of the patient ward and free of her straitjacket. Strangely enough, she did not seem particularly violent or unhinged, sharp and dangerous, maybe, but perfectly in control of her thoughts and actions. Her eyes were also of an impossible scarlet color now, apparently. And her sister was dating Detective Sunless? Saint would have been pleased for her patient and happy that he was building positive relationships, if not for the fact that it was impossible. Not only because there was only one daughter in the Valiant family, but also because he had been full of loathing and fixated on persecuting Morgan's brother as the culprit in the nihilist killings for many months. What are they talking about? Saint was utterly confused. Morgan, meanwhile, let go of the door and took a step back. See you later, then. Oh, by the way, can I borrow an umbrella? Detective Sunless threw a sideways glance at the security guards. His gaze seemed tense, for some reason. Saint realized then that it was eerily quiet in the lobby of the hospital. Everyone, the guards, the staff members, the volunteers fortifying the building against potential floods, had grown motionless at some point, and were all staring at them with oddly emotionless, glassy eyes. She could not help but shiver. Detective Sunless smiled crookedly. You can. But I'll do you one better. I have a PTV. Want a ride? Why is he offering an escaping mental patient a ride? Morgan hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. Sure, why not? Lead the way. Saint opened her eyes wide. Why is she agreeing? Still confused, she found herself following Detective Sunless and Morgan of the Valiant family through the rain. Their steps were hurried, and they were looking around with wary gazes. Their wariness transferred to Saint, as well. It was hard to see because of the rain, and the parking lot was desolate and empty. Any number of people could be hiding in the darkness, so reaching the detective's car, his car. Saint frowned. The corpses. The corpses of the three assailants were still on the road, and when Morgan saw them, her reaction was bound to be extreme. A fragile person like her could not be exposed to such traumatic stimuli. But before Saint could do anything, they reached the car. The corpses were still sprawled on the road, being battered by rain. The rain washed away the blood, but it was impossible to mistake the ghastly nature of the three dark shapes laying on the asphalt for anything but what they were. Oh, no. Saint looked at Morgan, concerned. Morgan, meanwhile, glanced at the corpses with complete indifference. A moment later, though, she smiled. 3 were these guys after the psychiatrist? Detective Sunless nodded, making Morgan's smile widen a little. She gave the ghastly corpses another nonchalant glance. They sent for after me. Then, she looked at the detective and asked curiously, "What about you?" He lingered with the answer for a while. "A seasoned, elite assassin. Not rabble like these fools were." Morgan studied him silently for a moment. "So, 1. Detective Sunless scowled fiercely. "He was the real deal, okay?" Mumbling something under his nose, he dragged the most gruesome corpse to the wayside, then walked back to the car and opened the door. "Now, are you getting in or what?" Shrugging, Morgan took off her face mask and climbed onto the back seat. "I probably should not get into that car." Saint hesitated for a few moments, and then got into the car. "Damn it." Chapter 2495. Getaway Driver. Leaving the 3 corpses behind. Sunny was driving, Saint was sitting stiffly in the passenger seat, while Morgan stretched on the back seat. She looked around and grimaced. "This is your PTV." Sunny glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Sure. It trembles and roars like a dying abomination, but gets the job done." "Actually." He smiled smugly. "It uses flammable fuel and propels itself with a series of tiny explosions." "Wild. Did you know?" Morgan gave him a long look. "Are you describing how an internal combustion engine works?" "Of course, I know. It is one of the most important milestones in the history of technological development." "Who wouldn't know that?" Sunna's smile dimmed. "You are no fun. Not everyone has time to study the history of technological development, damn it." At that moment, Saint, who had remained silent that whole time, finally spoke. "Excuse me, but is it okay to just leave 3 dead bodies behind?" Sunny gave her a brief glance. 7. Saint arched her exquisite eyebrow, a silent question in her eyes. He shrugged. "Didn't you hear Morgan saying that someone sent for people to deal with her? So, there are 7 corpses, not 3. She wouldn't have let them live." Sprawled comfortably on the back seat, Morgan nodded nonchalantly. Sunny gave Saint a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, though. The rain will wash away all the traces. It might even wash away the bodies. Those in the hospital will stay where they are, of course, but that is not a problem either. Vela Group will never allow the news that their heiress massacred 4 people and escaped a mental asylum to spread. They won't let the news that Morgan even was in a mental asylum spread. So, the investigation will be handled." He did not add that the mental asylum in question was a shady place in and of itself. Considering how affluent the families of its patients were, what happened within its walls stayed within its walls, most likely. He was sure that many horror stories no one ever learned about had taken place in the private wing of Saint's workplace. Well, maybe not. Other Mordred's fantasy was that of a nice and friendly place where his family loved him and prospered, after all. Why would he have imagined a dirty, rotten city where dark and ugly things happened in the shadows? Then again, Sunny did not know a lot about the other Mordred. If the original Prince of Nothing had been split in 2, it would have happened when he was 12. Before that, he had been given away by his father and raised by Astute in the Dream Realm. Who knew what his childhood had looked like, and what his idea of a nice place was? But if Mordred's good twin had not imagined Mirage City as a dark city full of injustice and corruption, the question was, who had made this place into a twisted garden of sin? Whose thoughts had the Castellan faithfully woven into the fabric of the Palace of Imagination to change it into a den of horrors? It could have been the real Mordred. That guy's head was full of nothing but vile and ghastly things, gods knew. What was it that he had told Sunny once? A mirror could only reflect what was in front of it. Was it his fault that the things in front of him were cruel, vile, and deceitful? But it could have been someone other than Mordred, as well. It could have been Morgan, or Effie. It could have even been Sunny himself. All three of them had come from a world where nightmares were real. All three had spent most of their adult lives spilling blood and crawling through the bloody mud of countless battlefields. They had killed numerous living beings, monsters and humans alike, and experienced far too many terrible things not to be changed by these experiences. Maybe Mirage City had become the dark, dirty, deadly place it was today because none of them could imagine a world that was anything but. Sunny groaned slightly. It was not because of this brief moment of self-reflection, rather, it was because the wound he had hurriedly patched up before rushing to find Saint opened sometime during the recent fight, and was seeping with blood. Saint lowered her gaze and noticed the blood stain slowly spreading across the black fabric of his shirt. She frowned, a hint of unhappiness twisting the beautiful lines of her bewitching face. "You are bleeding. Why are you bleeding?" Sunny forced out a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I was stabbed." Her eyes widened slightly. "What? But I did not see you being hit during the confrontation with those people." Sunny waved a hand dismissively. "No, not by one of those amateurs. And it wasn't the professional, deadly, highly skilled assassin sent to kill me. I threw that guy out of a window." He turned his head to glance at Morgan and grinned. "I was stabbed by her brother. After I dealt with the assassin and before I dealt with the amateurs." Morgan grinned. "Busy day for you, huh?" Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. Saint, meanwhile, seemed to be struggling with maintaining her aloof exterior. Her eyelashes, at least, trembled a little. "You were stabbed by the CEO of the Valiant Group." Sunny chuckled. "No, not him. His evil twin from the real world." Morgan's relaxed gaze grew sharper all of a sudden. "Oh, you've met him, then?" Sunny nodded. "I did. And he stabbed me. Ah, but don't misunderstand, I wasn't the only one bleeding when we parted." Saint looked at him, then to Morgan. Then, she looked back at him and bit her lip, as if unsure whether to say something. In the end, however, her indignation seemed to have defeated her taciturn personality. "Excuse me, is that important right now? Miss Morgan, why are you playing along with his bizarre statements? Did you not hear what Detective Sunless said? An evil twin from the real world. Why is your reaction so lackluster?" Morgan gave her a strange look and blinked a couple of times. After a few moments of silence, she shrugged. "Because everything he said is true? The man playing the CEO role in this illusory realm, my brother, has a murderous twin from the real world. Who, I guess, is also my brother." She shifted her gaze to Sunny and asked in a confused tone. "Does she not remember anything?" Then, Morgan frowned and looked at Saint. "And since when is the Lord of Shadows, the dark sovereign of humanity, the commander of an undying legion of dead souls, a detective?" Saint inhaled slowly, closed her eyes for a moment, and then turned to the window. Sunny could just barely hear her mumble under her nose. "Shared delusional disorder, it must be. Fascinating." Chapter 2496. Between the Cracks. The Princess of Valiant looked different from how she had been before. Morgan had always given off a sharp and deadly aura, and all her actions had been calculated and precise. She had carried herself with the reserved elegance of a born noble, maintaining a neat appearance in all circumstances. She had been a person who preferred to maintain strict control of both herself and everything around her at all times. That Morgan would have never allowed herself to sprawl on the backseat of a ramshackle PTV in a perfectly comfortable pose, not even trying to maintain the rules of decorum. She was still sharp and dangerous, just much more relaxed and at ease. As if she could not be bothered to care anymore. Granted, Morgan still managed to look elegant and like she owned the place even when wearing a nurse uniform and lounging in a rusty PTV. It was just that she brimmed with a decadent kind of elegance now instead of her usual refined poise. Sunny sighed. "So, why did Mordred come here, and why did you follow him to Mirage City?" All the pieces to the strange puzzle of the Great Mirror were held by three people: Mordred, the other Mordred, and Morgan, the children of the late King of Swords. King of Swords? Sunny tensed. He was not going to receive 2 "you killed my father" speeches in one day, was he? Luckily, Morgan seemed entirely indifferent to the fact that she was sitting next to her father's killer. Hearing his question, she lingered for a few moments, then smiled. You got it all wrong. Sunless. It wasn't me who followed Mordred here. It was the other way around. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You entered the Great Mirror first. Morgan nodded. Back then, after you and Nephis killed Kisong and my father, things were in utter chaos for the first few months, weren't they? Sunny nodded. The first months of the newly established human domain had indeed been hectic. After all, it was not easy to build a new world order on the ruins of an old one. Luckily, they had received a lot of help. Ironically enough, the legacy clans had played an important part in putting the world back on track. The government had been nothing short of instrumental, as well, with Jet mobilizing the great bureaucracies of its various arms to smooth out the transition. Effie had taken control of the Sword Domain and Bastion. Kai had taken over the Song Domain and Ravenheart. Morgan had spent those first few months there with him, helping the charming archer build a solid foundation for his future rule. Then, she disappeared without a trace. Sunny frowned. What about them? Morgan shrugged lazily. While you were busy conquering the world, well, Nephis was busy conquering the world. You were busy playing dead. Congratulations on your resurrection, by the way. Sunny smiled. You don't sound that surprised. Morgan deigned him with a scoff. Please. Learning that the comely master I had knighted was the Lord of Shadows was a bit of a shock. Inferring that you did not really turn on Nephis or die by her sword was a piece of cake. Sunny grimaced. Almost everyone else truly believes that I'm dead, you know. She shrugged. Everyone else is not me. Anyway, while the two of you were busy putting out countless fires and dealing with the fallout of the war, Mordred and I were busy doing something else. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms had left certain things behind, things that very few people knew existed, and even fewer were in a position to retrieve. Morgan sighed. Mordred plundered our father's secret inheritance while hunting down the members of the extended Vela family. I tried to intercept them and extend at least some measure of protection, but you should know that man by now. He is elusive, indestructible, and utterly deadly. And I was not in a position to protect anyone, really. I was busy trying to stay alive myself. She remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. So, I plundered pieces of Kisong's inheritance instead. Her daughters got to most of it eventually, but I had the advantage of being in Ravenheart before they returned, due to being kidnapped by Nightingale. Morgan paused, then asked in an indifferent tone. How is he doing, by the way? Sunny smiled. Who, that guy? Oh, he's doing great. Better than anyone with a drop of shame would have the audacity to, really. He lives in a beautiful palace, surrounded by stunning transcendent princesses from all sides. It's like a flower garden. What's not to love? Somehow, Morgan did not seem particularly glad to hear that. I guess she is still resentful of Kai because of the kidnapping. Sunny shook his head. He knew a thing or two about spite, but some people were just too vindictive. So what was it that Kisong left behind? Morgan remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged somberly. This and that. Information, among other things. For example, she left behind a piece of information I was aiming to find, to begin with. I knew that Mordred would come for me sooner or later. I also knew that Kisong would have never accepted him into the Song Domain without investigating possible countermeasures against his betrayal first. Turns out, she managed to learn more about my brother than even our father had. She smiled faintly. Our father tried to obliterate Mordred quite thoroughly, you know. His body was destroyed, his soul was destroyed, too. But he still refused to die, maybe because his reflections remained intact. In the end, all we could do was imprison him in a mirror trap. Well, as it turns out. Morgan looked out the window at the vista of the Mirage city and exhaled slowly. Turns out, he couldn't be killed because his death was somewhere else. My brother Mordred was split apart when he conquered the first nightmare. Different versions of him inherited different parts of his being, and only one of them inherited his death. She raised a hand and pointed at the lights of the sprawling city. He must have brought that version to the Great Mirror after returning to Bastion and hid him inside. Morgan turned to Sunny and smiled. So, you see, if we kill the CEO of the Vela Group, we can finally be rid of my dear brother once and for all. Chapter 2497. The Ones Who Walk Away. A faint crease appeared on her brow. Even if she did not say anything, Sunny could imagine what she was thinking. Enough is enough. Be happily crazy together all you want, but if you start discussing plans of assassinating someone, I am calling the police. Wait. He is the police. Sunny cleared his throat and focused on the road. She is not wrong. He remained silent for a while, then asked in a neutral tone. Is that how you ended up locked in an asylum? You tried to kill the other Mordred. Morgan pursed her lips, then let out a sigh. Yes. Sadly, I failed. Her expression grew a little wistful. Kisong might have found out about my brother's flaw and where he had hidden it, but she did not know a lot about the Great Mirror, let alone about what is hidden on its other side. So, finding myself in Mirage City was quite a novel experience. Suddenly becoming mundane again was a difficult transition, as well. Morgan looked at her hands. Plus, I was severely wounded while trying to sneak past the cursed demon you had deposited in True Bastion. Soul damage, mental damage, you name it. I was in rough shape, and Mordred, the real Mordred, was on my heels. So, I might have acted a little hasty. Her expression soured. Killing the most powerful man in Mirage City as a mundane person turned out to be more difficult than I expected. He is protected incredibly well, with an army of bodyguards following him day and night, both in plain view and hidden. Well, anyway, he survived. I thought I'd be disposed of right there and then, but he must have grown attached to my false self. He looked quite distressed, even. Morgan scoffed. You'll find it hard to believe, but I did not end up in that mental hospital because he wanted to get rid of me quietly. There were no nefarious reasons behind his decision to commit me to a psychiatric facility whatsoever. Rather, he seemed to harbor genuine hope that I would be fixed and return to how my counterpart was before. She shook her head. That guy, something is not right with him. He is not quite as twisted as the real one, but he is definitely not entirely there. Sunny smiled crookedly. You do remember that you just escaped from a mental hospital? Should you really be going around calling people insane? Morgan chuckled. Fair. Sunny lingered for a few moments. You seem to have escaped quite easily, though. I suspect that you could have left that place whenever you wanted. So why did you stay? She shrugged. Because for a while, it was the safest place for me to be. The other Mordred might have spared me, but the real one was still out there, determined to finish what he had started during the Battle of the Black Skull. I was laying low and gathering information about Mirage City until my fortress suddenly wasn't that safe anymore. It was time to leave. Sunny frowned. Wait, but how did you regain your sense of self, to begin with? There was no Effie around to make you remember. Was it because you were the ruler of Bastion at some point? Morgan smiled, then shook her head. No, it was because I killed my reflection a long time ago. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? She chuckled. Long before my awakening, my father brought me in front of the Great Mirror, its false version in the illusory Bastion, and made me fight my reflection, until one of us was destroyed. That is why this place has a weaker hold on me than it had on you. I suspect that my brother is the same. Who? Sunny smiled darkly. And I thought I couldn't despise Anvil anymore. He lingered for a while, then shook his head. Anyway, we can't kill the other Mordred. At least not yet. Morgan pierced him with a sharp look. And why is that? He hesitated for a while, trying to put his thoughts into words. Eventually, Sunny said, "Well, first of all, he has been living here for the past 2 decades. And from the looks of it, and believe me, I can't quite believe I'm saying it, this version of Mordred seems like a nice guy. He's an innocent bystander, so what right do we have to kill him?" Morgan laughed. "Wait, what is this? Are you really giving me the world is not worth saving if the price of saving it is a tear of an innocent child speech? Hey! This is Mirage City, not Omala's, and you are the Lord of Shadows, not Ivan Karamazov. It's a nice sentiment, how very noble of you, wanting to spare him. I'm in awe. But will you take responsibility when the next House of Night massacre happens?" Sunny frowned. "Oh, please, don't pretend like you care about what happened to the House of Night. Gods know your own hands are not exactly clean either. You've committed your own share of despicable deeds, Princess of Valor." He sighed. "But I see your point. Not that I know what omelette-san. I can't even pronounce the second one you're talking about, mind you. No need to swing your legacy education around, okay? In any case, why would I take responsibility for something your crazy brother does?" Sunny shook his head. "Anyway, that is not the real reason why we can't kill the other Mordred. He has to stay alive because he is the axis of Mirage City. This whole place has been created by the Castellan, the chief reflection who serves as the custodian of the Great Mirror, to suit his fantasies. Even if there are foreign influences twisting the fabric of Mirage City now, its foundation is still what your other brother has imagined." He looked at the city lights flying past the window of the PTV and grimaced. "Do you see the problem here? Whose imagination will become the foundation of this illusory realm if the other Mordred is removed? Will it be you, me? Do you even know what kind of horrors dwell in our imagination, Morgan? I don't know about you, but I've seen things so harrowing that merely witnessing them will instantly shatter the minds and extinguish the souls of mundane people. And I have quite an active imagination on top of that." Sunny let out a joyless laugh. "Imagination seems like a whimsical power, a sweet and fanciful power that makes dreams and fantasies come true. But when you think about it, it is perhaps the most terrifying thing in existence. Because one can imagine horrors, too, and unlike reality, imagination has no limits." Mirage, the demon of imagination, had always seemed obscure when compared to her more prominent siblings, so Sunny never really considered her that deeply. He did not know a lot about her, either. But now that he was inside her abandoned palace, he was starting to suspect that she had been no less sinister and frightening, perhaps much more so, than the rest of the diamonds. No wonder the moon itself had to be shattered just to bring down her castle. He shook his head. "The point is, we do not even know how to escape the Great Mirror. Effie does not have full control of the Palace of Imagination because the damn Castellan has gone rampant and usurped the role of the castle master. So, until we find the Castellan and deal with it, the other Mordred has to stay alive." Sunny glanced at the review mirror, looking into Morgan's glowing vermilion eyes. "We'll decide what to do with him then." "Understood." Morgan remained silent for a while, then scoffed. "Well, if you put it like that." She paused and shivered visibly. "Yeah. Let's keep him alive, for now. We can't risk letting Athena's imagination run wild in this place. That simply cannot happen, no matter what." Chapter 2498. Detective Story. Morgan looked out of the window at the blurry outlines of the old buildings, with plumes of foaming water escaping from the rusty drainpipe spouts. The gutters were drowning and gargling, unable to swallow the rainwater fast enough. This part of the city was one of the poorer ones, with many houses standing empty and abandoned, condemned for renovation. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then answered in a neutral tone. "Somewhere we can regroup and plan what to do next without worrying about being killed by random passers-by." By now, he was starting to understand how the Palace of Imagination operated. It was designed to bring fantasies to life, fantasies that belonged to the castle master, to be precise. However, the wondrous mechanisms of this impossible place were broken and in a state of disrepair, having surrendered to the ruthless burden of time in the absence of their creator. The Castellan was one such faulty mechanism. It was more of a function than a being, and that function had gone rogue. It had usurped the authorities of the castle master, not for a selfish or nefarious purpose, but simply in an attempt to keep faithfully performing its duty. To make the imagination of those who visited the Great Mirror a reality. The Castellan was failing, though. Things must have been stable when the only human residing in the Palace of Imagination was the other Mordred. The Castellan had created Mirage City and took care of that abandoned human child, the only real person in the City of Reflections. That was why Mordred had been able to survive and grow up into a semblance of a sane man. However, now there were more humans in the Palace of Imagination, and all their complicated human wishes and emotions were clashing against each other. The Castellan was slowly coming undone under the contradictory input it was receiving from the uninvited guests, and Mirage City was coming undone with it. So, like any living being, Mirage City was trying to protect itself. That was why every real person within its bounds had faced life-threatening situations as of late. At first, it was just Mordred, who had been hunted by the Nihilist, a serial killer who did not really exist, and was instead a collective manifestation of the city's deadly will. But now that Sunny, Effie, and Saint were added into the mix, the ways in which Mirage City was trying to deal with them were becoming more sophisticated. Sunny noted it while fighting the thugs who had accosted Saint. They weren't random people whom the Castellan had taken control of and sent to kill her, otherwise, they would not have come prepared and armed with the tools of their dirty trade. They would not have known her name and her background, they would not have been able to talk at all. Instead, they would have been no different from the glassy-eyed zombies whom the inhabitants of Mirage City seemed to turn into when someone nearby was acting out of character. The same could be said about the 4 hired killers who had infiltrated the mental asylum and come to kill Morgan, disguised as staff members. And Sunny had a feeling that the assassin who had broken into his apartment was the same. And that was enough for him to make conclusions about the way Mirage City was trying to get rid of them. It was just as the real Mordred had said. Unlike reality, the Palace of Imagination was a place capable of being changed not only proactively, but also retroactively. There had not been a nihilist before, but now that Sunny and Effie were walking the streets of Mirage City, there was. There always had been, even, the past was changed to fit the present. And judging by what happened tonight, it had not been changed randomly. The Castellan is building a story. The Castellan was struggling to keep the grand illusion intact, so it tried to remove the foreign irritants in a way that compromised the integrity of Mirage City the least. In other words, whoever wanted to kill Sunny, Saint, Effie, Morgan, and Mordred had to have the means, motive, and opportunity that fit the internal logic of Mirage City. Even if this mysterious culprit had not existed yesterday, they did today, they had existed today. Which meant that the mystery could be solved. The culprit could be found and neutralized. With some good old-fashioned detective work. Sunny smiled darkly. First, we need to ensure our safety. Then, we need to find our enemy and crush them. And then? He lingered for a few moments. That was where true difficulty lay. The culprit, whoever they were, was merely a symptom of the problem, not the problem itself. Finding and dealing with them would buy Sunny and his companions time, but it would not solve the fundamental issue. Whom they really needed to find was the Castellan. A single reflection in a city of 20 million others. How the hell were they supposed to discover it? Sunny sighed. Then, we will think of something. The PTV stopped near one of the abandoned buildings. This one was larger and more imposing than the rest of the houses surrounding it, albeit just as forlorn and decrepit. It was an old church. Looking at it through the windshield, Sunny sighed. What is it with me and ruined cathedrals? It seemed that he was a magnet for dilapidated temples, just like Kai was a magnet for dragons. Immediately after dealing with the assassin and clashing with Mordred, Sunny had contacted Effie to warn her about a possible attack. They briefly discussed a few things, including the need to find a shelter. This church was the location they chose. This entire neighborhood was scheduled for renovation, so it was mostly cleared out in preparation for the initial round of demolition. However, the director of the company contracted by the city to perform the costly project ended up becoming one of the nihilists' victims. The work stalled, and the empty neighborhood ended up in a state of limbo. Very few people still resided here, and even fewer visited, since this area was out of the way of everything. So, it was a perfect spot for a hideout. Let's go. We should be safe here. He opened the door and climbed out of the PTV first. Saint and Morgan followed. Just then, bright headlights ignited in the darkness, illuminating the falling torrents of rain and nearly blinding them. Another PTV was parked in the shadow of the decrepit church, all but invisible in the rain. Its door opened, and a tall figure stepped out into the light. A black umbrella opened with a quiet sound. Holding the umbrella with one hand and a half-eaten donut with the other, Effie gave Sonny and his companions a placid look. Then, she grinned. "Hey, Morgan." "Hey." Her gaze landed on Saint, and her eyes widened. Who the hell are you?" Sonny sighed. "This is Saint." "My shadow." Effie stared at him with a stunned expression. "You mean that this is the fearsome onyx knight that always follows you around? This gorgeous creature?" Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Yes?" "Oh, right, you never saw her without a helmet." "I forgot." Effie opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "Does Nephis know?" He raised an eyebrow, confused. "Know what?" Effie stared at him for a few more moments, then closed her eyes and shook her head. "Never mind, let's go inside, I'm freezing." She could not help to steal another glance at Saint, though. Well, Sonny could not blame her. Saint had been made in the image of Storm God, after all. It was not every day that one got to behold the face of a goddess. Chapter 2499. Playing with water. There was surprisingly little dust, too. A wide open space led to an ornate altar, with rows of benches covered in white fabric. Above it all, tall stained glass windows were shimmering dimly with the pale light of electric street lamps. The dark expanse of the abandoned church was illuminated with colorful radiance because of it. Sonny did not mind the forlorn ambience and the poignant feeling of lost sanctity. He quite liked decrepit temples, actually, visiting one made him feel nostalgic. Morgan, however, seemed a little surprised. She looked around with curiosity, then shook her head. "This is not right." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What is?" She gestured to the altar and the stained glass windows above it. "This church. The iconography does not match any of the religions that would have been widespread before the dark times. At least none that I recognize." Sonny scratched the back of his head. He did not really know a lot about religion, few people did, in the world of the nightmare spell. It was hard to believe in anything after learning that the gods did exist, but were dead. The government had spent decades discouraging worship of any kind, as well. Maybe it was because various cults had caused a lot of trouble for the first generation. Both the government and the legacy clans wanted people to seek spiritual fulfillment in things other than mystical beliefs. It was only now that Nephis had ascended to supremacy that worship was once again spreading among the population, in more senses than one. Nephis and the Firekeepers were dealing with people who were starting to worship the immortal flame and its last daughter, while Sonny and the Shadow Clan were busy dealing with the doomsday cults that kept sprouting from the ground like mushrooms after the rain. In any case, he had only a very vague impression of what religions were being exercised during the dark times, let alone before them. "What, are you an expert on ancient religions, too?" Morgan gave him a wry smile. "You told me not to swing my legacy education around." Sonny coughed. "Oh, yes, I did." He looked around. "So what's wrong with this church? Come to think of it." He frowned. It was only now that he noticed that there were tall mirrors artfully installed here and there around the church. Their masterful placement made it so that endless kaleidoscopes of reflection stretched into infinity, catching the light falling from the stained glass windows and making the interior of the church seem many times larger than it was. It would have looked wondrous and beautiful, if not for his memories of the mirror maze that made Sonny's skin crawl. "I hate mirrors." Morgan shrugged. "It's just anachronistic? I'm not sure if that word really fits. The point I am trying to make is that there would not have been a church like this one on Earth, in this period of time. The outward symbology of temples and churches of Mirage City is quite consistent with historic records, though, so I find it strange." At that moment, Saint, who had kept silent for the longest time, finally let her voice be heard. Looking at them in exasperation, she asked, "What are you talking about?" "This is a church dedicated to Mirage. There are thousands of them around the city." Sonny, Morgan, and Effie all looked at her in confusion. He tilted his head a little. "Mirage? The demon of imagination." Saint seemed similarly confused. "Who else?" Sonny scratched the tip of his nose. "Oh, so the name of the city is not just a coincidence." From what he could tell, Mirage City was a faithful reproduction of a human settlement from before the dark times. This church was the first obvious discrepancy they found, a foreign concept in an otherwise meticulous imitation of a mundane city on Earth. He was suddenly very curious. Why would people worship a demon, though? Saint remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Who knows? I am not a religious person myself. It is an important part of our cultural heritage, though, so one should naturally be familiar with it." She gave Sonny a reproachful look. Obviously, there is no reliable evidence to prove that Mirage actually existed, let alone that she wielded miraculous powers, let us not even mention the deeper meaning people put into the stories of her supposed deeds. However, it is easy to gather that she is at least based on a real historical figure from circumstantial data. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What data?" Saint looked at him with reproach. "It is the existence of Mirage City itself, of course. A thriving settlement could not have been founded here without the system of dams that make its existence possible. These dams have existed in some form or fashion for thousands of years. Obviously, they have been modernized and renovated countless times. The latest iteration of the Northern Dam was just renovated by the Valiant Group, for example, but if myths are to be believed, it was Mirage who designed and built the dams first." She looked around the church with a hint of reverence in her eyes. If so, then even if she did not possess any miraculous powers, she must have been a true genius. It is a stunning feat to have constructed something so grand and advanced all those years ago. The dams of Mirage City are not considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world for nothing. Even if Mirage is a collective persona of several generations of architects and engineers, it is still impressive. Sonny smiled faintly. It was interesting how the fictional mythology of Mirage City somewhat reflected the reality of the Dream Realm. Bastion itself had been surrounded by great dams once, after all. Rivergate had withstood the apocalypse and the passage of time, only to end up being destroyed by Morgan and Mordred, albeit it was already being rebuilt by the forces of humanity, including Beth and Rain. The Northern Dam had been obliterated eons ago, though. In fact, Sonny had only learned of its existence by chance, when Effie mentioned finding its remains in True Bastion. Its ruins in the false Bastion were gone. Perhaps humans had not discovered them yet, or perhaps they had simply been obliterated when the mortal realms were devoured by the Dream Realm. In any case, there was no twin citadel to Rivergate to be found anywhere. Neither Sonny nor Effie had known for sure that it was Mirage who had built the dam surrounding the Mirror Lake, though, just like she had built Bastion. Maybe built wasn't the right word, considering that he was thinking of the demon of imagination. She might have simply imagined them, and then made her fantasy real. It was fascinating, though. But why would the demon of imagination be so interested in building dams? Saint seemed to be a little confused by the question. She hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. You will receive different answers from different people. If you follow the religious dogma, though, she built them to create mirrors. Chapter 2500. Her reflection. The demon of imagination created a system of huge dams to produce mirrors. Saint shook her head. Not produce mirrors. To create mirrors. He raised an eyebrow. What is the difference? While Saint considered the answer, Sunny looked around the dark church once again, noting the infinity mirrors stretching into the endlessness all around him. The colorful radiance of the stained glass windows was trapped in them, creating beautiful kaleidoscopes. It was indeed a whimsical and beautiful sight worthy of the demon of imagination, and yet Sunny could not see how Mirage and mirrors were connected. He knew that there was a connection, though. There had to be. After all, true Bastion was hidden in the reflection of the illusory Bastion, and two great mirrors, the real one and its reflection, were at the heart of two great castles. True Bastion was contained within the false great mirror, while the palace of imagination was contained within the true one. And that was where the others came from. As far as Sunny knew, there was no other place in the dream realm where one could encounter the others. At least he had not encountered such a nightmarish region yet. So, it was hard to argue with the fact that there was a strange bond between Mirage, mirrors, and the others. But what was it? Finally, Saint found the right words. According to myth, Mirage created mirrors. As in, she did not simply craft one, or even the first one, she crafted the very concept of reflections, and allowed the world to see itself for what it was. That is why other deities disliked and shunned her, because she showed them the most cruel sight of all. She showed them the truth of what they looked like, and of what they were. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Effie was busy carrying boxes out of the trunk of her car, while Morgan was staring at her reflection with a peculiar expression on her pale face. So, he was the only one left to ask questions. What do you mean, crafted the concept of reflections? That does not make any sense. What did the world look like before she invented mirrors, then? Were there no reflective surfaces anywhere at all? That sounded quite preposterous. But then again, that was a demon he was talking about. Hope had invented the concept of writing, while Nether had created a whole race of living beings. Weaver had created the nightmare spell. So who was to say that Mirage could not have invented the concept of reflections? Saint shrugged. This is a myth, after all. Myths do not need to follow logic or reason, at least not the kind of logic or reason we would recognize as such. It all seemed perfectly reasonable to people who invented these myths, though. She looked into one of the mirrors decorating the church. According to myth, Mirage was sad and lonely one day. She could imagine anything in the world, but she could not imagine herself. So, she decided to make something out of nothing to do what she could not, and entertain herself. Saint pointed to her reflection. So, Mirage found a place where water flowed across the mountains and created a series of dams and complicated lock systems. That was how the Mirror Lake was born, even if it was not called that back then yet. The Mirror Lake was vast and perfectly flat. Its surface was meant to become the first mirror. Sunny could not help but blink a few times. Who? So that was the secret of the great dams and vast artificial lakes Mirage had created? Those lakes were simply gargantuan mirrors of her making? The first mirrors to ever exist. That definitely gave the name of the Mirror Lake a new meaning. Leave it to diamonds to do everything on a completely ridiculous scale. So what happened next? Saint looked at him evenly. According to one myth, she took mist from a distant mountain chain and trapped it in the water. Strange creatures dwelled in that mist, and they became trapped in the lake, too. Those creatures were shapeless and only existed when one looked at them, but she bent them into taking the shape of whoever looked into the water, and whatever faced the water. The first thing the creatures beheld was the moon, and so, the first mirror was born when moonlight touched the surface of the lake. She sighed. According to a different myth, she trapped nothing in the water, and imprisoned nobody in the lake. But when the moon rose above the world at night, Mirage imagined touching it, and so, nothing became something, giving birth to the first reflection. In any case, after that, the creatures created by the demon of imagination out of nothing spread, eventually populating all of existence. It is just that they dwell in a place between somewhere and nowhere, the mirror realm, and rarely come in contact with the real world. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Wait, why does that make sense? If he were indeed to believe that Mirage created the very concept of reflections, then she would have needed building blocks to realize her grand design. The mist from a distant mountain chain, that had to have been pure nothingness from the hollow mountains. Sunny had noted once that the nothing creatures and the others were alike, in some regard. After all, the nobodies only came into existence when they were perceived by someone. Similarly, reflections only took shape when one stood in front of a mirror. If there was nothing to reflect, the mirror remained empty. The others thrived on being witnessed, too. So wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the nothing creatures and the others were kin? It was just that the former were wild and untamed, while the latter were domesticated and reshaped by the demon of imagination, becoming a closely related, but entirely new kind of beings. Like wolves and dogs. Mirage had first created the others in the mirror lake, and from there, they spread everywhere, until mirrors and reflections were commonplace throughout existence. As if an addition was made to the universal laws forming it. Building an entire new concept on top of the universal laws of existence. That would indeed have been an accomplishment worthy of a demon. Saint smiled faintly. Mirage beheld herself and surrounded herself with reflections. So, she wasn't sad or lonely anymore. Sunny shivered. The great taboo placed upon the diamonds by the gods. Diamonds had been prohibited from siring offspring, and many, perhaps most of them, had tried to rebel against that prohibition in one way or another. Weaver had created the lineage, Nether had created the stone saints, Hope had settled among humans and nurtured them, Ariel had raised the Jade Queen. So what had Mirage done? Had she created the others, populated her palace of imagination with them, and enjoyed their companionship to lessen her solitude? If so, then the palace of imagination might not have been merely a demon's playground. It might have been a place where her own fantasy had come true,